I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
Anxiety, filling up every space, no privacy. And silently, it could build and build until you finally see, whoa, it's taking over, damn no closure, moving closer. No exposure, I just wanna be a loner. Some can't stay sober, looking over all their shoulders, like moving boulders just to get out of the home. It sucks, I've had enough.
Hello, everyone. Merry Christmas. I hope everyone is having a good day. I know it's like lunchtime where most of you are, but it's only 10 o'clock in the morning here. So, you want to say Merry Christmas to everybody?
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, no, Nevaeh. All right. Now, I'm sorry I'm late. I was sick. Hold on. I was going to wait a couple of minutes to see if more people come in to start, because I don't want anybody to miss it, and I know that most people don't want to go back and watch the replay. So you will see. Hello. All right, I will go ahead and start. And we will just see. Here we go, guys. So this is oh shoot. Oh, okay. Here we go. Sorry, guys.
Cajun is a person who likes to have fun. They have an accent that's far from none. Put your hands together and start to clap. Invite you to listen to our Cajun rap. This is our lives in the big swamp land. We live in the South out in Louisiana. We like the way we live. We don't care if it's wrong, so we just wanna sing our Cajun rap song.
I love where I come from.
We spend all of our time down deep in the sticks, where the cypress trees grow and the big fat ticks. Yeah, we eat, shoot, pick, and alligator too. We like to party down, and so should you. But now, dude, told you how the story goes. The smell is very pleasing to the nose. We boil our crawfish, they're in a bucket. Then we pull off the heads, and then we suck it. This is our lives in the big swamp land. We live in the South out in Louisiana. We like the way we live. We don't care if it's wrong, so we just wanna sing our Cajun rap song. I eat my crawfish with a lot of spice, and if I told you once, then I told you twice. I eat goosh, I like that meat, and barbecue possum is a delicacy. We kill moose sticks and drink it all day long. Now how you think
on and yeah, we like the way we live. We don't care if we're strong, so we just wanna sing our
Cajun rap song.
The Cajun Night
I want to open.
Before Christmas by Trust Claire.
I don't know why it won't open.
Was the night before Christmas, and all to the house, they don't a thing pass, not even a mouse.
How do you do it?
The children been nestled, good snug on the floor, and Mama passed the pepper through the crack on the door. Then Mama in the fireplace done roast up them ham, stir up the gumbo, and make bake that yam. Then out on the bayou, they got such a clatter. May sound like old Boudreaux done fall off his ladder. I run like a rabbit to got to the door, trip over the dog, and fall on the floor. As I look out the door in the light of the moon, I think, man, you crazy, or got old too soon. 'Cause there on the bayou, when I stretch my neck stiff, there's 8 alligator a pulling the skiff. And a little fat drover with a long pulling stick, I know right away got to be old Saint Nick. More faster and faster, the gator they came. He whistled and holler and called them by name. Ha, Gaston. Ha, Tiboy. Ha, Pierre and Alcé. Gee, Nanette. Gee, Suzette. Celeste and Renee. To the top of the porch, to the top of the wall. Make crawl, alligator, and be sure you don't fall. Like Taunt Flo's cat, through the treetop he fly, when the big old hound dog come a run himself by. Like that of the poach, them old gator climb with the skiff full of toy and St. Nicholas behind. Then on top the porch roof, it sound like the hail when all them big gator done sot down their tail. Then down the chimney, I yell with a bam, and St. Nicholas fall and sit on the yam. Sacre, he exclaimed, my pant got a hold, I done sot myself on them red hot coal. He got on his foots and jumped like a cat out to the floor where he land with a splat. He was dressed in muskrat from his head to his foot, and his clothes is all dirty with ashes and soot. A sack full of plaything he throw on his back. He looked like a burglar, and that's for a fact. With snow white chin whisker and quivering belly, he shook when he laughed like the strawberry jelly. But a wink in his eye and a shook of his head make my confidence that I don't got to be scared. He don't do no talking, going straight to his work, put plaything in sock, and then turn with a jerk. He put both his hand there on top of his head, cast an eye on the chimney, and then he done said, with all that fire and them burning hot flame, me, I ain't going back by the way that I came. So he run out the door and he climbed to the roof. He ain't no fool him for to make one more goof. He jump in his skiff and crack his big whip. The gator moved down and don't make one slip. And I hear him shout loud and a splashing he go. Merry Christmas to all till I saw you some more.
Hello, everyone just coming in. Merry Christmas. I hope you're having a wonderful day. So that was just a couple of things that I guess if you don't notice, I kind of miss home. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed that. And now let's get to the getting. Hey, everybody, hit that like button for me, please. Thank you.
Welcome back to U.S. Corrupt Cops. In today's eye-opening episode, we delve into the shocking story of a corrupt cop who finally faces the consequences of his actions. Watch as this officer realizes his once promising career in law enforcement is now shattered. Stay tuned to witness the dramatic downfall and the justice served. Don't miss this powerful account on our channel. Subscribe now for more riveting stories of truth and accountability in the world of law enforcement. Law enforcement officers have a duty to ensure public safety and protect those in need, a commitment they make when taking their oath. However, in some shocking cases, this sense of responsibility seems to be lacking. One particularly disturbing incident involves the wrongful arrest of a disabled man. Kenneth Scanes, a former Albuquerque police officer, was involved in the unjust arrest of a disabled man at a Target store. The staff, frustrated by the man's extended grocery shopping, called the police. Despite the man's obvious disability, the officers heartlessly demanded that he hand over all his money and go with them. His speech impairment was evident, but the officers displayed a complete lack of empathy.
I just was doing I was just getting
As the man tried to explain his innocence, the officers forcefully took his money. If they had offered assistance promptly, the entire situation could have been avoided. The disabled man struggled to distinguish between a store security guard and the police, leading him to dial 911.
I'm calling them. I was just getting
That's sad. Oh man. Don't throw him on the ground, bro.
Instead of clarifying the situation, the officers unlawfully arrested him, citing his failure to identify himself, a claim later proven to be illegal.
You're not giving you any idea.
You don't identify yourself under arrest, okay? Which is it going to be?
You're not police.
Yes, we are.
No, you're not. You're security.
Oh, yeah, I do. Okay. So what's your name, man?
Your business.
All right, then you're under arrest. Go ahead, put your hands behind your back. Refusing to identify yourself, correct?
Who you calling, man? You don't even.
He's calling 911. That's what he said anyway. So yeah, just go ahead and put him in handcuffs because he's refusing to identify himself.
Okay, hold on.
I was just paying. I was just having my stuff locked in my family pack. And the security guards came, and I didn't take more time than anyone else. The other ones before me.
The officers defended their actions by stating that the store wanted the man banned for taking longer than usual to complete his purchase, an unreasonable justification.
I
for
never
arrest.
heard of such a
Now you'll
thing.
be charged with
Never
resisting officers.
heard of such a
No,
thing.
no,
And you're going to be trespassing. You can never come back here again. Okay? Stand up.
No, that's not right. I was just paying my things. And I didn't know you were police officers.
Yes, we told you that already.
I didn't see your badge.
Okay. Well, we told you, right?
You
We
were.
all have badges. It's not our fault you didn't look.
The reason to talk to you was they didn't want you in there no more, okay? So we have the reason. We asked you your name. You didn't give us your name. That's
What was the reason?
They didn't want you there, and they have that right as the business not to want you there. Okay. So what you need to do, we're gonna help you stand up. We're gonna put you in that patrol unit out there. Okay. Sound good?
No, it don't sound
Well, that's what's gonna happen.
good. I didn't do nothing.
Officer Skeens, even after the man requested proof of their identity, callously ignored him.
You didn't believe us?
You look like security guards.
Over here. Don't resist anymore. Stop.
Just walk, man.
No.
Just walk.
No.
All right, we gotta search you, okay?
You
You got anything on you that's gonna poke
No.
us? Could have hurt us?
Yeah, I got a couple of knives.
You got a couple of knives on you?
Yeah,
Any needles?
I didn't do anything. I was just about to pay my money in the automated system. I was putting my money in, and you came into, and you pulled me out without even identifying you. And then you said later you said you were a police officer.
Don't make movement. He told you what's going on. Stop.
I didn't know that.
to you.
You
Stop.
didn't explain your,
Separate your feet.
you didn't show me your badge.
I didn't have to. We identified ourselves.
You did that.
Well, we are cops, so we are police officers, so
You didn't
I don't
give me
matter.
any proof.
you don't need proof. He told you who we were.
I had security guard tell me they were police.
Well, then, sorry, those security guards won't do that. But
We are actual law enforcement officers.
Yeah,
Just
I
as
got
somebody
police.
Separate your feet.
So let me ask you this. You know we're cops now, right? You want to identify yourself?
Where is this at?
Hang on one second. Do you have an ID anywhere? Where's your ID at?
She has a lot of.
What's your name? Tell me your name. You're not tell me anything, man?
Not trying to get lawyer.
Well, that sucks to suck, man.
It doesn't say.
I have to say anything.
Well, you have to identify yourself still.
No, I have the right to remain silent.
Not when it comes to your name.
No.
They don't
That's-
identify themselves when he asks.
Handcuffed and still protesting his innocence, the man was robbed of his money and placed in a police car, his pleas falling on deaf ears.
Yeah, he's good.
I didn't do anything.
Step in, man. Go sit in. That's fine. Go ahead and take a seat in this vehicle.
Pick up my papers.
Yeah, we'll take him out, man. Go ahead and take a step.
Okay, pick them up.
Put your feet in. Don't catch a felony charge by hitting or anything. Step in.
But I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. All I was doing it was paying for my things.
Yeah, just explain your
You had to cut off one of my fanny packs. You know, it's so hard it is to get my money out. And I was trying to get my money out, and I got it all out. And then you came, and I thought you were a security guard.
When this footage became public, Officer Skeens faced the consequences of his actions. He was rightfully fired and charged with false imprisonment, perjury, making a false report, and battery. This incident serves as a stark reminder of the need for accountability and compassion within law enforcement agencies, underscoring the importance of upholding the oath to protect and serve the community. Meet Brian Philippak, a 47-year-old lieutenant from
That made me so mad. That one made me so mad. Like, he was plainly disabled, and they were just too, oh, yeah. Nope.
Washington County, Michigan, whose reckless behavior led to a shocking incident on November 3, 2016, in Montmorency County. 2 reports had come in about a truck matching Brian's description, narrowly avoiding collisions and veering dangerously off the road.
Can I see your license for the stretch proof? Okay. You got your ID? Department ID? And your driver's license. The reason why I'm stopping you is we got multiple reckless driving calls about you. Okay? And then when I'm calling you, you're hitting the shoulder of the road. You been drinking? How many? Okay. What are you reaching in the back for? I seen you reaching in the back. You have an open container back there? Okay, you been drinking on the way here? Okay, your registration, proof of insurance? Do you have a firearm on you? Okay. Do you got your pistol? Are you a corrections officer or this deputy? Lieutenant? Okay.
What followed was a display of entitlement and arrogance uncharacteristic of someone being pulled over. Brian, despite being clearly intoxicated, boldly confessed to drinking.
Brian, I'm going to have you step out of the car. You want to do field sobriety test for you? Okay. Where are you going to camp? Where are you going to camp? Where? Milwaukee, Michigan? Where's that? Just around Tillman, right around the corner. Hawks? I have no clue where that's at. Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you to step out of the vehicle. What would you like me to do? I can't. I had multiple phone calls. You'd be in the same situation if I was in the vehicle in your county, correct? I've got multiple 911 calls about a reckless driver, plate and all matches, almost hitting vehicles. I get behind you. You hit the shoulder of the road twice.
All right, just let me stay here.
You can't. I'm going to ask you nicely to step out of this vehicle.
In a different time, his actions might have gone unnoticed, but body cameras were there precisely for moments like this.
All right, my hands are tied. If I let you go, I'm going to lose my career over you. You don't think I wouldn't? This is Northern Michigan. We're a small department. Okay, I'm going to ask you nicely to step out of the vehicle. You know I have my job to do. You know that.
I just want you.
And I understand your point, your position. Okay, I'm trying to be as cooperative and nice to you as I can. So, please step out of the vehicle for me. You know how this works.
I know.
Okay? So I'm asking you nicely.
I know you won't. Just let me go.
I can't let you go. We're way past that point. You know this. You're a lieutenant. You know how this works.
Yeah, I do.
You would tell one of your deputies if they called you right on the side of the road and they asked you what to do. So, if one of your deputies is in the position as I am right now, calling you as a lieutenant, Lieutenant, this is what I got. What should I do? You're just going to say let him go? Why? Just because. You're intoxicated. I know it. You don't put alcohol in the vehicle, then you're stabbing back. I know it. You know it. I'm not losing my career over you. This will make me lose my career over you. So I'm asking you one more time. Step out of this vehicle nicely for me. Brian, we're way past. Can't. I can't. Brian,
No. If you let me sit here, I'll be
no. Brian, we've already went past that point.
No,
you are. I'm being nice to you.
No.
Any other person you would have drug out of this vehicle, correct?
No. That's
refusing to step out of this vehicle.
In a truly disturbing turn of events, Brian's rank seemed to shield him from the consequences that any ordinary person would face.
Washington County will not do that. Okay, so I think I'm being decent, not yanking you out of the vehicle yet. I don't want to yank you out of this vehicle.
No, just let me go.
I can't. We're done with that.
No.
No. My bosses already know. That's not fine. Step out of this vehicle right now.
Let me go. Be a good guy.
I am being a good guy. Brian, out of this vehicle. I'm asking you nicely. I don't want to see anything worse happen. Okay?
No, just let me go.
Brian. You know, the next thing, I'm going to go hands-on with you. You're going to go to jail for R&O. You want that. Out of this vehicle right now.
The officers, remarkably patient, attempted to reason with him, even as he repeatedly defied their orders.
Being very cooperative with you. Nice to you.
No, you're not.
My hands are tied.
No.
I cannot let someone go drunk.
And sleep it off. That's all I ask.
We're way past that point, Brian.
No, we're not.
Yes, we are.
No, we're not.
I had multiple 911 calls.
No, that's why I'm saying.
You wouldn't have stopped without me letting you up.
For you.
You wouldn't have stopped.
I stopped for you.
Yes, you did. You wouldn't have. If I didn't get behind you.
Oh my gosh. How would I? Okay.
You know intoxication.
Just let me stop over and call it. Okay.
I can't.
Do me a favor.
I can't.
Oh my God.
I'm not losing my career over you.
And I'm not losing my career either.
So you doing exactly what you're doing is not helping your career out.
No, it's not.
Officer Zachary, however, stood firm, reminding Brian that even they, as law enforcement officers, were not above the law.
Let me.
I can't.
Yes, you can.
You think I want to do this? Arrest a fellow cop?
Yes, I think you do.
Why?
I don't know. Just
I
let me
know
go
this
over.
career. I know what you go through every day.
No, just let me go over.
Why do you think I want to arrest a cop? We're not above the law.
I don't know.
Okay.
I've had. You want to talk? We could talk.
Yes, we can.
But so. Just
And
let
we're
me-
at the point, Ryan, you have to step out of this vehicle now. If I have to yank you out with this being our officer, you are going to go to jail for R&O,
No, I'm not.
along with other charges.
So just let me.
I can't do that. You know that.
Yes, you can.
My boss is already aware of the situation.
Okay, let me go over.
I'm not. No, out of this vehicle now.
No, just let me go over, buddy.
I don't want to fight you.
I'm not gonna fight.
You're resisting already.
No, I'm not. I just want you to let me go.
I can't.
Yes, you can.
No.
Yes, you can.
You're getting recorded.
That's fine.
How can I just let you go knowing you're intoxicated?
No, I said I was gonna go and just.
Brian, it's not like it's a road mirror too.
No, I'm just gonna go rest and I will be on my way.
We can't. We're done with that.
Despite multiple warnings, Brian persisted in his belligerent attitude. Officer Zachary had no choice but to physically remove him from the vehicle.
We just have to. Out.
Brian, go.
No, hold on, guys.
Brian.
One more time.
Step out of the vehicle.
No, one more time.
Step out
You're
of the
going to
vehicle.
get a fucking taser.
No, one
Step
more
out of
time.
the vehicle.
Can we talk about it?
Step out of the vehicle.
17, step it up.
No, can we talk about it? No.
Step out of the vehicle.
You're getting a taser. Back up. Taser right now if you don't get out. Out. Right now. Go to the front of my car.
Brian, in his heavily intoxicated state, could barely stand. His staggering movements made it painfully obvious how drunk he was.
I just pull off.
No. You're going to do field sobriety test for me.
No, just let me pull
Brian, we're done with this.
Hold on.
Talk to me. Yes or no? Are you doing field sobriety test?
All right, so that's with the other situation. What would you do?
I'm in a horrible situation.
I know, just let me.
If I was drunk in your position and you pulled me over,
This
I feel
is
horrible. I'm not going to
crazy.
resist.
I didn't re-
What would you do?
We forcibly out
Yeah, I
you out of
was
this deal.
trying to make a deal.
Okay.
Just let me go. I will.
Yes or no? Are you going to do a field sobriety test for me?
I just want to sleep it off.
Are you going to do a field sobriety test for me?
Can we just sleep it off?
No, we can't sleep it off.
He knows he's being
Are you going to do a field sobriety test for me?
recorded.
I don't know. Come on.
It's a yes or no question.
It's not. Let's just sleep it off.
No. Are you
I
going
will
to
just.
Brian, are you going to do a field sobriety test? Yes?
This
Or
is
no?
the ones that think they're above the law.
No. We're not doing this way.
Even then, he resisted, refusing to comply with sobriety tests.
If you're not going to do field sobriety test, turn around, place your hands on your back, you're under arrest.
No, I'm not.
You are under arrest. You are under arrest.
He said no.
Don't resist,
Oh,
Brian. Come on.
Come on.
Tase him.
Okay,
Tase him.
stop.
You're not
No,
going to.
I'm not resisting, but don't. Let's stop.
You're
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Okay.
We've talked.
No.
You're under arrest.
No,
Place
let's
your hands
just-
behind your back.
No,
Don't make it even worse.
no, I'm not. Let's talk about it. Let's just.
No. Stop. I don't want to put you on the ground.
No,
I don't want to
wanna
make
do
this worse.
All right, I will just sleep it off.
You're, dude, stop it right now. You know,
Stop tensing up, man.
stop it. You are getting handcuffs on because you're fighting us the entire time.
In a stunning revelation, Brian mentioned a supposed cop-to-cop deal, a shady arrangement known among officers.
What do we got to talk about?
Well, not much talking about. You know what happens. We're going to take you to the jail and ask for a data master. If you refuse that, we're going to get a search warrant for your blood. Take you to the hospital and get blood.
All right, so let's make a deal.
Oh. What kind of deal do you want to make?
A cop to a cop? That's the deal.
Cop to
They're
cop.
on a
Why are you putting
game
me in that
show
situation?
now. Let's make a
Right.
deal.
I didn't drink.
Okay, that's fine.
Didn't drive. Drunk.
We got a lot going on.
Would you like behind
said
we all have a lot
floor
going on in our
one?
lives.
However,
Two
Deputy
or
Morrison,
three.
refusing to be dragged down with
They're all
Brian,
jail.
remained resolute.
You're going to sit back in my car.
No, just.
There's no about it. You were sitting back in my car.
No,
Step
let's
back.
talk
Step
about it.
back.
No, I'm not going to fight, but.
Have a seat.
No, let's talk about it.
Have a seat. We've tried talking. You don't want to talk. You didn't want
Yeah,
to talk.
no, you don't want to
So
talk. I said I would hang out on the
Have
side
a
of the
seat.
road,
Right.
and I would go to.
have a seat.
No.
You guys, we talked, I think it was just yesterday, about citizens when this happens to them. Why don't they just give in and, don't fight, just go to jail? Well, looky here, is an officer, a lieutenant at that. And look how he's fighting. I really hope they tase him or, put him to the ground, like he said,
You come on. You're not.
No.
You're any other person's gonna get an R&O charge. You know this.
I don't know.
Have a seat.
No. Hey, watch your head.
Have a
Watch
seat.
your head, please. No. Guys, let's talk about it, okay?
I've tried.
No, we
Have a
have
seat.
not talked.
The situation escalated and force became the only option.
Talk about it, buddy. Sit down. We'll talk. No, we won't. Okay, then sit down. We won't talk. Regardless, we won't sit down.
Have a seat. Watch your head. In my car.
Stop. I'm not gonna fight.
I just grab a shoulder and start pulling him. Brian, please don't kick me. That's all I'm going to ask.
Bring your foot in and sit upright. There's one, there's two, that's it.
Stay right here.
No.
Yes. Brian, don't.
Stop.
Brian was forcibly restrained and placed in the back of a police cruiser. Upon testing, his blood alcohol content was a staggering 0.27, 3 times the legal limit. Despite his 21-year tenure, Brian faced consequences, albeit lenient ones. He was put on unpaid administrative leave during an internal investigation and later reinstated in a diminished capacity, a move seen by many as a result of his position, rather than justice served. If you believe these officers should face real consequences, you're not alone. In this gripping story, Sergeant Jennifer Larson and Lieutenant Donald
That's
Miazzo,
sad. He
both
had his
police officers
job.
with over 20 years of service, find themselves facing accusations of the unlawful detention and arrest of a woman named Samantha, also known as Pink Camera Magic on YouTube.
Hey, ma'am, you know it's a public building?
Exactly, that's why I'm recording it.
It's also a court facility,
Pink,
Yep.
which there is a judicial
what
law
was it?
or judicial
Pink
order
camera-
that says that you cannot tape this building.
Can I see that order?
Yes, come on in. We're going to check your IDs too.
Oh, no, I'm not going in.
Oh, yeah, no. We're going to run you too.
No, that's
We're
all
going to
right.
get your name. We're going to do a report and everything. So come on in.
No.
No, yeah, you're going to come in now.
Am I being detained?
Yes.
For what?
Because right now you are doing something suspicious.
That's not a reason to detain anybody.
Well, it is for Diana. Come on.
It's really not.
Let's go
So I'm just
inside,
going to stay here and continue recording.
Okay. You're going to come in and we're going to find out who you are and what you're doing here.
No, you're not.
Okay. All right, who's got cuffs? She does not want to go agreeable.
The incident occurred when Samantha, legally recording at the Cook County Courthouse from outside, was approached by Lieutenant Miazzo, who incorrectly claimed she couldn't film in a public building without providing her identification. Unbeknownst to him, it is entirely legal to photograph or film public places in all states, except when oral conversations are recorded, which was not the case here.
You're not.
Remaining silent.
It is only making it worse. Do you want to give us an
Remaining
ID?
silent. Remaining silent. Don't consent to searches.
What's going on there?
I don't know.
Every crazy woman in the building. All we're asking for an ID.
We're asking for an ID.
We'll do a report. You can go on your way with your camera. Otherwise, I'm going to confiscate the camera and we're going to take it
For what
downstairs
crime?
and print you. Because you're suspicious.
Remaining silent.
Despite Samantha's clear understanding of her rights, Lieutenant Miazzo forcefully seized her camera after being recorded multiple times, leading to her detention and subsequent arrest.
Choice. You can either give us an ID so that we can do a report on this and find out who you are, or we're going to take you in front of the presiding judge. He's going to hold you in contempt. Which means that he can hold you for as long as he wants.
Remaining silent.
Okay, let's do it.
10 minutes went by, and then Lieutenant Milazzo finally came back with news, or better called threats, against Samantha, who, as everyone should do, just remained in silence.
Okay.
Yes.
We're going to probably take her in front of the judge.
Okay.
He's going to hold her in contempt for, I think right now he's doing 90 days.
Okay.
So, is that okay with you?
Remaining silent.
Okay, but you realize you're going to go to Cook County Jail for 90 days.
Remaining silent.
Okay.
Okay.
Now you have an option. All you have to do is show us an ID so that we can do a report, and we'll let you go on your way.
I have an option?
We told you that before.
Because right now you're just obstructing. And you're in contempt.
Obstructing what?
You're obstructing us from doing our job.
Remaining silent.
All right, cuff her. Let's get her purse.
Ken.
Get her stuff.
I don't consent to searches.
Well, we don't care anymore.
Throughout this challenging journey, both officers displayed a shocking lack of knowledge about the law, engaging in unlawful detainment, intimidation, illegal arrest, neglect of duty, and destruction of private property. Undeterred, Samantha eventually secured legal representation, leading to a lawsuit against Cook County for multiple civil rights violations. During the deposition, Sergeant Larson's lack of legal knowledge was exposed, highlighting the incompetence within the police force.
Is it against the law to take pictures of a courthouse from outside?
No, not that I know.
Okay. Is it lawful to arrest somebody for taking pictures outside of the courthouse?
No, not that I know.
Okay. Is there something suspicious?
Okay, sorry.
I gotta get every word if it's on video.
Are you familiar with this case at all?
Which case?
The case that brings us here today, that you're testifying in.
Yes.
Okay, and in a nutshell, what's the case about?
I would say that Amanda is, I guess I called you to say that she was outside videoing when she shouldn't have been. So she's saying we violated her amendment rights.
You're correct. When you say when she shouldn't have been, what does that mean? Was she doing something wrong?
Just something unusual, what us as officers would consider unusual.
Unusual, okay. Depending on where you are in the country, Mormons are unusual, right? Depending on where you are, might be unusual to see a Mormon. Do you get to detain Mormons in those places?
I don't know if people detain Mormons. I don't know if they detain Mormons.
Would it be lawful? Just because it's unusual?
No, I don't.
Okay. Is there something unlawful about recording outside of a building?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Let me ask you this. Was Miss doing anything illegal when she was detained?
In contrast, Lieutenant Miazzo pretended ignorance, refusing to admit his wrongdoing despite clear evidence to the contrary. He even went so far as to involve a judge in his illicit attempts to delete recorded files.
Ask her what she was doing and why she was doing it, just to get who she was and why.
You and I agree on that you had the right to ask her whatever you wanted to ask her. Did you have the right to put her in handcuffs?
Officer safety.
For the security of the officers, yes.
Okay. What made her a threat?
Her refusing to give any information that was requested of her.
Was she legally obligated to give that information?
When an officer has asked her for security purposes to give her identity up, yes, we do have the right to ask for an identity of somebody for our safety.
It could be reasonable suspicion that the person committed a criminal offense or violated a law.
Because I don't know the law exactly.
At least we saw so far how Jennifer takes responsibility and accepts that she doesn't know the law, in big contrast to her lieutenant, who instead pretends not to understand any of the questions the lawyer asks and makes fun of the situation.
If you could go back in time to the day that you arrested her, would you still arrest her?
So you're asking me if I can go back in time?
Yeah.
I don't know how I could do that.
Okay. Did you understand my question?
I did, and you're asking me to suppose whether or not I can go back in time. I can't.
So you can't tell me if you would still arrest her?
I can't tell you what would happen on that day if I went back in time, no.
Okay. Is this an attempt to be funny?
Not a bit.
Are you trying to answer my questions?
I'm trying to answer your question.
You really can't figure this out because you can't wrap your head around time travel.
I'm going to object. Again, I mean, I'm going to object. It's getting to be harassing again. Is this what the question is? Hypothetical time travel backwards?
Is that really how you interpreted the question?
Is that what you're asking? If you could go back in time, would you do it differently? Is that not what you're asking?
Yeah, that is what I asked. Any reasonable suspicion that she was committing a crime, yes or no?
We weren't sure what she was doing.
Okay, so if you don't know what somebody's doing, do you have reasonable suspicion that they're doing anything in particular?
No, but we have a reasonable response to ask what she was doing.
Right. Agreed. You could ask her what she's doing. And when she refuses to answer, are you now allowed to detain her?
Yes.
Who told you this? That you get to detain people who are videoing and refuse to identify themselves when asked?
No illegal search and seizure.
Right. Unless there's
probable cause.
Or
that's about all I know.
Okay, all right, good enough. She said that's about all I know. All right. Now there was somebody else who asked you the same question that I just asked you about your familiarity with the Fourth Amendment. Who's in this room right now? Do you know who that person was? My client. She asked you that, didn't she?
I don't recall.
She asked you, "Are you familiar with the Fourth Amendment?" You don't remember that?
No.
Her answer was, "Oh, great. Why do we always get the crazies?" Would you dispute that?
No.
Does that sound like something you would say to somebody?
That's something I did say that day, yes.
So you remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember saying that in response to the question, are you familiar with the Fourth Amendment?
No, I just remember saying it.
Why is it that you felt she was one of the crazies?
When people act in a way that is not in their best interest.
How is she acting that was not in her best interest?
Well, at any time, all she had to do was identify herself. We could have done our report. You have an option. All you have to do is show us an ID so that we could do a report, and we'll let you go on your way. And everything could have gone the own.
And if somebody were to threaten you that unless you comply with their demands, they're going to put you in handcuffs, would you automatically necessarily comply with their demands?
Yes.
No, object.
You would.
Calls for speculation.
He was able to answer. So you would. So even if there's somebody who is acting as a law enforcement officer, giving you an unlawful order, threatening you with detainment or arrest or 90 days jail, if you don't comply with their unlawful demands, you would still comply?
Yes.
Alrighty. Is that what you expected her to do, to comply?
Yes.
A law that requires people to identify themselves when requested by law enforcement?
I don't know.
Her pictures?
No.
Who did?
Don't know.
You don't know who deleted her pictures?
No.
By the time you got in front of Judge Peter Felice, they were deleted, weren't they?
As far as I know, they were still on there.
You grabbed her camera away from her outside, did you not?
Yes.
From that point until you were in front of Judge Peter Felice, did she ever hold her camera again?
No.
Okay, so you had it the entire time.
Yes.
Didn't Judge Peter Felice talk to you about whether the pictures had been deleted?
He asked for the memory thing so he could delete them.
Said that he asked you for the memory card because he wanted to delete the pictures. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And if he were to testify at some point in time that he absolutely, categorically did not delete those pictures, then would you want to change your answer as to whether you or one of your people did?
I'm going to object. Calls for speculation.
No one had custody of the camera but me.
Okay. Would it have been lawful for you to delete her pictures?
I don't know.
So what do you think? Are you allowed to go over to people's pictures and delete them?
No.
Without a court order?
No.
Right. That would be a violation of which amendment? Do you know?
Depends on the case.
Oh, I got you. Okay. Tell me the case in which you would continue to ask questions of somebody in custody after they ask for a lawyer.
If we're doing an investigation, we're going to ask.
I got you. Okay. Do you know which amendment it is that allows people to demand a lawyer? Do you have any idea?
No.
Have you ever read anybody the Miranda rights?
No.
You've never read anybody their Miranda rights?
No.
Have you ever arrested anybody?
No.
Other than Ms. Berquist?
No.
And you don't know the Miranda rights?
Not offhand, no.
All right. When you arrest somebody, do you have to advise them that they have the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Do you have to advise them that they have the right to an attorney?
Yes.
Do you have to advise them that if they cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided to them?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what if somebody says, yes, I want to talk to an attorney? Do you get to keep asking them questions? Or do you have to call a lawyer for them before you want to ask any more questions?
I don't know.
You don't know? You don't know if you're allowed to keep asking questions of somebody in custody after they ask for a lawyer?
No.
How long have you been employed at Cook County Sheriff's?
27 years.
27
Wow, 27 years. He has never arrested anyone, supposedly. Never read anyone Miranda rights, didn't know the Miranda rights, doesn't know amendments, doesn't know that you can record outside of a courthouse and don't have to identify yourself. Wow, you guys, I hope he loses his job.
years. I imagine you only became a lieutenant recently?
No.
How long ago did you become a lieutenant?
22 years ago.
You've been a lieutenant for 22 years and you don't know the Miranda rights?
Yes.
Despite these revelations, the case remains open, serving as a stark reminder of the corruption that permeates law enforcement agencies. In the afternoon of April 27, 2018, New Jersey Police Lieutenant John A. Chu was spotted driving erratically in his truck on Breakwater Road, heading towards Route 9. Concerned neighbors promptly called the police when they almost witnessed multiple crashes. To their astonishment, when the officers arrived at the scene, they discovered that the troublemaker was none other than their own boss.
Hey, LT, how you doing?
How many you driving erratic?
Erratic driver.
Get it home?
Oh. Hey, I'm sorry to bother you. My mic's live, just so you know, at this point. I mean, my camera. We had an erratic driver call. Lieutenant Chu.
Realizing the gravity of the situation, one of the officers discreetly activated his body camera and reported the incident over the radio, ensuring that everything was being recorded.
Did you see who was... Just tell me stand by.
The presence of body cams became crucial, as it ensured accountability in what unfolded next.
Yeah. Yes. You? You're not. Turn it on.
Oh, that's I switched cameras up.
What did he say? I was behind him. I was behind you. Did you get any? Yes. We gotta do what we gotta do.
Initially unsure of how to handle the situation, the officers deliberated and even attempted to contact another lieutenant for guidance. However, Lieutenant Chu's behavior left them with no choice.
You told him to just hang tight. You didn't observe any alcohol in the thing or anything? I know you probably it's high truck. Is there an odor yet or anything?
No.
You didn't get an odor? All right. I'll call Edwards.
Why do they have it blocked out?
We're gonna have to pull him out. Hey, I'm gonna be I'm not gonna be able to pick you up. Can you drive in? We have an incident. Now my mic's live. We're on 38 right now with someone we work with. Hang on one second. We had an erratic driver call. Lieutenant Chu. We pulled him over. We're doing some investigation right now. I'm waiting for Lieutenant Philly coming back, so I'm going to be late picking up. Obviously, if you can drive in. All right, thanks.
Can you just let me go for a conference real quick?
Hang on. Feed our cameras at all or anything? Okay. Absolutely. Yep. All right, so we're going to pull him out. We can't beat our cameras. Can't do anything. Let's hope. Hopefully, all right. Safe to drive. We're just coming in.
Finally, after 5 minutes since they pulled him over, they are finally confronting Chu, as they should have done from the start.
Hey, LT. So we had the erratic driver call on you. I just knew she had some observation. We have to handle this like anything else. He's going to ask you to step out. We're going to talk to Lieutenant Brioli. All right? He's gonna make sure you're safe to operate the vehicle.
I just drive it half a mile.
I understand, but everything's recorded now, sir. You know that. We got to handle it how we have to handle it. Trust us. We don't want to be put in this position either.
Yeah, I get it.
Can you step out, sir? He's just going to talk to you. You know how it is. He's going to ask you some questions, make sure you're all right.
I'm fine.
He was subjected to a DUI test, which he predictably failed. His staggering intoxication was evident. He couldn't even perform basic sobriety tests.
Hands together, feet down at your side. You're going to raise either leg of your choice. Keep your foot parallel to the ground. And you're going to count. 1001, 1002, 1003. While you're counting, I want you to look down to your toe. Keep both knees locked out. You understand?
This is our law enforcement, guys.
You want to complete the test?
No, I don't.
Okay. You don't want to complete the test, sir?
No.
All right. So you know we don't be put in this position.
You know what, John? I get it.
You don't have your weapon on you or anything? You don't have any firearms?
No, it's shit.
No, it's stuff like that. Sorry.
Shit, no.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Despite the mounting evidence against him, Lieutenant Chu remained defiant. He resisted arrest, displaying a shocking sense of entitlement.
Visions. LT, we're going to have to bring you and put you on the box based on the test. You know we don't want to do this. We have to. Everything's recorded. You understand that?
No, I get that.
Even in the face of impending legal consequences, he continued to challenge the authority of the officers.
I would love to know who called.
You can find that out. You know that. You can find out. I don't know who called. I do not know, but you know you'll be able to find that out.
LT, at this point, our hands are tied. I hope you understand. I totally get it.
We don't want to make the situation any worse, sir.
No, listen,
You know?
I
know you're not gonna
make it worse.
I understand that. I knew you wouldn't. That's what I'm saying. We need to get you in the back of the car, get you out of here.
Let me ask you this. Can I have 20 minutes?
Sir, you know we cannot do that. Everything is, sir.
No, I get it. I totally get it.
See, people are starting to drive by. LT, let's get you out of here, okay? Can you come with us?
Yeah.
You
know what?
What's up? I can't let you get in the car. You know that.
Well, then you drive it.
Well, if you have someone on scene, we can get it. I see Mr. Eccles here. We can try to get him to
drive my truck home, please.
The keys are in it. We'll handle that. LT, we'll handle that. All right. Just do front search. Okay. Don't put him in the back. I'm saying you cuff him in the front. LT, you know you can't do that, sir. We can't have you in the front seat.
You can't have you in the front seat.
We're not going to cuff you in the back, okay? We're going to do it in the front, all right?
Are you serious?
Yeah, sir. You understand this. You need to be in our position. John, please, John. Please, John. John, please. We'll get you the help you need. Let's just, come on. You know we don't want to do this to you. All right, we gotta get this process up. People are starting to calm. We're all gonna get. You know what? Other people responding out here. Sir, I would like you. This is what's gonna happen. We're gonna get you behind this door so no one sees. Mike's gonna put the cuffs on you and.
No, there's no cuffs.
You want us to do policies and procedures? Let me call the LT. You can shut the door for now.
His blatant disregard for the law was further emphasized when he was handcuffed in an unusual manner. Cuffed in the front.
In the front. We can do it in the front. We gotta do it. LT, we just talked to Lieutenant Frill. We have to in the front. We'll do it right here. Don't have to do it behind your back. Okay? Please, please cooperate.
John, come on.
John, we don't want this to turn into anything more. You know that. We don't want it. But we cannot lose our jobs. You understand, sir? You're my first sergeant. Thank you. I have to get it towed. I have to tell it.
Oh, wow.
But we've had guys get these before and get back to work, just so you know. I know. I hope so too. It's terrible.
Deviating from standard procedure. Following his arrest, it was revealed that Lieutenant Chu's blood alcohol level was a staggering 0.36%, a condition classified as alcohol poisoning and potentially life-threatening. He was promptly taken to the hospital for immediate medical attention. Subsequently, he faced suspension from duty, was terminated from his position, and slapped with a hefty fine of $700. This incident highlighted the importance of body cameras ensuring transparency and accountability even in the face of corruption and entitlement. The episode served as a stark reminder that nobody, not even those in positions of authority, is above the law. The quiet rural town of Boone, Arkansas, Chief Deputy Michael Kyle Dunn Newton found himself in an unexpected predicament. Behind the wheel, he had veered dangerously off the road, catching the attention of a vigilant police officer. Oblivious to the officer's watchful eyes, he continued his reckless path, oblivious to the unfolding danger. As the officer approached, suspicions arose, prompting a routine traffic stop. Unbeknownst to the officer, they were dealing with a man of significant influence.
Hello. Hey, I'm Trooper Valentine, Arkansas State Police. Stop because you look like you're having trouble controlling your vehicle. All right, what's going on? Why? Okay. Your arm? Okay, where is it? Huh? It's on your chest? Huh? Been drinking a little? Okay. All right. Can I see your driver's license? Where are you coming from? Several Missouri. Okay. How much have you had to drink? Not much. Okay. Well, is your vehicle off? Turn it off for me. All right. Go ahead and step out with me, okay? So you got a gun on you? It's off. It's off of you? Is it in the vehicle? Yeah. Okay. So you're a deputy? I'm the chief deputy. You're the chief? Okay. Well, so you know better. I've had some bad times. Okay. Well, I understand that. But, I mean, you know we can't be out driving if we've been drinking. Yeah. And, I caught you coming back onto the highway back there. You almost hit a sign and then followed you for a little while and you touched the yellow line twice, touched the white line twice, okay? Okay. All right. So I'm going to do some tests on you. All right. You know how all this is going to go. If you are impaired, there's nothing I can do for you. Okay? Because it's not, it wasn't my choice, whatever you've done. And, my job's going to be on the line just like yours is, okay?
Despite his status, Michael was subjected to sobriety tests, a formality he assumed would be easily dismissed.
Go ahead and stand. All right. You gonna be all right? Yeah. All right. Go ahead and stand up for me right here, okay? And face my car. Do you want to go through these tests or you just want me to take you in? Huh? I won't take you to Newton. We're in Boone right now. So I'll be taking you to Boone. Okay. I know it sucks. All right. But like I said, it's not my choice. Can you give me a break, man? You know I can. Absolutely can. It's on camera. I can't do anything about it. I've got family out here on this highway. I'm sure you do too.
However, the situation took a sharp turn when the officer remained steadfast, refusing any attempts at negotiation.
All right. So, again, it's up to you. But like I said, we can't sit here all day. So, either we can do some tests here. I can PBT you. We can see where you're at. You know the law. If you're under 8%, it's still up to me, you know, between 4% and 8%, whether I want to take you to jail or not. I do have some bad driving. If you're under 8%, I can work with you. If you got somebody that can come get you, we can go that route. Okay. I can't do that. I can't, without testing you, yes, sir. You know that I have no discretion when it comes to DWI.
That's right.
No, it's not. We've got cameras, we've got everything else. It's not like it used to be.
Caught off guard, Michael realized the gravity of his situation. His futile attempts to wriggle out of trouble only worsened matters.
All right, do me a favor. Walk up this way. Go ahead and put your hands on my car. All right, we're just going to go through this like we normally do. I just got to follow policy, man. If I want them to back me up, I got to do what they want me to do. All right? Go ahead and put your hands on there. Bring your feet backwards toward me. No, put your hands on the car for me. Bring your feet back. All right. So you don't have anything on. I will do the professional courtesy if you want. We can. I can just cuff you in the front, sit you in the back of my car. You want to do that? Or you rather have them behind me? Seriously? Like I said, it's policy. Yeah. All right. Yeah. You want me to follow policy? It's bullshit. Anyway, but okay.
Then Michael is finally arrested
You
and put in the
can't
back
get
seat of the
mad,
car.
dude.
Let's go. I'll follow you. Yeah, we'll sit you in the back seat. Go ahead. Okay, yeah, sure. Go. We'll go on the side. No, go on the passenger side. You want me both of them? Are you serious? You know what we're doing? I mean, that's up to you, I guess.
Man.
It's not my fault. Don't look at me like that.
No, it's my fault.
Okay. I mean, like I said, I do not want to do this to another law enforcement officer. I've always heard about it happening. Never wanted it to happen to me. Okay? But like I said, there's nothing I can do about it. Right. You understand that?
No, I do
not.
I know it's not on you.
Okay. If you were some other guy out here, you know, driving around suspended, you know, no job, whatever, I'd be doing the same thing.
Handcuffed and resigned, he was led to the back seat of the police car, his professional life crumbling around him. Just when he thought things couldn't get worse, a wave of despair crashed over him.
Can you let me out, man? I mean,
well, I don't want to do that, and I'm not saying you can run or do anything stupid, but you know.
This is the good old chief of police.
And you are no better than Jamie Ralston. And all she wants to say to you is for you to come get your stuff. Because if you care about her, you lose your
His refusal to undergo a chemical breath test resulted in a $800 fine. In the end, he not only lost his position as chief, but was also handed a harsh 1-year prison sentence. This incident served as a stark reminder that the abuse of power by those in authority was an ongoing issue, a problem far from being eradicated. On the night of May 17, 2022, Elise Cornelio found herself in a precarious situation while driving on the highway. A police officer pulled her over for speeding at 56 miles per hour in a 40-mile-per-hour zone and driving erratically. When asked for her ID, Elise, aware that she didn't have her driver's license,
Okay, so driver's license, registration, proof of insurance?
I'm a Pinellas County deputy.
Okay.
And my driver's license.
Huh?
I'm a Pinellas County deputy.
immediately tried to leverage her position as a county deputy to escape the situation. Little did she know how badly things would unravel for her.
Do you have your license, registration? No? You don't? Do you have your ID on you? Do you have any weapons on you?
No.
Okay.
Well, I'm a deputy, but
that's why I'm asking. Do you have any weapons on you?
I live right there.
Okay.
I would normally, but
do you have some kind of ID or anything on you?
My ID is not here, but I'm a Pinellas County deputy.
Okay. Do you have some kind of ID on you?
I was just driving that way. I dropped my friend off, and then I went this way because I live right there.
I get that, but I pulled you over because you were flying past everybody and you were...
No, I was just driving.
Okay, when I was pulling behind you, at this point you were going like 56 and a 40. You were flying.
No, I was not flying. I was just...
Do you have your registration with your name on it or anything?
Well, this car is not mine, so...
Okay. Do you have anything with your name on it?
Despite being repeatedly asked for identification, Elise only managed to find her driver's license, not her work license, raising doubts about the authenticity of her claims.
Do you have your work ID?
No, it's at home in my cruiser.
Where do you live at?
I live at...
It's not the address on your license?
No. Really right.
Whose car is this?
My father's.
Meanwhile, another officer observed her and suspected she was under the influence of something.
You said you were a deputy?
Yes.
Where at?
Dallas County Sheriff's Office.
Oh, you're with us all nice.
Yeah.
How long you been with us?
5 years. I mean, I could get out, I could get in. I mean, you could come in.
No, you're good right here.
Listen, I'm
You're
just
good.
trying to, I don't know, whatever you guys want to do, whatever
Oh,
it
you're
is.
good. I'm just-
I live at that light right there.
Gotcha.
So if you want to hang out, if you don't want to hang out,
Where you coming from?
not even long. You know Gandy Boulevard?
Mm-hmm.
I picked up someone, brought them over to their house, and then I was going back to my house.
Gotcha.
Because I am just living my life.
I gotcha.
And they actually live with Pinellas. And so I was like, oh, I'll bring you home.
Gotcha.
Boom, 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 boom. Easy.
Gotcha.
Espanol, but
Where from?
wait.
So you're Spanish?
Yeah, you say where?
Mm-hmm.
Honey, you know you speak Spanish?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, pero way. Pero way.
Ah, okay. I'm Dominican.
Dominican? Oh, no. No. No.
What's wrong with that?
Italiano, okay? And I only speak some Spanish, okay? For the most part, Italiano.
Gotcha.
But she pulled me over, I do what I want.
I got you.
But you're St. Pete, so it doesn't matter.
Eventually, Elise was asked to step out of the car for further questioning, and it was at this moment that the gravity of her situation dawned on her.
Wait, step over here. Wait, can you walk over? Are you able to walk over here?
Yeah, in the fucking...
No, I just want to get on the sidewalk so we're not.
Shit.
Oh, all right. All right. Talking to you, I'm getting some signs of impairment. Okay, can I check your eyes real quick?
Really?
All right. I want to give you every chance to say that you're fine. Okay. So can I check your eyes real quick?
This is what we're going to do right now?
I don't have a choice.
You don't have a choice.
No.
And you pulled me over for going 10 miles over the speed limit.
Almost 20.
And it's not just speed, it's also how you're driving.
No.
Look,
10 miles over the speed limit.
I'm not going to argue with you. I mean, unfortunately, we're past that point. You understand my position? All right. I want to give you every opportunity for you to show me that you're okay to drive. And I really hope that that's the results we get, okay? But at this point, I can't just look the other way.
That's where you're at right now?
Can I check your eyes real quick?
This is how you're doing it?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I don't have a choice. It's
Yes,
the same
you
for
do.
anybody else.
No, yes, you do.
I can't treat anybody any differently.
Yes, you would.
No.
I wasn't in other people's lanes.
Okay. I'm not going to argue about that. There's dash cam video and all of that, okay? But we're past that point right now. The point is you were stopped. You're showing signs of impairment.
No, I'm not showing.
Okay. All right. I want to give you every opportunity to show
You know
that
what?
that's not the case.
I want to ask.
Mhm.
What signs of impairment was I showing?
You've got bloodshot, watery eyes. You have slurred
Nope,
speech.
nope. I want to know.
Okay.
Pulling over. What was the signs of impairment?
I'm not gonna.
Because I do not have bloodshot, watery eyes because I have contact lenses in my eyes.
Okay.
I have contact lenses
I'm
in.
not trying to argue with you, okay? I'm hoping that you can show me that you're okay to drive, okay? But I have to go forward with this. I have to at least investigate
No,
it.
I just want to know.
I explained to you. You smell very strongly of alcohol. Your movements have been very slow and fumbling. You have a very dazed facial expression. All these are signs of impairment. Okay. Again, if you're good to drive, perfect. But I have to investigate that.
When asked to perform a sobriety test, Elise, though reluctant, agreed.
Like I said, I'm just conducting an investigation at this point. I want to give you every opportunity. You're saying that you're fine. I want to give you every opportunity to show me that.
There's no way in hell. No way in hell.
Okay. Can I check your eyes real quick? Just make sure that you're okay.
You're gonna check it? No.
She underwent various tests, including an eye examination and a walk test. However, her performance was far from satisfactory.
New?
Been here longer than I have.
Then why is she doing this? I live right there. She doesn't care. She wants to people over.
Pretty sure that's not what she wants to do.
So, in the sense of being a deputy, with her doing this, what are your thoughts?
What do you mean?
In the fact of me acing this or not, it doesn't matter, right?
No, I mean, That's the point of this, right? If you don't show signs of impairment or why you do it, it's better for you. That's why we give you that option.
I'm still gonna be perfect for this.
There you go.
Because Elise completely failed all of the sobriety tests the police officer did on her, she's questioned one more time about how much alcohol she had, but she refuses to give in.
How much did you have? So why do you smell like alcohol?
I do not smell like alcohol. I smell like pigment.
That's not pigment. That's very strong alcohol.
What is pigment?
I mean, you're a deputy, you know about HGM, okay? That's caused by alcohol. So, how much did you have to drink? Nothing. You don't want to be honest with me?
She failed all the sobriety tests administered by the police officer. Despite being questioned about her alcohol consumption, Elise refused to cooperate. Consequently, she was placed under arrest. Later, Elise underwent a breath alcohol test, revealing her blood alcohol concentration (BAC) to be a staggering 0.206%. The consequences were swift. She was fired from her position the very next day. This incident serves as a stark reminder of the perils of impaired driving. If you found this account intriguing, stay tuned for more stories. Goodbye. December 14th. 2021, officers Galt and Beatty wrongly detained Mr. Jeffrey Gray, a veteran, simply because he was holding a sign that said, "God bless the homeless." The officers were responding to a call from the brewery company's manager and RP Axel, who claimed that Jeff was trespassing and bothering employees and customers for money. Approaching Jeff, Officer Galt confronted him about the complaint, demanding to see his ID, which Jeff rightfully refused. Jeff asserted his right to stand on the public sidewalk without breaking any laws.
Yeah, asking the customers for money and stuff like that.
God bless them.
Okay, well, they don't want you up front of the business.
I don't want you up in front of the business.
Okay, well, that's not how this is
So you
going
can
to
go get your car now?
No.
I'll give you 5 seconds. You can your car. And that's it.
They just don't want you up here anymore.
Oh, okay. They don't have the authority to tell me not to be here.
They said you're asking for money and stuff like that.
What they said? It's hearsay.
Huh?
It's hearsay.
That's,
I say I'm not asking for money.
Okay, well, they said you're up front. So can you just go somewhere else?
No.
Why?
Because I'm not listening. I'll put in my heart to stand right here. I'm staying right here.
Okay, but they don't want you blocking the sidewalk and stuff.
I'm not blocking the sidewalk.
Okay, give your ID on me?
I don't have any ID on me.
Okay.
If I did, I wouldn't get you anyway.
All right, well, you need to just move along. That's all they want you to do.
Not happening.
Why?
Because you're just saying God bless someone's house.
Okay, yeah, you have the right to do that. Yeah, they just don't want you in front of the business.
Officer Galt, who was unaware of panhandling ordinances, continued to question employees from the brewery company.
You guys told him? Yeah, yes, sir. Are you going to ask him for money? Yeah. He's just saying, he's doing his political God bless America stuff. He's on his public sidewalk. He doesn't want to leave. You guys have one?
No. One of my employees has a on board at another location. I've never seen it before here. I've had a couple of customers that he asked me to go up the street and do that. I tried to talk to him.
He's saying he's on his public sidewalk. I have to do for money. He's just saying, God
When
bless.
I went out there, he was on our sidewalk, on our side of the sidewalk.
Is that maybe we could just say he's on the public sidewalk?
I'd rather he didn't.
He's recording me. I'm recording him. This is going to be. He doesn't want to identify himself, so.
And that's not like him harassing customers out there.
Despite Jeff's clear understanding of his rights, Officer BD arrived at the scene, accusing him of panhandling, confiscating his gun, and detaining him unlawfully.
So they have every right to have you belong. And since we're here, because they're called for you, we have to identify you.
I'm not giving you any ID.
If you don't, we'll go to jail.
I'm not giving you any ID. I got showed him. I wish I come out.
It's,
this is my ID.
You want to play that game?
I'm not showing you anything else. At this point, I'm invoking my right to remain silent. I'm invoking my right to have my attorney question questions. When I answer any questions, I'm not giving you ID.
Okay. I'm just making sure that you understand that your attorney has nothing to do with us. That your attorney has to do with court. It's not us. And because we're here for you, we have the right to an investigation to identify you.
I'm not identifying myself.
So you're going to end up going to jail.
I told him my name is Jeff, and that's all I'm giving you.
No, if you want to give us your information, then that's fine. But we still have to.
Am I being detained?
Yes.
For what?
For the identification of you, which is an investigation that they started.
I'm not giving you ID. I like to remain silent.
At this point, you're being detained. Okay. So this is. Do you have anything in your pocket? So poke, stab, or anything?
Since you're asking if I have anything in my pockets, I am armed lawfully.
Okay. So here. Okay. Where's that?
Here's my hands. It's in my pocket.
In your front pocket?
Yeah. Here's my hands.
Perfect.
Matter of fact, once you guys just put me in the cuffs, I don't want to do it.
You are allowed to get money. Your attorney is a court. That's not. All we want to do is identify you so that
I don't consider any searches. I don't think we see.
Well, you're right now. I'm making sure you have no knives on you. And then when they write a statement saying that you were breaking the law, it's this. That knife or no? Is that knife?
I have a couple knives.
Okay.
There's 2 magazines in the left pocket. I don't consider any searches.
It's fine. You just told me there's magazines to the gun that I just pulled off, so I'm just grabbing those. Stuff.
In a surprising turn, further investigation revealed Jeff's innocence. He was well within his rights to be on the sidewalk and had a valid weapon carry permit.
Your sign doesn't say anything about money. And I just asked the guy who's sitting on the porch, and he says he didn't hear you about money. And so the only person who has a complaint about you standing on city property, which is not his problem, which is what I was explaining to him.
I just want to stand there on the sidewalk.
That's what I was trying to tell you. Did you ever remember what's going on? So you have the right to be on the sidewalks, and you have a CCW. The right to carry.
The incident highlighted the officer's lack of understanding about panhandling ordinances and showcased Jeff's strong knowledge of the law, ultimately leading to a supervisory inquiry into the matter. Law enforcement officers must be held accountable when they violate the rights of innocent citizens. The actions of these officers, often based on misunderstandings of city laws, underscore the significance of adequate training and supervision. Responsibility lies not only with the officers but also with the legal system. Supervisors must ensure that their team is well versed in the laws they enforce. It's essential to understand that even though they are representatives of the law, their motivations might not always align with your best interests. On the evening of Friday, December 31st, 2021, Officer Galt was sworn in and informed of the perjury consequences he'd face if he reported incorrect information. He also received a Garrity warning, emphasizing the seriousness of providing accurate details.
When you made contact with, we'll call him Mr. Gray because we ultimately did identify him during the encounter. Can you describe the interaction you had with him?
I was just trying to be like people, like I am with calls, just trying to get to know who he was, what his purpose was there. He was really blunt, not like straight up, not like asking or answering my just questions, just normal questions I had. Just what were you doing there? Is there a purpose you're up here? Stuff like that. He was just keep it to himself at that point.
Okay. What did he tell you he was doing?
That he was just whatever the sign was like, God bless the homeless vets. He was just trying to make people aware that God needs to bless the homeless vets. Okay. He just kept going on that topic.
Where was he at when you first encountered him?
On the sidewalk, by the car, by the light post.
By the car? Yeah, the car's parked. Yeah. Okay. Why did you ask Mr. Gray to move along or leave the area?
The business owner said initially saying that he was asking his customers for money. He just didn't want him up front of his business.
Okay. What was Mr. Gray's response?
He said he wasn't going to move. That he has the right to be there. He didn't want to. He didn't feel like he moved.
During his questioning about the incident with Mr. Gray, it became apparent that Officer Galt had violated Jeff's right as a citizen to remain anonymous. This revealed Officer Galt's lack of familiarity with the laws he was meant to uphold and protect.
Why did you tell Mr. Gray that asking for money is technically against city ordinance?
At that point, I thought panhandling was a city ordinance violation.
Okay, so it was your belief that it was?
Yes.
Where did you get that?
I thought that early on in the training that we had the call, and there was people asking for money, and I thought that we looked up a city ordinance violation that was panhandling. And it's not a city ordinance violation, it's a state statute actually. So
for what's the state statute refer to?
Like if you're blocking, like stepping out of traffic, blocking people's right to move.
So it's a 316 violation for some type of impediment of traffic, right? If you're
traffic, right.
Soliciting or entering traffic patterns, right? That wasn't the case here, was it? Okay. So at this point in your investigation, did you have any reasonable or articulable suspicion that Mr. Gray was committing, or was about to commit a crime or a violation of city ordinance?
At that point, I believed he might have been asking people for money due to him not answering my questions. So that's why I went back out to re-engage with him. I thought we had something maybe stirring up.
So at this point, you're still thinking panhandling is a city ordinance violation, and you're acting on that assumption to try to continue the investigation. Okay.
Officer Dalton then recounted Officer Beatty's initial encounter with Mr. Gray, criticizing Beatty for not intervening and taking appropriate action.
Can you describe Officer Beatty's initial contact with Mr. Gray?
He was asking him the kind of same questions I was, starting over the process. And then when he didn't want to identify himself, that's when he kind of went, instead of talking to the business owner, he kind of went hands-on with Mr. Gray. And at that point, I usually, like when we investigate other crimes and stuff like that, we listen to both sides of the stories, come back, talk to each other. And I don't know where that happened, maybe because he was flustered with him, frustrated with him.
Do you think that would have been a more prudent course of action to continue the investigation and figure out what's going on?
Fast forward to Sunday evening, January 2nd, 2022, Officer Beatty found himself in a similar situation. He was sworn in and cautioned about the consequences of reporting false information. Similar to Officer Galt, Beatty was given a detailed list of his violations due to his misinterpretation of state statutes. Despite clear video evidence and reminders from his superior lieutenant, Officer Beatty attempted to distort the truth.
Is asking for money, or another way to call it panhandling, in a public place, public sidewalk, is that a crime or a city ordinance violation?
It's been how much now?
No, I want you to tell me what were you thinking.
When I came to the scene, when I came on the scene, I didn't think we had a city ordinance. I just swore we had a city ordinance.
Okay.
That you weren't allowed to panhandle. Even more so, because I could have sworn that I've been told to enforce that right underneath the Martin Luther King Bridge on the left.
His belief that he could manipulate the law for his benefit crumbled in the face of overwhelming evidence. Beatty described his interaction with Axel, the employee manager, revealing that Mr. Gray had committed no crime, merely making a waitress uncomfortable.
Speaking with the business employee, the manager, Axel's his name, was there evidence that any crime or city ordinance had been committed at that point? No. So your investigation resulted in that there was no crime, even assuming that your assumption that panhandling was a crime.
Correct. Okay. He actually, when I asked him why, we get told that all the time. He threatened me. She threatened me. Right. And so you ask what that is, and he said, well, he didn't really say anything to my waitress. She just is afraid to come back outside now because he's here.
Okay.
And I said, well, that's not on him. Right. He's allowed to be where he's at.
Okay. Fair enough.
Beatty also admitted his failure to report the incident promptly to Sergeant Kirkland as required. When Kirkland eventually learned of the incident, he chastised Beatty for violating Mr. Gray's rights, highlighting his dereliction of duty.
Did you call Sergeant Kirkland after the fact to advise him of the incident?
Yes.
Can you describe what his response was to you?
He immediately said, "Joe, you violated every right he has."
Okay. I couldn't hear the other side of the conversation on the phone, but what do you mean by that? I mean,
that's just what he said. I told him what went down. I told him, the manager's saying this, and he's being defiant. So to get space between the manager and him, we detained him for the investigation. I moved my car, and then he's like, "Well, I hope you just make a big deal out of this because you just I don't know if he said what amendment, but he's like, you just violated his rights."
These officers, entrusted with upholding justice, had tragically violated the rights of an innocent citizen due to their misunderstanding of city laws. The city's legal system was also at fault for not supervising these officers adequately. and
Because a
ensuring their
waitress
knowledge of the
was
city's laws.
uncomfortable.
This story
Really?
serves as a stark reminder that being law enforcement officers doesn't guarantee a selfless agenda. Sometimes personal interests can cloud even the most sacred responsibilities. November 29th, 2022, Kenneth Espinosa, a 48-year-old man, found himself in a troubling situation in Trinidad, Colorado. His son, Nathaniel Espinosa, was pulled over by Deputy Mikhail Noel of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office for a supposed traffic violation. While Kenneth parked his vehicle about 75 feet away to wait for his son, Lieutenant Henry Trujillo arrived to assist in the traffic stop. Trujillo approached Kenneth, ordering him to leave the scene under threat of unspecified charges.
Do you need to be behind this traffic stop? Yeah, why? My son right there, he's following me. Okay, he's on a traffic stop, though. You don't need to be behind it. Oh, not me, mean. We just don't like when people pull in behind us. I don't like when they pull my car. That's what we get paid to do, to pull people over. You don't get paid to be. And you don't either, okay? I don't got to put up with you. Okay, I asked you a simple question, okay? In fact, you need to leave now or you're going to get charged. It's that easy. I'm recording too. I asked you a simple question. If you have attitude, that's your problem, okay? On my door. Yeah, you saw me and you rolled your window up when I came. Hold on a second, okay? You rolled your window up when I walked up, okay? So I knocked on your window, okay? You are not a cop. You don't need to be behind me, okay? So you need to leave right now. I don't need to do anything. You got 5 seconds to leave, okay? There's no reason for you to be behind this traffic stop. No reason, okay? No reason, okay? It's not a public street. No reason. Do I not pay? Do you always stop behind cops when they pull people over? I ain't stopped right behind it. Okay, you don't need to be here. You don't need to be here, okay? You need to go. No, I don't. I'm waiting on my son. He's fine. Right back.
Kenneth, aware of his rights, chose to remain, attempting to observe and record the traffic stop on his cell phone, a practice protected by the First Amendment, as established in the 2022 case of Irizarry versus Yahya by the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals. Despite this, Lieutenant Trujillo and Deputy Noel escalated the situation. They issued conflicting commands, leading to a tense standoff.
Okay, you don't need to be here. You don't need to be here. Okay, you need to go.
No, I don't. I'm waiting on my son. He's my right back to Wilson.
Leave. Leave.
That's before. Stay. Hey,
He said, okay, I'm leaving.
Shut out the car. What are you gonna do? You gonna ST4? Give me the radio. Shut up. Get out the car. 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 Stop it now. Get out. Get out. Get out of the car.
Now, what the hell do you think you're doing?
I ain't doing anything.
Okay. Now you want to drive this up and you're trying to drive away?
Get out the car. Call state. Get out the car.
It has nothing to do with anything. Okay, they don't have jurisdiction over it. Get out of the car. No,
I got my truck. Don't give a
clear the park.
I just can't.
Sit down, officer. No, pull away from me.
I'm not.
You're gonna get lit up.
I'm not.
Okay, you're gonna get lit
You're
up.
breaking my arm, man. Hold on, I'm gonna get out. Get out the car. Get out the car. Can you hold on? Can you guys
Get out.
hold on?
Now.
I'm getting out. I'm not.
You're under arrest.
I'm not.
Get out. You're on the face front. You're under arrest.
Okay, guys.
Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back.
In a shocking turn, the officers tased Kenneth, both while he was in his vehicle attempting to comply with their orders and later when he was already handcuffed, displaying an alarming disregard for proper protocol. Even more concerning were Lieutenant Trujillo's actions post-arrest.
Behind your back. I'm going. Put your hands. I'm going peacefully, guys. Get back. Get back. Hey, he's recording this case. That's fine. He can record all he wants. This is case, guys.
You do what you're told, all right? You think it's okay just to roll up a traffic stop?
No, I'm
not do what you're told. Now you go to jail.
That's all right. I'm a
Turn around and face the traffic.
I'm already cuffed. You guys not listening. If you listen, you ain't get that handle.
Now let's go. Let's go.
That's great. You need to stay down. Get in the car. Get in the car. Get in when you. I'm gonna take you.
Wow.
You have your wallet on you? Don't do that. I'm gonna get you out. I'm gonna cat search you. Now get out.
I got my wallet.
Get out now.
Damn, get in, get out.
Get out now. This is how it's gonna work. Okay, you're gonna do what you're told to do.
Shit before
and
you
that's
put
it.
him in the car.
Come on, guys. This is excessive. Come on, man.
Quit acting like an idiot.
I ain't acting like nothing. I got a taser piece in my lip. You guys got me right in the face.
He deactivated his body camera, denying a clear record of events, and ignored medical advice by refusing ambulance transport for Kenneth, opting instead to personally take him to the Los Animas County Jail.
Runs it while I'm holding onto the car. So I had it in my gun point. Then he puts the car in reverse, backs up on the 670 car while I'm still holding onto the car. And we tried getting him out of the car. He had the car and drive. He accelerated to get him nowhere.
We tried to get him out. He was refusing, and then when we tried to put him in, he was refusing. So I tased him, and then I tried to get him out to task search and get his wallet. He wouldn't tell me anything, and then that's when you rolled up.
Okay.
I'm gonna get him over to the jail.
Okay.
This incident raises serious questions about the officer's conduct. The use of a taser, especially on an unarmed and handcuffed citizen, appeared excessive and unjustified. Kenneth's attempt to comply with conflicting orders should not have led to such a violent response. Furthermore, Lieutenant Trujillo's history, including past criminal charges and restraining orders, paints a troubling picture of his suitability as a law enforcement officer. In contrast, Kenneth Espinosa demonstrated commendable courage by taking legal action to defend his constitutional rights. His decision to challenge the officers and their departments in a federal lawsuit is a testament to his determination to seek justice. It is crucial that law enforcement agencies thoroughly investigate this incident and take appropriate disciplinary action against the involved officers. As this case unfolds, it serves as a stark reminder of the importance of accountability within law enforcement. Instances like these highlight the need for rigorous training, adherence to established protocols, and a deep commitment to upholding the rights and safety of citizens. We must remain vigilant in demanding transparency and accountability to ensure incidents like this do not erode the trust between law enforcement and the communities they serve.
Get out here.
Get on the ground.
No.
At 11 p.m. on May 30th, 2021, officers Nicholas Hanning and Ellie Summers from the Idaho Springs Police Department in Idaho Springs, Colorado, responded to a 911 call made by Timothy Braden and Brittany Odom, their new neighbors, alleging that 75-year-old Michael Clark had assaulted Miss Odom after a noise dispute in their new apartment building.
This is Brittany. That was the neighbor right there. Yeah, on the call. Wait. This is Brittany. She's the one that got here. I live here. This is my friend Brittany.
Oh, shoot, he hit that woman.
I wasn't here. I was outside.
I literally
He
just saw you.
banged on the door, like, or through the wall. Bam, bam, bam. And I'm sleeping. Shut the up. And so I like came out and was like, what's going on? He busted all of my shit. My nose, my mouth.
Things like
All
that happen
all I went through was like, hey, what was
around the
disturbing you? And he was
country.
like, shut the fuck up. Boom.
Is he white, black?
He's white.
Does he have hair?
Yeah.
Bald?
Gray hair?
Yeah, gray hair. He's an older guy. He's not this tall. And that guy was right there in that room. And that's where the wall would go.
And he was bang, bang, bang. That's what woke me up.
We just met him yesterday, but I saw him like last night.
Upon arrival, the
Considering that-
officers questioned Miss Odom, who was visibly intoxicated, but
Protecting
found no
and
evidence
serving
supporting
us?
her
Yeah,
claims.
disappointing.
Miss Odom
to
had a
say the
history of
least.
criminal convictions, including fraud and domestic violence. Despite lacking substantial evidence, the officers proceeded to Mr. Clark's door.
I'm gonna put my phone in the bathroom.
Okay.
What do you want? What the? Put it down! Put it down! Put it down!
Get on the ground, down!
Did he have a gun?
Get out here right now! Get out here!
Get on the ground!
No. They hit that wall so hard, I thought they were going to come through the wall.
Mr. Clark, within his
Damn!
legal rights, opened the door carrying a collectible sawfish snout sword, mistaking the officers for his neighbors. Officer Hanning, without identifying themselves, entered the apartment pushing Mr. Clark, who complied and put down the sword. Conflicting orders followed. Officer Hanning told Mr. Clark to step out, while Officer Summers ordered him to lie down. When Mr. Clark, confused and nonviolent, refused, Officer Hanning impulsively fired his taser, causing Mr. Clark to fall, hit his head, and lose consciousness.
Wow.
Colorado law allowed Mr. Clark to openly carry the sword in his own home, yet Officer Hanning's use of the taser was in direct violation of department policy and state statutes. The officer's actions escalated the situation without cause, inflicting severe consequences on Mr. Clark.
Yo, Berto, you saw that? He fell completely back.
Heart's unconscious.
Whoa.
Sir, 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 talk to us. Talk to me. Talk to me.
Wow.
Sir, talk to me.
That big back
Oh my God.
looks like a freaking. Where did you find that? Did you have to hunt for it?
It was laying right there on the ground when I walked in.
All right. I did not get that down.
Not arguing with you.
I did not get that down.
All right. We're gonna sit up.
I did not get that down.
I'm gonna go down with you.
It was on.
You want him out of cuffs
there.
up here?
Did you go in my apartment to look for weapons?
Mr. Clark, you're gonna sit up.
Did you look for look for weapons?
Dang it.
They don't need to look after the apartment. It was here in the hallway.
How did you get in the hallway?
Following the incident, Mr. Clark, who had suffered a stroke due to the altercation, required constant care.
What is going on? I have done nothing wrong. What did I do?
What's that?
What did I do?
Punch that girl.
Huh?
Punch that girl, then answer the door with a freaking machete, man.
No, that is absolutely false.
All right. Okay. We're gonna stand here on the.
I did not come after nobody.
Okay. You're dealing with me now. We're gonna go down to the ambulance.
I was just in bed.
All right. We're gonna stand up on the count of three. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Stand up.
I attacked nobody. I did nothing.
Just look familiar.
I picked up on top there.
Just sit. Just sit.
I did not come in and
Sit down.
Swing your legs up. Swing your legs up. Sir, swing your legs up.
Oh, wow.
Officer Hanning was charged with assault, pleaded guilty, and faced probation, electronic monitoring, and community service. Officer Summers resigned but faced no charges. Mr. Clark filed a lawsuit, ultimately settling for $7 million, although the city denied liability. This incident highlights the officer's egregious misconduct, employing unnecessary force against an elderly man and attempting to cover their actions. Mr. Clark, a victim of false accusations and police corruption, suffered irreparable harm. While the settlement offered some relief, it could never fully compensate for the damage inflicted on his health and well-being.
Dang, that's like the most serious story. that we've heard so far. Wow. Video for you guys. This is some Santa Claus.
Grapevine is a small city located in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex in Texas, known for its rich history, charming atmosphere, and numerous attractions. Situated near the Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport, Grapevine offers a perfect blend of modern amenities and historical significance. Renowned for its wineries and vineyards, it proudly bears the title the Christmas Capital of Texas, hosting festive events and elaborate celebrations during the holiday season. On the serene Christmas day in 2011, in Grapevine, Colleyville suburb, families across the city were gathering for joyous celebrations, cherishing the warmth of the holiday season. In one household in the suburb of Colleyville, a woman named Nona, with her 2 children, a 19-year-old daughter and a 15-year-old son, had organized a Christmas party titled Welcome at this Christmas celebration. Friends and relatives had been cordially invited, among whom was the mother's estranged husband, 56-year-old Aziz Yazdanpana. However, Yazdanpana, in contrast to the other guests, harbored a different intent. Arriving as the 4th guest at around 11 a.m., he was clad in a Santa Claus suit, initially blending into the festivities seamlessly. Moreover, text messages sent by Yazdanpana's 22-year-old niece on the day eerily denoted his arrival at the residence. "We just got here, and my uncle's here too, dressed as Santa. Awesome." Yet, as the gift unwrapping commenced, a harrowing scene unfolded. Yazdanpana unveiled 2 handguns, one in each hand, and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. 7 individuals fell prey to this attack, among them Yazdanpana's separated spouse, Nona, and their 2 kids. After 20 minutes, a call was made to 911.
Grapevine 911, where is your emergency? Hello, Grapevine 911. You need help? Are you sick? What was that? Do you need an ambulance or police? Hello? One moment.
What the heck?
They discovered everyone at the apartment deceased, still assembled
Oh,
around the Christmas tree
crap.
where they'd been unwrapping presents. Upon further investigation of the call, it was uncovered that Yazdanpana had quietly uttered, "I am shooting people." As law enforcement initiated their inquiry and spoke with individuals familiar with the family, the wife's brother mentioned that Yazdanpana had been the financial provider for the family. According to this account, despite Yazdanpana being unemployed for over a decade, the brother never imagined Yazdanpana would resort to violence. While the authorities suspect that the financial difficulties and marital discord contributed to the shooter's troubles, they remain uncertain about the specific factors that drove him to commit the heinous act of murdering his family.
In the meantime, police also say that the gunman does have a history with police. They are not saying in what way or with which department, but they will tell us they are now working closely with those police departments as they try to investigate this case.
Nona, as relayed by family friend Mashi Mojdei, relocated from the couple's 3,000-square-foot home situated in the neighboring suburb of Colleyville in April 2011. She moved into an apartment complex located 2 miles away, and her 2 children accompanied her in the move. Mojdei, who operates a beauty salon in the nearby town of Plano, mentioned that the family's financial difficulties escalated approximately 4 years ago when Yazdanpana ceased working in the mortgage business. Moreover, it was later revealed that Yazdanpana had taken his own life following the assault. However, further details about this event haven't been accessible. The motive behind the murder is thought to have originated from his envy regarding his estranged wife's achievements in life. London, the vibrant capital of the United Kingdom, is a melting pot of cultures and modernity. While the city is renowned for its cultural richness and historical significance, it also contends with various forms of criminal activity. Over the years, London has witnessed fluctuations in crime rates, with efforts continuously underway to address issues ranging from street crimes like theft and vandalism to more serious offenses such as knife crime and organized criminal activities. One such crime that happened in November 2005 shook the whole community there. On the chilly morning of November 19, 2005, as London lay wrapped in dreams of the impending Christmas festivities, Shoaib Jilani, a 26-year-old man living in northeast London and lost in peaceful slumber, was abruptly jolted awake by an odd disturbance. A peculiar noise, which sounded like someone awakening from a nightmare, echoed through the stillness. Being startled, Shoaib found himself listening to the mysterious sounds that shattered the early morning calm. He swiftly rose from his slumber, and as he walked towards the door, he was greeted by the lingering darkness. Yet he managed to catch a glimpse of a figure emerging from his neighbor, 25-year-old Sikander Shaheen's room. Surprisingly, the ruckus was actually happening in Sikander's room. There was a man with a red hat, a white beard, and a silver jacket, a sight totally unexpected for Shoaib. This made him suspicious that something wasn't right, prompting him to feel a bit uneasy about the situation. So in a hurry, Shoaib dashed to Sikandar's room, thinking it might be a robbery. However, what he found was beyond his wildest thoughts. He saw Sikandar lay motionless on the floor, covered in blood. But who was Sikandar? Sikandar Shaheen, hailing from Islamabad, Pakistan, landed in London back in 2001 to dive into the world of accountancy. His journey led him to a gig as a trainee at a waste disposal company in Islington. Known among friends and housemates as a diligent and religious individual, Sikandar was a regular at the local mosques. The perplexing question loomed, why would someone harm this hardworking and amiable man? Without wasting a moment, Shoaib dialed up the officers, who swiftly arrived at the scene shortly after 6 a.m., ready to unravel the mystery. As the police arrived, they discovered Sikandar bleeding in the hallway of his shared house in northeast London. He was swiftly rushed to Whipps Cross University Hospital, but sadly, he couldn't utter a word about his assailant. Tragically, he passed away soon after, leaving the mystery unsolved. The cause of his untimely demise was revealed as multiple stab wounds to his chest and back. While at the crime scene, the police meticulously combed through the entire place. During their search, they found a Father Christmas hat and beard that matched the earlier description given by his neighbor Shoaib. Strangely, these festive items were abandoned around the corner from the house in Leytonstone. Now, the police, in their quest for answers, began talking with Sikandar's friends, a group of 5 young men who bunked together in their landlord's adjacent property. These friends, also accountancy students and hailing from Islamabad, Pakistan, spilled the beans. It turned out that they were a cautious bunch, sleeping with sticks and bricks nearby for protection. What caught their attention was the suspicion that Sikandar's killer might have had a key and easy access to their shared home. Ashraf Mahmood, a 25-year-old friend of Sikandar, spilled the tea on a curious sight. According to him, he witnessed a man seemingly leaving the house only to knock on the door from the outside. Now, the plot thickens as the panic among them wasn't about forced entry. It was about the mysterious nature of the entry. How did this person get into the house? And more importantly, how did they get their hands on the key? He said that he wasn't your regular Joe. Something felt off about him. He inquired about the commotion next door, claiming to have a friend there, but conveniently couldn't spill the friend's name. Adding to the mystery, the police also discovered that the landlord, Mohammed Hassan, hadn't changed the lock since snagging the properties last year, and the keys were strictly for the tenants. Now, the big question loomed. How did this mystery man manage to slip into the room? And the million-dollar question, just who on earth was he? Attar, another friend of Sikandar, poured out his heart, saying, "My friend's blood stains the entire house. I can't bear to step foot in there again. This area doesn't feel right anymore. The memories of good times with Sikandar are overshadowed by the haunting reminder of that terrible incident. Staying there would forever tie me to him in that chilling moment." Emotions ran deep as Attar grappled with the aftermath of the tragedy, which painted a poignant picture of the impact on his connection to the place and his dear friend Sikandar. As soon as Sikandar's father got the devastating news of his son's passing, his whole life was shattered. He was heartbroken and grappled with the bewildering question of why someone would want to harm his son. Swiftly, he made his way to England, driven by the painful purpose of bringing his son's body back to Pakistan for the final farewell. Despite the extensive investigation and relentless efforts by the police, the identity of the mysterious man witnessed on the night of Sikandar's murder remained an elusive mystery. If this wasn't someone Sikandar knew, then who was he? In the final attempt, the police also made a sincere plea to the public, asking anyone who knew the man matching the description provided by Sikandar's friends to step forward and aid in his capture. Despite their ongoing efforts, the search for the person accountable for Sikandar's tragic death continues to this day. Justice, rightfully deserved, is the goal, but regrettably, the elusive individual is still on the loose. As we eagerly await any developments in the case, rest assured, we'll keep you in the loop. The mystery still persists. Who was this elusive man? Till now, no one knows who the man was or where he came from. Detective Chief Inspector Keith Garnish said, "We're also appealing to anyone who knew Sikandar or knew his last movements leading up to the day of murder to contact us." The police can be contacted at 020-8345-3715 if you have any tips or leads. Austin, Texas, a vibrant city known for its live music and creativity, but beneath the surface, it became the backdrop for a chilling true crime tale in 2017. In a shocking Halloween incident, a man dressed as Santa Claus turned a festive celebration into a night of terror, leaving victims wounded and a community in disbelief. In the early hours of October 29, 2017, in Austin, Texas, things took an unexpected turn when a man, sporting a Santa Claus look way before its season, got some surprising advice at his own party. Now, the question was, who was this man in a Santa costume? And what surprising advice had he for everyone? On October 28, 2017, when a Halloween party was in full swing, things took a wild turn when 32-year-old Randall Gaston Jones, decked out as Santa Claus, decided it was time for a sinister plot. Instead of spreading joy, he shocked everyone by unleashing chaos with a series of shots. Panic ensued as people scattered, desperately trying to escape the unexpected nightmare in Santa-themed costume. The spooky night turned into a real-life thriller, leaving everyone wondering why Santa went rogue. Everything was going smoothly at the Halloween party until Randall, dressed as Santa Claus, took things a bit too far with the drinks. It was odd seeing a Santa in such a state. He got so drunk that he began causing a scene, prompting everyone to shout for him to be kicked out of the party. Trying to restore order, a fellow partygoer advised the seriously tipsy Randall to hit the hay, considering the party was in his own Avenue F flat. But alas, with his senses taking a backseat, Randall got a one-way ticket to his room for some much-needed rest. After that, the partygoers sighed in relief, thinking the storm had passed. But the shocking twist was still on its way, as Randall made a comeback, not with holiday cheer, but holding a gun and ready to face off with a startled crowd. Panic swept through the crowd as Randall brandished the gun, and terrified pleas filled the air, urging him to calm down. Despite everyone's efforts to talk him down, Randall, clearly out of control, fired a shot, sending people scrambling for safety. In the midst of the chaos, a brave soul named Michael McCloskey, 37, stepped in, hoping to calm Randall down. Unfortunately, Randall wasn't in the mood to listen. He fired multiple shots at Michael, showing no interest in understanding or heeding the pleas around him. In the midst of the chaos, a partygoer pulled a silent, heroic move and sneakily dialed up the police, tipping them off about Randall being on a wild shooting spree. Hearing this, without wasting a moment, the cops raced to the scene around 6 a.m. on the morning of the 29th. When they got there, it was a grim sight. Victims were bleeding from gunshot wounds, and everyone was yelling and shouting. It was a chilling aftermath of the violent situation that unfolded there. Sadly, the brave soul who stepped up to stop Randall, Michael McCloskey, couldn't shake off the wounds and passed away hours later. The chaos left 3 others with gunshot wounds, in which one tough cookie at the scene decided to be a real-life hero, refusing medical treatment. By November 1st, 2017, one victim was still hanging on in critical condition, while another had managed to recover and was discharged from the hospital. Life took an unexpected turn that Halloween, leaving a mix of heartache and relief in its wake. When the cops swooped in and arrested Randall, they combed through his place and apartment, but found no signs of any sinister plans or indications that he was already gearing up to harm them. However, a curious twist emerged when Detective Lee Nouse spilled the beans to the Dallas Morning News, revealing that Randall actually knew all the victims. This raised some eyebrows, leaving the investigators with a lingering doubt about the connections Randall had with those he encountered that fateful day. Randall, who had made no statements to investigators, found himself slapped with a murder charge. Detectives were piecing together the puzzle, thinking alcohol lit the fuse for the fatal showdown. But oddly enough, they weren't aware of any previous issues between Randall and the victims. It's a tragic turn of events for folks who were simply soaking in the Halloween vibes, eagerly anticipating the joys of Christmas, only to be met with an unexpected and devastating end. Detective Nouse laid it out plain and simple. This wasn't some random chaos. Talking to the newspaper, he made it clear that there was a method to Randall's madness, but till now, Randall had not uttered even a word about his motives. He was sentenced to 40 years in prison on February 12, 2019, for the serious charge of 2 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and 1 charge of murder. Istanbul, one of the main cities in Turkey, stands as a vibrant city straddling Europe and Asia. This is a city where old meets new, where stunning mosques and bustling markets paint the streets with color. Known for its rich history and lively culture, Istanbul charms visitors with its ancient landmarks like the Hagia Sophia and the lively Grand Bazaar. As a whole, its lifestyle is a symphony of diversity, where you can savor delicious street food, immerse in lively bazaars, and witness the city's pulsating nightlife. Yet, beneath its vibrant facade, Istanbul bears the scars of a region plagued by conflict. Istanbul holds a critical geopolitical position due to its proximity to regions affected by conflict, notably Turkey's border with Syria. Being so close to areas where conflicts involving groups like the Islamic State have occurred, Turkey has faced significant security challenges. In 2017, Istanbul, Turkey found itself grappling with heightened security concerns amidst the ongoing conflicts in neighboring regions, particularly the Syrian civil war and the rise of the Islamic State. However, in the heart of Istanbul and on the shores of the Bosphorus, the Reina nightclub stood as a beacon of celebration, a place where joy and music echoed through its walls. On December 31st, 2017, or we can say on New Year's Eve, the Reina nightclub was alive with excitement. People from different parts of the world gathered to celebrate the start of a new year. The air was filled with laughter, music, and the glow of celebration. However, as the clock struck midnight and fireworks lit up the sky, a sense of unease began to creep in. Amidst the celebration, an unexpected terror was about to shatter the festive ambiance. Unknown to the guests, a lone assailant, fueled by extremist motives, was on a mission to disrupt the merriment. As the night wore on, the vibrant celebration turned into a scene of terror and chaos. In the early hours of January 1st, approximately at 1:45 a.m., a lone gunman armed with a long-barreled assault rifle and dressed in a Santa Claus costume, murdered a policeman and a civilian outside of the club and made his way into the crowded nightclub. He then ruthlessly opened fire on the unsuspecting guests, unleashing a horrific spree of violence. The attack lasted for several agonizing minutes as the assailant indiscriminately shot at the people inside the club before fleeing the scene amidst the chaos. 39 innocent lives were tragically lost in the massacre, 24 of them being foreigners, and over 70 others sustained severe injuries. Following the attack at the Reina nightclub, Turkish authorities initiated a comprehensive investigation to uncover the motives behind the tragedy. As they delved deeper into the incident, evidence began to suggest that the assault was not merely an individual act, but was part of a larger orchestrated terrorist plan. The man behind the massacre was identified as Abdul Qadir Masharipov, also known as Abu Mohammed Horsani. He was identified as a C with alleged ties to the extremist group ISIS or the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria. Masharipov was born in Uzbekistan and had reportedly received training in Afghanistan before entering Turkey. Masharipov reportedly traveled through several countries before arriving in Turkey. Indicators also suggested that Abdul Qadir Masharipov might have had ethnic ties to the Uyghur community. The Uyghurs are a Turkic ethnic group primarily residing in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region in northwest China, and thus this sensitive topic further strained relations between China and Turkey, with discussions revolving how the Uyghur issue became a point of contention between the two nations. By this time, the tragic incident not only shook Istanbul, but had evolved into a nationwide crisis for peace and security. After the assault, Masharipov disappeared, but about 2 weeks later, a well-organized police operation on January 16, 2017, led to his arrest in Istanbul's Izmir district. His 4-year-old son was found with him at the time of arrest. Turkish security forces conducted a raid on a residential property where Masharipov was hiding, capturing him alongside several others suspected of assisting him while he was in hiding. In the apartment building where Masharipov was apprehended, law enforcement discovered 2 aerial drones, 2 handguns, multiple cell phone SIM cards, and a sum of $197,000 in cash. Istanbul's governor, Vasip Sahin, confirmed that Masharipov's fingerprints matched those found at the scene of the attack, affirming his identity as the perpetrator. Sahin also mentioned that Masharipov confessed to orchestrating the shooting at the Reina nightclub. Additionally, Masharipov revealed that his intent was to perpetrate the attack as his final mission and that he planned to die at the nightclub. During subsequent interrogations, Masharipov provided detailed insights into his background and the orchestration of the attack. According to revelations from these interviews, on Christmas Day, Abdul Qadir Masharipov was activated by the Islamic State, designated as a sleeping operative in Turkey, and given the assignment to carry out a significant retaliatory act. Born in 1983, Masharipov pursued higher education at Fergana State University in Uzbekistan, specializing in physics with a minor in computer science. While specific details regarding his path towards radicalization remain unclear, information related to Interpol by Uzbekistan indicated Masharipov's involvement with jihadist terrorist groups since 2011, warranting a national arrest order in Uzbekistan. Masharipov disclosed to the police that he underwent military training at an al-Qaeda camp in Afghanistan following his journey there in 2010. Later, during his stay in Pakistan, he transitioned to becoming an adherent of the Islamic State, where he pledged allegiance to al-Baghdadi, the then leader of the group. As per Masharipov's subsequent testimony to the interrogators, approximately a year before the Reina nightclub attack, an Islamic State emir in Raqqa instructed him to relocate to Turkey along with his wife and 2 children. Their assigned destination was Konya, a city situated in the central region of Turkey, where they were directed to await further instructions. The method through which Masharipov established contact with the Syrian group remains unclear. Although there's no evidence confirming his travel to Syria, it is presumed that while in Pakistan, he managed to establish remote communication with the leadership in Syria. According to Masharipov's statement to the police, subsequent to his departure from Pakistan, he was apprehended in Iran and detained there for a period extending over a month. Iranian authorities then deported him across the Iranian-Turkish border in January 2016. Notably, this deportation occurred without Iranian authorities informing Turkish police or custom agents, possibly in a remote area along the border. According to Masharipov's account provided by the Turkish prosecutor, he received instructions on December 25, 2016, through the messaging application Telegram from an Islamic State emir in Raqqa, identified as Abu Shuhada, to execute an attack in Istanbul on New Year's Eve. Masharipov indicated that Abu Shaheda held responsibility for Islamic State operations within Turkey. He further mentioned that he deliberated on the attack specifics and his strategy with another commander in Raqqa, known under the alias Rahova. Subsequently, Masharipov informed Abu Shaheda via telegram that he was prepared to carry out the attack as per the planned instructions. After journeying to Istanbul, accompanied by his wife and 2 children, Masharipov asserted that an Islamic State member, whose identity remained undisclosed, provided him with an AK-47 assault rifle, along with 6 loaded magazines and 3 stun grenades before the attack. The delivery arrangement was coordinated remotely by Abu Shaheda and was dropped off at the Medicule Residences, an apartment building located in the Zeytinburnu district of Istanbul, where Masharipov had rented a room ahead of the planned attack. Within this residence, he prepared his rifle, securing the ammunition magazines together in pairs to expedite the process of changing them during the impending attack. Subsequently, Masharapov packed all of his weapons into a backpack in readiness for the assault. Masharapov granted access to his email account's password to the police, where they uncovered a martyrdom video he'd created, recorded by his wife, Zarina Nuralayeva, on December 27, 2016. The video depicted Masharapov expressing his intention to execute an attack in the name of the Islamic State that would lead to his own demise. He addressed his children in the recording, urging them to exhibit good behavior and avoid distressing their mother once he was no longer present. Furthermore, he made a request for his son to grow up and follow in his footsteps as a bomber who would sacrifice himself for his state. In the hideout where Masharapov was captured, law enforcement discovered a tablet computer. According to the prosecutor's indictment, among the contents retrieved from the device was a voice message sent from an emir located in Raqqa, seemingly a higher-ranking figure than Abu Shuhada. In this message directed to Masharapov, the senior emir bid farewell to him and assured Masharapov that his family would be looked after and cared for adequately. The emir urged Masharapov not to concern himself about his family's welfare, regardless of the circumstances. Masharapov's intended target was Taksim Square in Istanbul, anticipating a sizable New Year's Eve gathering. Before departing for the attack, he transmitted a reconnaissance video of the square, recorded during daylight hours, to Abu Shuhada. Masharapov mentioned that Abu Shuhada granted his approval for the target via telegram from Raqqa. However, upon arriving at Taksim Square around midnight local time, Masharapov decided to abort the planned attack due to the extensive presence of police officers. Using Telegram on his cell phone, he promptly relayed this decision to Abu Shuhada and was instructed to seek an alternative target. Having previously noticed the Reina nightclub and noting its apparent lack of robust security while passing by in a taxi, Masharapov suggested it as a potential target. After receiving confirmation from Abu Shuhada approving Reina as the new target, Masharapov returned to his residence in Zeytinburnu to retrieve his weapons and stun grenades. Subsequently, he hailed a taxi and traveled back to Reina to carry out the attack. In the course of the attack, Masharapov fired a total of 180 rounds, causing fatalities and injuries to numerous victims, many of whom encountered his gaze during the ordeal. He recounted to Turkish investigators, "When I ran out of bullets, I deployed 2 stun grenades. I placed the third one close to my face intending to end my life, but I survived. My intention was not to be taken as a hostage." Following the attack, Masharapov departed Reina with injuries sustained from the stun grenade exploding in his hand. He maneuvered out of the club through the main entrance, masquerading as one of the victims. Upon the arrival of the SWAT team at the club's front gate, they mistook Masharapov for a victim and directed him to other police officers, who then extracted him from the crowd toward the sidewalk. However, moments later, he fled from the scene. Masharapov's wife, Nuralayeva, was apprehended during an operation that resulted in the capture of 11 suspects on January 12, 2017. In her testimony, Nuralayeva conveyed that her husband had departed from their Istanbul residence 3 days before the attack. Subsequently, she and their daughter were moved to an Islamic State safe house by members of the organization. Following this, Nuralayeva and her 2-year-old daughter sought refuge in various hiding spots, including locations in Başakşehir and Pendik in Istanbul. Subsequent information revealed that Russian authorities had arrested Nuralayeva in 2011 on charges related to being a member of a terrorist organization. Moreover, the safe house where Masharapov was discovered during his apprehension was overseen by suspected Islamic State operative Abdurraf Sertin, known by the code name Muyaviye. Muyaviye was arrested on January 5, 2017 in a raid conducted in Zeytinburnu, which resulted in the capture of multiple purported key figures associated with the Islamic State's network in Istanbul. ISIS, the extremist group, asserted responsibility for the assault on the Reina nightclub in Istanbul. Abdul Kadir Masharapov, an Uzbek citizen, received the equivalent of 40 life sentences on September 7, 2020, following 2 years of investigations. These inquiries unearthed various political tensions existing between Turkey and ISIS. The conclusion of the trial brought closure, yet the harrowing incident during the celebratory day would forever resonate through the streets of Istanbul. Covina, nestled in Los Angeles, embodies a wonderful blend of diverse communities and vibrant energy. During the holiday season, Covina transforms into a magical hub of festive cheer and celebration. The streets come alive with dazzling lights, adorned with beautiful decorations that illuminate the spirit of the season, which starts right from the start of December with Christmas parades. From community events to cheerful gatherings, Covina radiates a warm and inviting atmosphere, embracing the joy of the holidays. However, the warmth and festive spirit typically associated with Christmas in Covina, Los Angeles, took a devastating turn on Christmas Eve of 2008. Instead of joyous gatherings and seasonal cheer, the community was struck by a tragic and harrowing event, which later came to be known as the Covina Massacre. The story begins with Bruce Jeffrey Pardo, born in 1963, who spent most of his life in California. After completing his engineering studies at California State University, he embarked on his career, initially working at the Jet Propulsion Library in La Cañada, Flintridge. Pardo's proficiency soon led him to secure a role as an electrical engineer at ITT Electronic Systems, contracting with the United States military. With his career advancement, earning a substantial 6-figure income, he purchased a home in San Fernando. Additionally, during his leisure time, Pardo served as an usher at the local Catholic church. He often volunteered to oversee the children's mass as part of his commitment to the church community. He was known for being outgoing, friendly, and frequently found at the center of attention. In 2004, things took an even more positive turn when he met Sylvia Ortega, the woman he considered the love of his life. During that period, Sylvia was a single mother raising 3 children, while Pardo enjoyed success as a bachelor. Despite Sylvia's prior divorce, she had strong family support and was flourishing independently, not actively seeking new relationships. However, meeting Pardo altered her perspective. Pardo's stability and reliability deeply impressed Sylvia, leading her to embrace the relationship wholeheartedly. Their bond strengthened when Sylvia observed Pardo forming a connection with her children, marking a significant step forward in their relationship. After 2 years of dating, the couple tied the knot in 2006. Both Pardo and Sylvia were gainfully employed, enjoying financial stability without any struggles. They embarked on renovating and enhancing the home that Pardo had purchased, leading to an improved quality of life for both of them. From an outsider's perspective, theirs seemed to be a picture-perfect family. But behind closed doors, a different reality unfolded. Pardo, once perceived as friendly, transformed into a controlling and distant figure after marrying Sylvia. His affection for Sylvia's children waned, shifting from once loving them as his own to becoming a stranger who refused to provide any support. Consequently, the family dynamic deteriorated, leading to the couple's divorce in June 2008, shattering the cherished memories they once held. However, we'll delve into those issues later. For now, let's delve into the unsettling events that transpired as we approach Christmas of 2008. At around 11:30 p.m. on December 24, 2008, a 45-year-old Pardo decided to pay a visit to Sylvia's family home in Covina. However, his intentions for the visit were far from the usual joyous celebrations associated with the holiday season. Well, he did wrap a large package resembling a traditional gift. However, the contents hidden within the festive paper weren't your typical Christmas gifts. Instead, concealed within that wrapping was a homemade flamethrower. He then decided to make it more interesting for himself by choosing a Santa Claus suit to wear. After all, it was Christmas. But that wasn't all. Alongside the flamethrower gripped in one hand, he carried a semi-automatic handgun, and to compound the threat, he possessed 3 more semi-automatic handguns. Prepared to confront them, he arrived at his former in-laws' house where 25 relatives had gathered to celebrate Christmas. He rang the doorbell, and the people inside were still without any knowledge that chaos was just waiting on the other side of the door. As the door opened, he immediately discharged his handgun, injuring an 8-year-old girl in the face as she rushed to greet him. Without restraint, he began firing recklessly at the fleeing party attendees, initiating the tragic events of the Covina massacre. Following the shootings, Pardo proceeded to unwrap the package containing the homemade flamethrower, using it to douse the residents with racing fuel gasoline, igniting a devastating blaze. The tragic aftermath resulted in 9 fatalities, a combination of gunshot wounds and fire-related injuries. 3 individuals sustained injuries, an 8-year-old girl severely wounded by a gunshot to the face, yet not life-threatening, a 16-year-old girl shot and wounded in the back, and a 20-year-old woman who suffered a broken ankle while escaping from a second-floor window. Among the deceased were Pardo's ex-wife, 43-year-old Sylvia Ortega Pardo, her parents Alicia and Joseph Ortega, her brothers Charles and James Ortega, along with their wives Sherry and Teresa Ortega. Additionally, the victims included Sylvia's sister and her sister's son, Alicia and Michael Ortiz. One of the survivors who had escaped called for help from a neighbor's house, alerting the authorities. The fire soared about 40 to 50 feet high and took 80 firefighters 90 minutes to put out. Identifying the victims was difficult due to the fire's intensity, so dental and medical records were used for identification purposes. While the police were investigating the crime scene, Pardo, on the other hand, changed into his regular clothes and drove his rented Dodge Caliber to his brother's house in Salmar, situated about 30 miles away from where the tragedy occurred. When the police delved into Pardo's personal life, they understood that the motive behind the attack was linked to marital issues. Just a few months before the tragedy, Pardo's wife Sylvia had decided to pursue a divorce. Their marriage in January 2006 faced strains as Pardo declined to open a joint account and expected Sylvia to manage her 3 children's expenses independently. There were other suggestions that the divorce could have been triggered by Pardo hiding a child from a previous relationship. In June 2008, the divorce court had mandated Bruce Pardo to pay $1,785 monthly in spousal support as part of the divorce proceedings. Additionally, he faced job termination from his position as an electrical engineer at ITT Electronic Systems Radar Systems in July 2008. On December 18, 2008, just a week before the incident, their divorce case was settled and Pardo was obligated to pay Sylvia $10,000 as a component of their divorce settlement. As per the settlement, Sylvia retained possession of the wedding ring and the family dog. Pardo expressed concerns in a court declaration, stating that Sylvia was residing with her parents without paying rent and had indulged in lavish spending on luxuries such as high-end cars, trips to Las Vegas for gambling, dining at upscale restaurants, receiving massages, and taking golf lessons. The factors surrounding Pardo's actions seemed to offer some understanding as to why he was deeply upset and carried out the tragic events. Nonetheless, it's crucial to highlight that Pardo had no criminal record and no prior history of violence before this incident occurred. So it was all because of frustration. As the investigation progressed hours following the incident, investigators located Pardo's rental car parked a block away from his brother's residence. The vehicle was booby-trapped with remnants of a Santa suit designed to trigger a flame and detonate the car using black powder if tampered with. Additionally, at the site, authorities found 4 13-round capacity handguns, all of which were empty, along with a stash of at least 200 rounds of ammunition. The presence of potential threats within the car led the bomb squad to take action by firing an incendiary device, resulting in the destruction and burning of the vehicle. Upon entering the house, Pardo's brother wasn't present. However, Pardo himself was indeed there, but not in the condition that law enforcement had anticipated. Police discovered Pardo deceased from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. During their investigation, they found $17,000 in cash cling-wrapped on his legs inside a girdle, alongside an air ticket. Initially, suspicions were focused on Pardo intending to escape to Canada through an Air Canada flight that was scheduled from Los Angeles to Moline, Illinois. Days before the tragic event, Pardo had contacted a high school friend, mentioning a potential visit, leaving investigators uncertain about his true intentions. It's possible that due to severe third-degree burns on his arms resulting from the blaze, he might have altered his initial plan or decided against following through with it. At Pardo's residence in Montrose, law enforcement discovered 5 empty boxes designed for semi-automatic handguns, along with 2 shotguns and a container suitable for high-octane fuel tank gasoline. The tragic Christmas massacre came to a halt, but not before claiming the lives of 9 individuals. And, regrettably, the perpetrator, Bruce Pardo, escaped facing justice by ending his own life. Atlanta, the capital city of Georgia, is a diverse city full of lively communities. During Christmas, it becomes a magical place with sparkling lights and fun events. Everywhere you look, there are festive decorations and activities for everyone to enjoy. From beautiful displays at places like the Atlanta Botanical Garden to exciting shows at the Fox Theater, the city buzzes with joy. Neighborhoods like Midtown and Buckhead turn into winter wonderlands, hosting markets and joyful gatherings. Atlanta's welcoming spirit shines through this special time, bringing people together to celebrate the season with warmth and happiness. However, on December 11, 2004, as the bustling city of Atlanta brimmed with anticipation for the approaching Christmas festivities, something unexpected unfolded. While shops bustled with people seeking the perfect gifts for their loved ones, it appeared that St. Nicholas, known for his generous spirit during this time of year, was up to something entirely different. Instead of the traditional merriment associated with his name, a different kind of magic seemed to be brewing in the city. On that eventful day, the police received a frantic 911 call from a concerned man who claimed that Santa Claus was causing havoc. Though not expressed in those exact words, the urgency in his voice hinted at a chaotic situation involving the beloved figure. In reality, the event that was transpiring was in a shopping center in Atlanta where a man named Elkin Donnie Clark had dressed up as Santa Claus. However, contrary to the spirit of the season, an alarming scene was taking place. Instead of spreading cheer, Clark, adorned in the Santa attire, was witnessed assaulting a woman on the bustling street. On that day, 74-year-old Annie Ruth Nelson was diligently distributing flyers to holiday shoppers on the streets. Unexpectedly, Elkin Clark seized a 2x4 board and began viciously assaulting her, shattering the peaceful holiday scene with his violent actions. According to the eyewitness who made the distressing 911 call, Elkin Clark, disguised in the Santa suit, viciously attacked the woman, relentlessly striking her until she lost consciousness. During the harrowing incident, a woman named Aisha Albritton courageously intervened, attempting to prevent Clark from inflicting further harm on Nelson. However, Clark, fueled by aggression, brandished a boulder, prompting Aisha's roommate to scream her name in alarm. Fearing for their safety, Aisha and her roommate quickly retreated, fleeing the scene in a desperate rush to seek assistance from the police. Following the arrival of the police at the scene, Nelson was immediately transported to Grady Hospital for medical attention. Meanwhile, as law enforcement conducted their investigation, interviewing nearby witnesses, Clark attempted to discard evidence by removing the Santa hat and red shirt he'd worn during the assault. Despite his efforts, witnesses swiftly directed the police to Clark's location, rendering his attempt to dispose of evidence futile. When Clark was apprehended, he made a statement to the police, alleging, in his exact words, "She was stealing my stuff. I asked 10 to 15 times not to touch my stuff." Clark claimed that Nelson had taken 29 sealed boxes of Hershey's chocolates valued at $145 from him. However, his assertions lacked substantiation, as no witnesses were able to confirm or verify his claims. He was finally charged with aggravated assault. And even if he believed he was a victim of theft, resorting to violence, especially against a 74-year-old woman by using a board, was an extreme and unacceptable reaction, particularly from someone dressed as Santa Claus, wasn't it? Now for the story, our journey takes us to the country at the shore of the beautiful Mediterranean Sea, Israel, specifically the city of Jaffa. This historical city is nestled along the Mediterranean coastline, blending tales of ancient lore with a contemporary pulse. In Jaffa, the echoes of bygone eras resonate through its narrow streets, where the presence of the revered Jaffa Orthodox Church Association stands as a testament to the city's spiritual heritage. As the new year unfolds, Jaffa springs to life, adorning itself with cultural traditions and spirited festivities that illuminate its winding alleys, inviting all to partake in its diverse and celebratory ambiance. However, this couldn't be said for the New Year week of 2012. On the serene Sunday of January 6, 2012, a Christmas parade graced the Yefet Boulevard in Jaffa. Among the cheerful participants was Gabriel Cadiz, a 51-year-old esteemed figure known for his devout religious beliefs and leadership as the chairman of the Jaffa Orthodox Church Association. The joyful celebration of Jesus' birth went well, and no one expected what was about to happen next. Yet, as fate would have it, darkness can strike unexpectedly, even in the most unsuspecting places. As the parade neared its conclusion, 24-year-old Tafik Dalou and 26-year-old Fuad Abu Mana were tailing Cadiz dressed in Santa suits and masks. Unbeknownst to Cadiz, who was wrapping up his duties getting ready for church service, a tragic fate awaited him. Dalou and Mana followed Cadiz with a weapon concealed within his suit to the Louis Pasteur service at the church, and after its conclusion, trailed him to a nearby parking lot. It was at this moment that the tragic incident unfolded. Out of nowhere, Mana viciously stabbed Cadiz twice in the back, causing severe damage by puncturing his left lung and severing a major artery. Cadiz cried out in distress, collapsing to the ground due to the severity of his wounds. Tragically, he succumbed to his injuries later on. Shortly after the incident, law enforcement arrived at the scene. Upon commencing their investigation, the police discovered footage from surveillance cameras showing the assailants fleeing the area on foot, sprinting in opposite directions across Jaffa. Mana sought refuge from his uncle, Talal Abu Mana, who assisted him in creating an alibi and changing clothes. While the precise date of their apprehension remains unclear, both men were eventually captured. The primary defendants, Tufik Dalou and Fuad Abu Mana, faced charges of murder and conspiracy. Additionally, Talal Abu Mana, Fuad's uncle, was convicted on charges of conspiracy to commit murder and acting as an accessory to the crime. As per the indictment, Fuad was the individual who physically stabbed Gabriel Cadiz, the chairman of the Jaffa Orthodox Church Association, whereas Tufik served as a lookout during the incident. The motive behind the murder stemmed from a property dispute involving the Abu Mana family, who resided in a Jaffa residence owned by the association. The association aimed to reclaim the property, leading to tensions and, ultimately, the tragic event. Talal, aged 55 at the time of the murder, had been in conflict with the association. His mother had lived in the house under rent control until her passing a few years prior. Subsequently, the association demanded the return of the property, leading to disputes. Talal openly clashed with the association and allegedly issued threats against Gabriel Cadiz and the association in public settings. His confrontational remarks during a meeting of the association roughly a week before the murder included a statement warning of potential violence if legal proceedings to reclaim the house weren't halted. He was reportedly heard making threatening remarks, suggesting he could send one of his brother's sons to Cadiz's office to harm him, and that due to his connections, he could manage to get out of jail within 5 years if any legal issues arose. The property in question is an apartment located on Ahulif Street in Jaffa's Ajami neighborhood, an area that's undergone considerable urban renewal in recent years, leading to a substantial increase in real estate prices. Fuad and Mana were convicted of murder and handed lengthy prison sentences by the Tel Aviv District Court, although the specific duration of their sentences is undisclosed. Cisco, Texas, a small community known for its friendly atmosphere and local charm. While no place is completely free of crime, Cisco generally has a lower crime rate compared to larger urban areas. In 1927, everything changed when this city started to be known for an infamous Santa Claus bank robbery. On Friday, December 23, 1927, just a whisker away from Christmas in Cisco, the streets were all decked out in festive hues of green, red, and gold. Santa Claus was making his grand entrance down the main street, capturing the wide-eyed gaze of excited kids. But hold on, this Santa was not your usual portly fellow with a bag full of gifts. He was thinner, and instead of gifts, he carried an empty burlap sack that once housed Idaho potatoes. As Santa paraded down the street, a bunch of kids, including 6-year-old Frances Blasingame, swarmed around him. Little Frances, eager and wide-eyed, pleaded with her mom, Mrs. B.P. Blasingame, to meet Santa. Despite feeling a bit awkward, Mrs. Blasingame couldn't resist her daughter's pleas. Just as they were about to approach Santa, he made a sudden detour into the National Bank of Cisco. Mrs. Blasingame was caught in a moment of dilemma. Should she follow Santa into the bank? Inside the bank, the teller greeted Santa with a cheerful welcome, but to everyone's surprise, Santa was in his own world and totally ignored the friendly gesture. The puzzled teller thought maybe Santa didn't catch the greeting, so he tried again, but Santa stayed silent. Suddenly, 3 sketchy-looking individuals strolled in. They didn't seem like regular bank customers and were acting suspiciously. Out of the blue, they took out pistols hidden in their coats and boldly announced that it was a bank robbery. After some thinking, Mrs. Blasingame decided to follow Santa into the bank with her daughter, expecting a cheerful holiday encounter. But to their surprise, this Santa wasn't in the mood for spreading cheer. Instead of gifts, he loaded up his potato sack with cold hard cash and sported a collection of pistols hanging from his waist. In a panic, Mrs. Blasingame tried to make a quick exit through the front door, only to find it blocked by the bank robbers. But she knew her way around the bank like the back of her hand because she'd been a regular customer there, coming every Tuesday and Thursday. Without missing a beat, she dashed through the bookkeeper room and burst out of the back door leading to a nearby alleyway. It all happened so fast that the robbers couldn't catch up with her or her daughter. Once Mrs. Blasingame safely emerged from the bank, she wasted no time informing the authorities. Chief of Police G.E. Bedford sprang into action, rallying his team armed with riot guns. Officer R.T. Reddies and George Carmichael joined the swift response as they raced towards the bank. However, they weren't alone in answering the call for help. The locals spotted a chance to hit the jackpot as the Dead Bank Robber Reward Program offered a cool $5,000 for taking down a bank bandit. The 1920s in the United States, often dubbed the Golden Age of Crime, was a wild era where crime seemed to have its own golden ticket. Banks were like magnets for robbers, facing frequent heists, sometimes a dozen times a month. To tackle the surge in bank robberies, the Texas Bankers Association rolled out the Dead Bank Robber Program. The deal was that if anyone shot and killed a bank robber in the act of a heist, they'd bag a hefty cash reward of $5,000. But to claim that bounty, they had to actually take down the robber. If the robbers were only injured, there was no money for them. So when the locals heard Mrs. Blasingame hollering about a bank heist, they sprang into action. Some grabbed firearms from their vehicles, while others dashed to the nearby hardware store, buying up every gun and round of ammo they could get their hands on. By then, Chief Bedford had also taken charge, barricading the bank's main entrance and telling his deputies to watch the rear. More armed locals joined the cops, turning up the heat in an already dicey situation. Meanwhile, inside the bank, Santa had finished loading a little over a whopping $12,000 in cash and collecting checks, bonds, and other goodies from the vault. Just when things seemed to be reaching a boiling point, a single bullet smashed through the front glass of the bank. Then, out of nowhere, a storm of bullets from the street turned the bank into chaos central. Bullets flew into walls and furniture, creating mayhem. In the middle of this wild scene, one of the robbers was struck by a bullet through the front window, and panic mode set in for the four bandits. In a desperate move, they corralled terrified customers and children, using them as human shields to navigate through the turmoil. After that, they dashed for the rear exit. As the bandits appeared in the narrow alleyway, a full-blown gunfight erupted, with robbers trading shots with both police officers and a mob of townsfolk. Being desperate to escape, the robbers grabbed two young hostages, 12-year-old Laverne Comer and 10-year-old Emma Robertson. Shoving them into their getaway car, the engine roared to life, and the Navy Buick peeled out, leaving a grim trail of bodies in its wake. Some folks were dead, others were seriously hurt. The police officers and the folks of Cisco sprang into action, jumping into vehicles and saddling up on horseback. They were all in, united and determined to chase down the escaping Buick. Little did they know this pursuit was about to become the biggest manhunt in the history of Texas. Meanwhile, inside the Buick, the robbers were badly injured, and one of them was bleeding profusely. The gang, caught in a mix of fear and urgency, started yelling at each other. Amid the turmoil, the two young hostages, Laverne and Emma, stayed quiet. Laverne had a good reason for her silence. She knew with certainty who the person in the Santa Claus costume was. Surprisingly, it was none other than 25-year-old Marshall Ratcliffe, a regular diner at her mother's cafe. Marshall was a troublemaker from the get-go, getting kicked out of high school and landing a gig on a farm when he was still a teenager. But hard work didn't sit well with him, and he craved an easier life. That's when he teamed up with his brother Lee and dove headfirst into the bootlegging business. Bootlegging seemed like a breeze compared to the tough grind of farming. Marshall was all about finding shortcuts to an easier living. Marshall had big dreams of scoring more cash with less sweat. In his dreams, his inspiration became his neighbor, Old Man Ewell, who always seemed to have money without ever working a regular job. Now, eager to crack the code, Marshall asked Ewell for a secret. Lo and behold, Ewell spilled the beans. He and his brother had pulled off a successful bank robbery back in their youth. So, fueled by Ewell's influence in 1926, Marshall and his brother Lee tried their hand at robbing a bank in Valera, Texas. They made off with a tidy sum, over $3,000. However, their fortune was short-lived as the police caught up with them. The Ratcliffe brothers found themselves slapped with an 18-year prison sentence in Huntsville State Penitentiary. But the twist was that a handful of citizens thought the brothers deserved another shot. Rallying for their cause, the folks believed in giving Marshall and Lee a second chance despite their bank-robbing escapade. With supporters rallying for their release, the Ratcliffe brothers' mother pulled out all the stops. She appealed to Governor Miriam A. Ferguson, sweetening the deal with a hefty donation. And what was the result? A pardon. Yes, they were free, Texas style, in the roaring 1920s. Post-release, Marshall and Lee chose different paths. Lee circled back to bootlegging, but Marshall couldn't shake off his past blunder. He delved deep into dissecting every misstep of the first bank robbery and convinced himself that he'd learned from the pitfalls and had it all figured out. All he needed were some capable partners to rob the bank again, and the search for employment led Marshall to Wichita Falls, an oil-rich region. There, he spotted a familiar face from his Huntsville penitentiary days, 27-year-old Robert Hill. Robert, an orphan since age 10, got convicted for a tailor shop robbery. Yet he claimed that he took the fall to shield his partners. Marshall and Robert had hit it off as friends during their time behind bars. When Marshall hatched the plan for a bank robbery gang, Robert was the first to sign up. Now, as fate had more in store for them, soon another familiar face from Huntsville Penitentiary, 32-year-old Henry Helms, joined the crew. Unlike the younger duo of Marshall and Robert, Henry was in his 30s with a hefty rap sheet and a commanding presence. Known for being someone folks steered clear of, Henry became the second member to team up with Marshall for their bank robbing adventure. The trio became good friends and made a joint decision to ditch their basic bunkhouse shared with other oil field workers. They opted for cozier setup and moved into a boarding house managed by Mitch Teller, a sweet old lady who treated them like her own sons. Marshall, the mastermind, spilled the beans to his team about his daring plan. He wanted to rob the First National Bank of Cisco right in the midst of the bustling Christmas season when the cash pile would be hefty. Marshall had the whole thing figured out, including how they'd make a quick exit through the back door, which conveniently opened right into the alleyway. In his mind, the robbery was a swift in-and-out operation. Stroll in through the front door, point a gun at an employee for the money, and slip out quietly through the back. However, his team wasn't as upbeat. They reminded Marshall of his past fumbles, also not to mention the $5,000 reward hanging over bank robbers' heads. Yet Marshall, brimming with confidence, assured them that everything would be fine. He was banking on the fact that all banks were insured, and he believed expert bank robbers had a knack for staying one step ahead of the law. So, after a bit of persuading, Henry and Robert reluctantly agreed with Marshall, and the trio dedicated many evenings to carefully plotting their heist. Marshall had every move mapped out, knowing exactly where each member needed to be as he made his move to collect the money from the safe and vault. However, there was a crucial piece missing: the fourth member of their crew, someone skilled with firearms. So, in the quest for this crucial member, Henry suggested a candidate, a 28-year-old man named Lewis Davis. Lewis had a clean record, was young, and had a big family to support. While Marshall and Robert were initially unsure, they decided to meet with him. Lewis seemed like he had the chops for the job, so he became the final piece in their daring plan. Marshall knew that he'd be immediately recognized if he returned to Cisco, so for the heist scheduled in late December, he decided to play it smart and disguise himself as Santa Claus. To pull off this festive cover, he borrowed a Santa beard and costume from Josephine Heron, the owner of the boarding house in Wichita Falls, where they were staying. Everything was set. The only thing left was to secure a getaway vehicle. For that, they swiped a car in Wichita Falls, headed for Cisco, and in the early hours, the four men kicked off their 150-mile journey to Cisco in a snazzy navy blue Buick and rolled into town on the morning of December 23rd, 1927. Marshall, being the planner he was, knew the names of the likely bank employees on duty. He figured the bank wouldn't be bustling with customers when they rolled in. Upon reaching Cisco, Marshall had Robert strategically park the Buick at the alley's end for a quick escape. Meanwhile, Henry, Robert, and Lewis smoothly blended into the crowd outside the bank. While all this was happening, Marshall put on his Santa suit. Despite his careful planning, Marshall didn't realize the attention the Santa outfit might grab from local kids. Instead of blending in with the Christmas shoppers, it sparked unwanted interest, and a bunch of children trailed him into the bank. The bank ended up being busier than Marshall expected, but he stayed calm and patiently waited for his three accomplices to show up. When the bank teller greeted him, Marshall stayed silent, fearing the teller might recognize his voice. Once Henry, Robert, and Lewis joined him in the bank, the heist kicked off. Marshall swiftly filled his burlap sack with cash and bonds, while the others kept watching them. Robert shouted at Mrs. Blasingame and her young daughter, who tried to escape through the bookkeeper's office, but a strange noise outside caught his attention. Suddenly, the front window shattered, and a group of local men with guns formed a blockade in front of the bank. The first gunshot set off chaos, and the mob closed in on the bank. Now, trying to appear armed, Robert fired warning shots into the ceiling, but instead of warnings, they got a barrage of gunfire in return. Lewis got hit several times in the crossfire, and it was at this time that Henry spotted two young girls, 12-year-old Laverne and 10-year-old Emma, cowering near the counter. So, thinking about how to get away safely, Henry decided to use both the young girls as human shields, as Marshall also got hit by a bullet. Now, to protect innocent bystanders, the police ordered the fired-up mob to stop shooting. But as soon as the firing halted, Henry emerged from the rear door, shielded by the two young hostages. Marshall quickly grabbed Laverne and Emma from Henry, bundled them into the Buick, and the four robbers made a hasty getaway from the unfolding mayhem. In order to protect the girls, Police Chief Bedford aimed and fired at the Buick, but in response, Henry leaned out of the Buick's window and shot back, hitting Chief Bedford and Officer George Carmichael. Both were gravely wounded, and with them, 6 other civilians had gotten badly hurt in the chaos. As the four robbers sped away, heading south on Avenue D with their hostages, they threw roofing nails onto the road to puncture the pursuers' tires. It worked for a short while, but the joy was short-lived. They soon realized they were running out of gas. Either bullets had punctured their tank, Or perhaps they'd forgotten to fill up after the long journey from Wichita Falls to Cisco. So now approaching the outskirts of town with the angry mob on their tail, the robbers made a quick decision. They stopped a passing Oldsmobile driven by 14-year-old Woodrow Wilson Harris. He'd been given the responsibility to drive the family into town for some last-minute Christmas shopping. Woodrow's father was beside him, and his mother and grandmother were in the back seat. They held the family at gunpoint and took control of the car. Amid gunfire from the pursuers, they shifted the stolen money, hostages, and the injured Lewis into the Oldsmobile. However, as they attempted to start the car, they faced an unexpected hurdle. Young Harris had cleverly taken the keys from the ignition when told to stop. With Lewis being unconscious, they left him in the car and retreated to the original getaway vehicle with their 2 hostages. Later, it was revealed that the gang had swiped $12,200 in cash and $150,000 in non-negotiable securities. This heist would have been the biggest in Texas history at the time, but in the chaos, they accidentally left all of it behind. Law enforcement and citizens discovered the bag of loot in the abandoned Harris car, along with the badly wounded Lewis. The 3 remaining bandits, along with their 2 young hostages, sped south on Avenue D, making a quick east turn onto a dirt road. They ventured into a pasture, navigated through cactus, mesquite, and scrub oak. Now, as the vegetation became too dense to proceed, the robbers left their bullet-riddled car and the 2 hostages several miles from town and continued on foot. Sheriff John Hart and his deputies from Eastland, the county seat, got wind of the bank robbery through a long-distance call. So, without wasting a moment, they hopped into their cars and raced to the location where the bandits ditched their car. Along with them, reporters, including the adventurous Boyce House, tagged along in another vehicle, eager to capture the unfolding events. According to Boyce, officers and citizens flooded in from all around that part of the state, and a manhunt like Western Texas has never witnessed was quickly underway. Many in the posse were on horseback or on foot, navigating through trees, exploring tall grass and ravines, and inspecting boulders and canyons. One search party stumbled upon an overcoat and gloves stained with blood. Later, citizens also discovered a suitcase and a pile of blood-stained rags. Inside the suitcase were cotton and gauze, which indicated that the bandits had foreseen the possibility of bloodshed in their venture. Unfortunately, as the sun dipped below the horizon on the day of the robbery, the police weren't able to locate the bandits, and the pursuit persisted into the next day, Saturday, December 24th, 1927. Lewis, a last-minute addition to the group and inexperienced in crime, faced the tragic reality that this would be his only venture into criminality. Sadly, he succumbed to the gunshot wounds inflicted during the intense gunfight at the bank. On the evening of Christmas Day, the 3 remaining bandits pulled off a daring move by taking control of a vehicle driven by Carl Wiley, a young driller, making him their reluctant hostage. In the midst of the seizure, Mr. Wiley's father attempted to halt the fleeing car by firing a shotgun, but accidentally it hit his own son. After hiding out all night with nothing to eat but oranges, the trio of Henry, Robert, and Marshall showed little compassion for the injured young hostage Wiley, not sharing their food with him. As they braved icy and sleety conditions, the bandits struggled with injuries and hunger, and eventually decided to switch cars and release Wiley along with his vehicle. Wiley later informed the authorities about the dire state of the bandits. So the next morning, on December 27, 1927, in the small town of South Bend, Young County, 1,139 miles from Cisco, officers saw the vehicle with 3 people approaching as they attempted to cross the Brazos River. The bandits quickly reversed and sped backward down the road. Then, as the posse members hurried into their cars, the bandits' vehicle spun around and sped away. A car chase ensued and led to a shootout in an oil field as the 3 tried to escape, running towards the wells. In the midst of the firefight, Deputy Sheriff Cy Bradford, later a Texas Ranger, emerged as a skilled marksman. Known for his cool-headedness, Bradford swiftly exited his car with Old Betsy, his trusty double-barreled shotgun, and fired a shot that brought down one of the fleeing bandits before his car even fully stopped. Bradford's career was marked by numerous gunfights where his marksmanship consistently led him to victory. Bradford made sure not to run out of ammunition in case the bandits decided to fight back. He reloaded it quickly and continued firing as the outlaws ran, shooting back over their shoulders. With his next shot, another one of the bandits fell, but this one got back up and continued staggering forward. Without hesitation, Bradford loaded another shell into his gun and fired once more. This time, the 3rd bandit dropped to his knees, but somehow he too managed to get back up and stumbled away, and eventually disappeared among the oil derricks in the distance. Henry and Robert, despite their injuries, managed to slip away into the woods near the Brazos River, finding it the perfect cover. Marshall, often described as a walking arsenal, carried not only 6 shotgun wounds, but also 6 pistols, including the one he snatched from the bank. It seemed that Santa had finally been caught, as he was severely injured in the aftermath of the intense gunfire and was captured by the police. The determined pursuit of Henry and Robert unfolded under the leadership of Ranger Captain Tom Hickman and Ranger Sergeant L.T. Lone Wolf Gonzulez, involving over 100 men in the posse, with nearly 50 officers. They pressed on relentlessly, not giving the robbers a chance to rest. Despite having airplane assistance, the search team faced many challenges spotting Henry and Robert. Along the way, 2 more men were accidentally wounded due to firearm discharges, which added to the total number of injuries, which now stood at 8, excluding the 3 surviving robbers. But they weren't able to escape for much longer as their trail was finally discovered, and it became evident that the end of the chase was near. The footprints found in the woods indicated their weariness from the long pursuit and blood loss. Finally, on December 30th, 1927, 7 days after the bank robbery, the last 2 robbers arrived in Graham, Texas. In their quest to locate a rooming house in Graham, Henry and Robert unwittingly revealed their pistols to a man they asked for directions. Now, after observing the firearms, the man promptly alerted the authorities, and in turn, the duo was arrested without resistance. Robert was found with 3 pistols, and Henry had 4 in his possession. Marshall, Robert, and Henry faced their trials individually. Robert, defending himself, got a whopping 99-year prison sentence for armed robbery. Despite his knack for escape, 3 times to be exact, he found himself back behind bars every time. Surprisingly, Robert transformed into a model prisoner, striving for an honest path to freedom. Meanwhile, Henry, the shooter charged with killing Cisco's chief of police and Officer George Carmichael, faced the death sentence by electric chair. Also, Henry's attempt to convince others of his insanity proved futile. Now, Marshall, recognized as the ringleader, managed to avoid a murder conviction since no one had witnessed him firing a single shot. However, he received a 99-year sentence for armed robbery. Strangely, Marshall found solace, believing that, as a model prisoner, he might secure release from a life sentence in just 20 years. But nothing went as planned because the furious public outcry led to a retrial for Marshall, and the authorities also acquiesced. In his second trial, the prosecution struggled to secure willing witnesses, and no one had observed Marshall firing a single shot. Despite this, he was still found guilty of being involved in the murders of Chief Bedford and Officer Carmichael. Consequently, Marshall received a death row sentence, joining Henry in facing the ultimate penalty. Henry's plea of insanity went unanswered, and on September 6, 1929, almost 2 years after the bank's robbery, he was forcibly taken to the electric chair, kicking and screaming, meeting his end. Meanwhile, Marshall, witnessing Henry's fate, adopted an eccentric demeanor on the very day of his execution, hoping to convince authorities of his own mental instability in pursuit of an insanity plea. So, while waiting for his insanity hearing appealed for by his mother, Marshall suddenly suffered paralysis. The prison guards had the challenging task of physically lifting him out of bed to ensure he was fed. Deputy Sheriff Tom Jones, a 53-year-old father of 8, took on the responsibility of caring for Marshall, tending to his needs such as feeding, bathing, and assisting him with bathroom tasks. On the night of Monday, November 18, 1929, Marshall, having feigned paralysis for so long, seized an opportunity as Deputy Sheriff Jones and his colleague, Pat Kilbourne, were preparing to feed him. He took advantage of the open cell door, slipped out, and discovered a service revolver on the sheriff's desk and attempted to escape. While trying to escape, he fatally wounded Jones and violently fought Kilbourne. After Marshall was recaptured and returned to his cell, Deputy Sheriff Jones succumbed to his wounds on November 19, 1929. That same day, in response to Marshall's failed escape, an angry mob of around 2,000 people gathered at the jail. Kilbourne pleaded with the crowd, urging them to return and allow the courts to handle the situation. The furious mob overwhelmed Kilbourne, seizing Marshall and stripping him naked before dragging him outside the jail. The unruly crowd paraded Marshall through the streets, passing by a theater ironically showing a production called The Noose. After that, they stopped on a well-lit main street where someone in the mob fashioned a makeshift noose from a hemp rope and tightly secured it around Marshall's neck. The noose was thrown over a nearby utility pole, and about a dozen men grabbed the rope, lifting Marshall into the air. The abrupt jerk of the rope was so forceful that it broke, causing him to fall to the ground. The angry and vengeful crowd, already fueled up by emotion, began chanting, "String 'em up, string 'em up." Marshall was lifted again, this time more slowly. Just before his feet left the ground, he managed to utter his final words, "Forgive me, boys." This marked the tragic end of Marshall's life, etching a chapter in history. The Santa Claus bank robbery stands as an unbelievable true crime case, weaving together foolish daydreaming, rebellious bounty hunting, relentless manhunts, and, ultimately, mob justice. On January 4, 1996, 22-year-old Christopher Hervey sustained fatal injuries while defending himself during a botched robbery. His live-in girlfriend, 22-year-old Jade Benning, was the only eyewitness and the only one who made the call reporting the crime. Over 2 decades later, an anonymous thing reignited interest in the case and named a possible suspect that no one could have expected. And what really led investigators to this new suspect? What was that anonymous thing? Once again, we return to California, this time to Santa Ana. It's the county seat of Orange County and the second most populous city in the county. Blessed with excellent weather, Santa Ana is a place made for people who enjoy the outdoors. With several museums and the Santa Ana Zoo, it's a cultural feast for tourists from around the world and considered an economic and cultural hub of Orange County. Fun fact, Actress Michelle Pfeiffer and Diane Keaton both hail from sunny Santa Ana. Back in 1996, though, Santa Ana was the setting for what one could call a Hollywood crime mystery. At 3 a.m. on Thursday, January 4th, 1996, officers from the Santa Ana Police Department responded to a 911 call. When they arrived at the apartment complex on the 2200 block of North Broadway Street, they were met with a gruesome sight. On the living room floor lay a young man, struggling to breathe as blood pooled around his body. In the apartment, a young woman stood in a state of shock and seemed to be injured as well. The man was identified as 22-year-old Christopher Hervey, the woman as his live-in girlfriend, 22-year-old Jade Benning. His body was transported to the local mortuary for an autopsy. The only eyewitness to the crime was Jade. After recovering from the shock, police took her in for questioning to the police station. She told investigators that she and Christopher had been sleeping in the living room because they were renovating the apartment. When she woke up around 3 a.m., she saw Christopher struggling with an unknown black male. She then tried to intervene, but the attacker slashed her across her right hand. Detectives took notice of this wound on her right hand. By then, Christopher had already collapsed to the floor, and the intruder had fled through the back door. She then called 911 to report the incident and ask for assistance. Jade was further interrogated by police, but her general statements were eventually cleared, and she was released without charges and not considered a suspect. Investigators launched an immediate investigation into the incident. After questioning several neighbors, they discovered information that corroborated Jade's statements. Neighbors reported hearing a loud argument coming from the apartment 15 minutes before police arrived. Another neighbor claimed to have seen a man running from the scene. It was too dark to make out any features, but his gait was that of a man, the neighbor confirmed. A search of the apartment did not yield many results. The apartment was in a state of disarray, but there was no murder weapon found inside or anywhere in the vicinity of the apartment complex. Crime scene technicians worked to recover any possible traces of DNA or fingerprints. They also bagged items that might be used as evidence from the apartment of Christopher and Jade. In the days that followed, an autopsy was performed on Christopher. It revealed that he'd been stabbed multiple times in the upper chest. Several major arteries had been punctured, leading to him bleeding out to death. His body was swabbed, and fingernail clippings were taken for DNA testing. His body was released to his family, and he was buried in a private ceremony at the Forest Lawn Memorial Park in mid-January 1996. Christopher's family thereafter remained private and avoided interviews with the media. Investigators began to hit dead ends from the beginning of the investigation. The fingerprints found at the crime scene all checked out. There were no matches to DNA on any criminal database, and there was no trace of a murder weapon. Interviews with people closest to Christopher and Jade provided no clues either. They had no known enemies and did not seem to have trouble in their relationship. The days turned to weeks, and despite police reports circulating in the area, no new leads came through. Investigators concluded that Christopher's murder was the result of a botched robbery. Soon after the murder of Christopher, Jade went back to living with her family. Jade had moved around quite a bit in the California area, living in many places including Arleta, Huntington Beach, Santa Ana, and Anaheim. She eventually relocated to Las Vegas, Nevada in 2001. After some time, she moved to Austin, Texas, and permanently settled in the city. Jade, too, lived under the radar of the media, and there's almost little to no information about her life since the death of Christopher. It's unclear she ever married, but there are reports that she had 3 children. She also owned her own vintage clothing company. For Jade and the family and friends of Christopher Hervey, the case seemed to go so cold that it was frozen in time. No new evidence in 2 decades meant no progress in the situation, and their lives remained stagnant while awaiting answers. The dust had long ago settled on the case, and all possibility of discovering who killed Christopher Hervey seemed lost, until another twist in the case revealed itself. In January 2020, 24 years after the murder of Christopher, Santa Ana police received an unusual tip. An anonymous letter arrived at the police station and revealed details previously unknown to the police. Investigators have not yet released the details of the letter, nor have they identified who wrote and posted it. They have, however, said that the letter revealed information that had been withheld previously, and in doing so, implicated a potential suspect. Cold case detective Michael Gibbons of the Homicide Division at the Santa Ana Police Department took over the case in January 2020 and began re-examining the evidence. Together with his team, Gibbons went through the details of the crime and the witness statement. They also reviewed the statements given by neighbors and the DNA evidence discovered at the scene. Exact details of the investigation remain
Sorry, dispatching about a call. Respond with the police. 4747 Summer Street. Female party jumped off the top floor of the house. Dispatch at 12, 1812.
It's unknown where the knife is, or wherever she used to split her. She's in the. Looks like they're pinging around the back. We'll get that info now.
I'm gonna get all 3 mutual aids at this time. I'm getting you 3 mutual aid ambulances, Cap. I struck the box. We got 3 on the way. Look, I got 1 I got 4 patients total. 7 Summer Street. 30 ambulance in for a suicidal situation. Time of the
As the sun set on January 24th, 2023, Patrick Clancy, a father of 3, rushed back to his home in Duxbury, Massachusetts after a brief errand. But what he found there was something out of a nightmare. His wife, Lindsay, lay severely injured in the backyard, and their children, aged 5, 3, and 8 months, were unresponsive in the basement. The entire town was in shock as the news of the tragedy spread like wildfire. And in the investigation that unraveled, the truth was more disturbing than anyone could have ever imagined. What could have possibly happened in that short span of time when Patrick was away? And what secrets were hiding behind the closed doors of the Clancy household? Duxbury, Massachusetts is a small coastal town located about 35 miles southeast of Boston. With a population of just about 16,000 residents, Duxbury is known for its charming New England-style homes and historic landmarks. The town also boasts a number of beautiful parks and recreation areas, including Duxbury Beach, where residents and visitors can enjoy swimming, fishing, and boating. Overall, Duxbury is a charming and idyllic town that offers something for everyone. Whether you're interested in history, outdoor recreation, or the arts, there's plenty to see and do in this picturesque coastal community. And it's here that our story begins. In 2016, Patrick and Lindsay Clancy tied the knot in a beautiful ceremony that left everyone in awe. Fast forward to 2 years later in 2018, the couple took a leap of faith and purchased a charming home on 47 Summer Street in Duxbury, Massachusetts. It was the start of a new chapter in their lives. As their love bloomed, so did their family. In the space of 6 years, the couple were blessed with 3 beautiful children. In 2018, they welcomed their firstborn, a delightful girl they named Cora. And 2 years later, their family grew with the arrival of a bouncing baby boy named Dawson. But that wasn't the end. On May 26, 2022, the Clancys welcomed their newest bundle of joy, a baby boy named Callan. The Clancys' children were a beautiful blend of unique personalities, and their journey together was nothing short of enchanting. Cora, for instance, was a beautiful girl with a heart of gold. She dreamed of being a doctor and a mother someday, and often practiced by giving her little brother Callan checkups, which melted her parents' hearts. Dawson, the second-born, had bold brown eyes that sparkled with warmth and friendship. He had a natural talent for humor and was incredibly generous, always willing to share his toys with others. The youngest of the epitome when he was born, he hardly ever fussed and was always smiling. His parents affectionately nicknamed him Happy Callan because of this. Lindsay and Patrick were the ultimate parenting duo, with a deep love and devotion to their children that knew no bounds. Lindsay was the embodiment of motherhood when it came to her kids. As a labor and delivery nurse at Massachusetts General Hospital, Lindsay was no stranger to caring for others, but her passion for her children knew no bounds. Her love for them was evident in everything she did, from working out while carrying her little ones to pushing Dawson in his stroller while Cora pedaled her tricycle beside her. Every moment spent with her children was precious to her, and she savored every second. Patrick was no less dedicated to his family. He was a businessman and had a home office in the basement of the family house. But despite his busy schedule, he was always eager to take his kids on adventures and explore the world with them. From scooting through the park to skiing down the slopes, nothing was too big or small for this loving father. He knew that his children were his purpose in life, and he never took that responsibility for granted. Watching them grow and thrive was a true joy for him, and he knew that his love for them would only continue to grow with each passing day. For a while, life seemed to be going perfectly for the Clancy family. They were happy, healthy, and filled with love. But all of that was about to change in an instant. On the morning of January, the world was coated in a pristine blanket of snow. Lindsay and her daughter Cora were up early for Cora's pediatrician appointment. Lindsay, who'd been on maternity leave since her youngest son, Callan, was born, was eager to ensure that her daughter was in perfect health. After their appointment, Lindsay and Cora returned home and joined Dawson outside in the snow. They giggled and played in the snow and built a magnificent snowman. Lindsay captured the moments through pictures, sharing the joy with her mom and husband. The day quickly went by, and as the afternoon set in, Lindsay began to think about dinner plans. She searched online for the driving time to the 3V, a restaurant in Plymouth. Later, at 4:47 p.m., she phoned CVS Pharmacy in Kingston to inquire about children's Miralax, a laxative medication for kids. Unfortunately, the manager informed her that they didn't have it in stock, but suggested some alternatives. As she got off the phone office in the basement, asking if he wanted to order takeout for dinner, he agreed, and she quickly placed an order for a Mediterranean power bowl for herself and a scallop and pork belly risotto for him. She also asked him to pick up the kid's medication on his way back. At 5:10 p.m., the order was placed, and a few minutes later, Patrick headed out to pick up the takeout and medication. As the clock struck 5:33 p.m., Patrick pulled into the CVS Pharmacy parking lot in Kingston. He rushed to the children's aisle and reached for his phone to call Lindsay and confirm the medication they needed, but there was no answer. A minute later, Lindsay called back and was able to confirm what he was to get. He picked up the food, and the Mediterranean power bowl and scallop and pork belly risotto filled his senses. He couldn't wait to get back home to enjoy the meal with his family. But as he drove back home, blissfully unaware of the tragedy unfolding, he had no idea that his life was about to change forever. As Patrick pulled into the driveway of his home, he couldn't help but notice the eerie silence that hung in the air. There were no sounds of laughter or giggles from his kids, which was highly unusual. His heart racing, he quickly got out of the car and made his way to the house. As he stepped inside, he called out for his wife and children, but there was no response. The emptiness of the house made him feel like he had entered a horror movie set. He began to ascend the stairs, his heart beating faster and faster with each step. When he reached their second-floor bedroom, he found the door locked. This made him suspicious, and his mind raced with thoughts of what could have happened. He jiggled the handle of the door a few times, but it wouldn't budge. Growing impatient and scared, he eventually forced the door open, and his eyes fell upon a gruesome sight. The floor was covered in blood, and the window was wide open, flapping in the breeze. Fear gripped his heart. A quick glance outside the window, and his worst fears were confirmed. Lindsay was lying motionless on the ground 20 feet below. It was a scene straight out of a nightmare. As he stumbled out of the bedroom and rushed to the backyard, his mind was in a frenzy. He found his wife lying broken on the ground with blood pooling around her wrists. His heart sank at the sight, but he was relieved to see that she was still breathing and conscious. When he asked her what had happened, she told him to his surprise that she tried to kill herself and jumped out of the bedroom window. Patrick's mind went into overdrive. How could this be happening? He quickly dialed 911 and
Sorry, dispatching a medical call. Respond with the police. 4747 Summer Street. Female party jumped off the top floor of the house and suicide attempt 1812.
It's unknown where the knife is or whatever she used to slit her. She's in the. Looks like they're pinging around the back. We'll get that info now.
I'm gonna get all three mutual aid at this time. I'm getting you three mutual aid ambulance cabs. I struck the box. We got three on the way. Okay, I got one here. I got four patients total. 7 Summer Street. 30 ambulance in for a suicidal situation. Time of
explained the situation to the operator. Lindsay informed him that they were in the basement. Patrick's heart raced as he sprinted down to the basement. his worst fears coming to life before his eyes. He shouted out for his beloved children, Cora, Callan, and Dawson, but there was no response. As he reached the den area, his heart sank. The sight before him was unimaginable. The children lay motionless on the ground with exercise bands wrapped tightly around their necks. Patrick's hands shook as he frantically tried to remove the bands, begging his children to breathe. But it appeared to be too late. The children had been strangled and were not responding. The weight of the tragedy was too much for him to bear. The sound of sirens in the distance jolted Patrick out of his despair. Officers and paramedics arrived and immediately took over, loading the children into ambulances and rushing them to Beth Israel Deaconess Hospital, Plymouth. Meanwhile, Lindsay was also transported to South Shore Hospital in Weymouth for treatment. The clock ticked as Patrick waited for news concerning his family. His heart was heavy with grief and fear as they prayed for his children's survival. However, at 7:28 p.m., his world came crashing down when the doctors delivered the devastating news that Cora and Dawson had passed away. His heart shattered into a million pieces, and Patrick struggled to come to terms with the tragedy that had befallen his family. But amidst the darkness, a glimmer of hope emerged. Callan, miraculously, was still fighting for his life. The doctors were able to revive him, and he was quickly transported by medical flight to the Boston Children's Hospital. Though he was in critical condition, the medical team continued to work tirelessly to save his life. Patrick clung on to the hope that his youngest child would pull through the nightmare and bring light back to his shattered world. On the 25th of January 2023, which was the day after the heartbreaking event, the authorities issued an arrest warrant for Lindsay on multiple charges, including 2 counts of homicide and 3 counts of strangulation. As the investigation progressed, it became clear that Lindsay had played a role in the murder of her own children. The news shook the entire community to its core. People couldn't comprehend how a mother who seemed so normal could take the lives of her own children. Amidst the chaos, Lindsay remained unconscious in the hospital, unable to explain the motive behind her actions. The once peaceful town continued to grieve for the innocent lives lost and struggled to come to terms with the reality of what had transpired. The morning of January 27, 2023 was a dark one, as little Callan's fight for life came to a heartbreaking end at 11:18 a.m. Despite the valiant efforts of the medical staff at Boston Children's Hospital, the 8-month-old had suffered permanent brain damage. His tiny body could not withstand the damage inflicted by the exercise band around his neck. It was a tragedy that shook the entire community to its core. Meanwhile, Lindsay, who'd been unconscious for days, finally opened her eyes. Although she was intubated, she used a whiteboard to communicate her thoughts. Her body had suffered immense damage from the fall, and she was paralyzed from the waist down. But even in her vulnerable state, the authorities did not hesitate to press charges against her. The evidence was overwhelming, and there was no escaping the truth. The road to justice for the tragic events of January 24th was just beginning. Patrick finally found the courage to speak up on January 28th, 2023. His heart-wrenching post on the family's GoFundMe page left a lump in the throats of thousands who read it. Devastated and shattered by the loss of his precious children, Cora, Dawson, and Callan, he poured out his heart in the post. He talked about the unimaginable pain and shock he was going through, and how he felt completely lost without his children, who were the essence of his life. Despite everything, he found it in his heart to forgive Lindsay and asked others to do the same. He also reminded everyone that the real Lindsay was generously loving and caring towards everyone. Following the post, the outpouring of support and love for Patrick and his family was immense, with people from all over the world donating to the family's medical bills, funeral services, and legal help. On February 6, 2023, Lindsay made a phone call to her husband in the presence of Dr. Paul Ziesel, a renowned psychologist who had been hired by her lawyer to assess her mental state. In that call, she made a shocking confession that left everyone stunned. Lindsay revealed that after Patrick had left their home on January 24th, she'd experienced a moment of psychosis and heard voices in her head. She claimed that a man's voice had instructed her to take the lives of her precious children and to end her own life, as it was her last chance to do so. The gravity of her words left Patrick and the psychologist speechless, and the implications of her confession left them with a lot to contemplate. The shocking truth behind why Lindsay had committed such a terrible crime was revealed after a thorough mental evaluation. It was discovered that she'd been struggling with postpartum depression. Becoming a mother is often viewed as one of the most joyous experiences in a woman's life. However, this isn't always the case. Postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis are two conditions that can arise after giving birth, and they can be incredibly challenging to navigate. Postpartum depression is a form of clinical depression that affects mothers after childbirth. It can be caused by hormonal changes, lack of sleep, and stress. Symptoms may include feelings of sadness, hopelessness, and difficulty in sleeping. Postpartum psychosis, on the other hand, is a rare but severe condition that occurs in about 1 to 2 out of every 1,000 births. It's characterized by delusions, hallucinations, and confusion. Women with a history of bipolar disorder or schizophrenia are at a higher risk of developing postpartum psychosis. Both conditions require prompt medical attention to ensure the safety and well-being of both mother and baby. In the months leading up to the tragedy, Lindsay had sought help from psychiatrists due to overwhelming feelings of anxiety and depression. Despite being diagnosed with generalized anxiety disorder, she continued to struggle with her mental health and was prescribed a staggering 13 different psychiatric medications to manage her symptoms. These included powerful drugs such as clonazepam, Valium, Prozac, sertraline, and lorazepam, all of which had significant side effects and potential risks. Despite her husband Patrick's account that she took these drugs as prescribed, Lindsay shared with them in December 2022 that she was having thoughts of harming their children. On January 1st, 2023, Lindsay checked herself into McLean Hospital in Massachusetts. After being admitted, she was taken off some medication and put on others before being discharged on January 5th. In the following weeks, her husband Patrick inquired if she was still having thoughts, and Lindsay responded that she was not. As all these details about Lindsay's mental health emerged, it became clear that her actions might have been as a result of her struggles with postpartum depression. This would later be a key factor in her defense in court. As the camera zoomed in on Lindsay's pale face, she looked almost unrecognizable with a neck brace and mask covering most of her features. It was Tuesday, the 7th of February, 2023, and Lindsay was lying paralyzed in a hospital bed as she appeared for a virtual arraignment via Zoom. This was the first time the public had seen her since the tragic deaths of her children. As the court proceedings began, both Lindsay's defense attorney, Kevin Reddington, and the prosecutors were in agreement that her family knew of her worsening depression and unsettling thoughts following the birth of her son Callan in May 2022. Following this, Reddington argued that Lindsay had been suffering from postpartum depression and possibly postpartum psychosis, but prosecutors refuted the claim.
She never indicated that she was hallucinating, delusional, or had disordered thoughts or speech.
The exchange was tense, with both sides trying to prove their point. In a shocking turn of events, prosecutors revealed that Lindsay had been keeping notes on her phone about her feelings.
She wrote in her journal that at times she had suicidal ideation in December of 2022, and she also told her husband that she had suicidal thoughts and on one occasion had thoughts of harming her children. But she did not write or voice those thoughts after a stay at McLean Hospital. When she had those thoughts, she consulted with a psychiatrist and with her husband, and then she committed herself to McLean Hospital on January 1st, 2023. She was discharged by the hospital on January 5th, 2023, and the hospital did not file any paperwork at that time attempting to have her committed as a danger to herself or others.
The revelation left everyone in the courtroom speechless, shedding light on the extent of Lindsay's mental struggles. Prosecutors also made another shocking revelation about Lindsay's state of mind after her children's death. They stated that 3 days after the incident, while still intubated and barely conscious, Lindsay reportedly scribbled a note saying she needed an attorney. Prosecutors pointed out this was one of the first things she asked about, suggesting that she was fully aware of her actions and their consequences. In their view, this showed that Lindsay was not suffering from a complete lack of mental capacity, but rather acted with a degree of intentionality. Due to this, prosecutors further argued that the murders of Lindsay's children were not an impulsive act, had been meticulously planned.
The defendant did not take advantage of the situation when her husband left the home that night. She created the situation. And she used Apple Maps to make sure she would have enough time to strangle each child before her husband returned from where she had sent him. The defendant is a danger to herself and others. She planned these murders, gave herself the time and privacy needed to commit the murders, and then she strangled each child in the place where they should have felt the safest, at home with their mom.
The evidence came from her phone records, which showed the searches she made on the day of the murders. The air was thick with tension as Lindsay's defense attorney, Reddington, rose to address the court. He argued that the murders of Lindsay's 3 young children were not premeditated, but rather a tragic result of the country's failure to properly address the mental health needs of new mothers. Reddington painted a vivid picture of a woman who was failed by the medical professionals who were supposed to help her. He pointed out that Lindsay was prescribed a cocktail of medications that did more harm than good, leaving her unable to experience genuine emotions.
We all know that this woman is, as counsel concedes apparently, a danger to herself. I question whether she would ever make it to a trial. She's extremely emotional. However, she's unable and has been unable to express any happiness or sadness or cry. And in fact, sometime about a month or 2 ago, she made the comment, "I just wish that I could feel something."
The drugs had left her in such a state that she was now under 24/7 suicide watch. The defense attorney's words were met with mixed reactions in the courtroom. Some nodded in agreement, while others seemed skeptical of his claims. As the courtroom proceedings continued, a wave of letters of support for Lindsay flooded in, telling stories of their own struggles with postpartum depression and rallying to her defense. From old friends to complete strangers, each letter vouched for her character, slamming her extensive list of medications and expressing their firm belief that Lindsay could not have been responsible for the death of her 3 beloved children. The letters carried a common thread of empathy and understanding towards the struggles that women face during and after pregnancy, and a collective call to arms for the need for more resources and support for women suffering from postpartum depression. As the courtroom drama continued, the prosecution made it clear that they were not buying Lindsay's attorney's defense strategy. They strongly rejected the idea that she was a mere victim of excessive medication and antidepressants. With the stakes high, they pushed for her to be kept in custody without bail. The judge, however, ruled that Lindsay would remain in an undisclosed hospital, where she'd been since the day she allegedly killed her 3 children. Lindsay's fate now rests in the hands of a grand jury who will decide whether she should be charged with murder. The suspense is palpable as everyone awaits the decision. Her next court date is on July 25th, 2023, and it remains to be seen what the future holds for this tragic case. The case of Lindsay Clancy and the tragic deaths of her 3 children has left many questions unanswered. It is indeed a heartbreaking and complex situation that has shaken the community. As we reflect on this case, it raises important questions about mental health, the postpartum period, and the support available for women who are struggling. What more can be done to ensure that women receive the help they need during this vulnerable time? And how can we prevent tragedies like this from happening in the future? May 10th, 2007, in the tranquil village of Cajun, Republic, an ordinary evening took a chilling turn for a hopeful father. Eager to ensure the safety of his newborn, he carefully installed a CCTV baby monitor, unknowingly setting in motion a sequence of events that would haunt him forever. As he peered expectantly at the monitor's display, anticipating the serene sight of his slumbering child in the crib, the CCTV picked up a different signal nearby. A shocking and horrifying scene unfurled before his eyes. A young boy, barely dressed, with his fragile limbs cruelly restrained behind his back. The boy looked very thin and weak, and he was desperately trying to find food on the floor. His malnourished appearance sent shivers down the father's spine, leaving him with unsettling questions. From which of his neighbors was the video feed coming from? Who was the young boy captured on the baby monitor's screen? Kujim is a charming town located in Brno County District in the South Moravian region of the Czech Republic. With a population of approximately 11,000 as of today, it offers a close-knit community vibe. This quaint destination boasts cultural landmarks like the Kujim Castle and the Church of St. Mary Magdalene, drawing history enthusiasts from far and wide. And here, our story begins. Back in 2005, in the small town of Kujim, Czech Republic, there lived two sisters. 31-year-old Klara Marova, born 1975, and 33-year-old Katerina Marova. Not much known about their early lives, but Klara had a degree in pedagogy, the study of the methods and activities of teaching. Katerina, on the other hand, worked at a youth center called Paprsek. What intrigued those who knew them was the deep belief the sisters shared. They often spoke about a divine mission that awaited them, a calling from God that would shape their destinies. Now, Klara was also a single mother who found herself with the responsibility of taking care of two boys, Jacob, age 9, and his younger brother Andre, who was 8. Klara had been married before, but the details about her husband, the duration of their marriage, and the circumstances of their separation remain unclear. Some attributed the breakup to what was labeled as Klara's unusual behavior and beliefs, which were thought to be related to her battle with schizophrenia. Despite the challenges she faced, those who knew Klara had nothing but praise for her motherly nature. She was the epitome of a loving and caring mother, always taking proper care of Jacob and Andre. Klara delighted in playing with them, taking them on exciting vacations, and enrolling them in summer camps to create beautiful memories. However, the tranquil life they built together began to change when a new child entered their lives. From that moment on, life would never be the same for Klara, Jacob, and Andre. The new child was a 13-year-old Norwegian orphan named Annika. She had an interesting connection with Katerina, Klara's sister, who somehow took her under her wing. We don't know all the details of how they met, but it's possible they crossed paths at the youth center where Katerina worked. One day, Katerina decided to visit her sister Klara, and she took Annika along with her. Now, this wasn't just any ordinary visit, because Annika had quite a tale to share. She bravely revealed that she was running away from a dangerous trafficking gang in Norway. The poor girl had endured severe hardships at the hands of these criminals. As Annika shared her heart-wrenching story, Klara couldn't help but feel a rush of sympathy and concern. It was a moment that brought the family together, connecting them to this young girl in need. As days turned into weeks, Annika's presence in Klara's home grew stronger. She also portrayed herself as a frail and sickly child, requiring constant medical attention. It was peculiar, though, as she only trusted Katerina to take her to the hospital. It makes one wonder about the reason behind this selective trust. Despite the mystery surrounding Annika, Klara's heart softened towards her, and she wholeheartedly embraced the young girl as part of her family. Annika had found a loving and caring mother figure in Klara, and the bond between them continued to grow. But amidst this new chapter in their lives, something else was brewing on the horizon. The two sisters, Klara and Katerina, joined a cult known as the Grail Movement. This cult was under the guidance of a man named Joseph Skrla. The members of the cult held a belief that performing good deeds could secure them a place in heaven, while simultaneously granting them immunity from the repercussions of any crimes committed. It's not exactly clear how, when, or under what circumstances Klara and Katerina joined this group. Now, as the two sisters ventured further into the folds of the Grail Movement, they would soon discover that their newfound beliefs came with unforeseen consequences. The cult's allure would pull them into a world where the line between right and wrong became blurred. Shortly after Annika became a part of the family, strange texts and emails began flooding Clara's phone. These messages were from an unknown sender claiming to be a doctor with a perfect treatment plan for Annika. The messages were cryptic yet compelling, urging Clara to meet this mysterious doctor in person to discuss Annika's care. Curiosity got the best of her, and they arranged to meet late at night inside a car. On the day of the meeting, Clara could not get a clear look at the man's face since it was dark. However, he presented Annika's medical records and even flashed a diplomatic passport, which somewhat reassured Clara about his credibility. Feeling a sense of trust in the stranger, Clara accepted him as Annika's new and official doctor. However, little did she know that this encounter would set off a chain of unsettling events. As time passed, the texts and emails from the doctor took a strange turn. He'd suggest bizarre treatment plans, like instructing her to rub Annika's body, especially her private regions, for hours, claiming it would bring happiness to the young girl. This was simply weird, to say the least. As the days went by, something changed in Clara. Her attention seemed to drift away from her sons, and so she began leaving them in the care of their grandparents. This shift in focus coincided with Clara's growing idea of adopting Annika into their family. However, a strange twist came into play when the doctor, who'd been sending those mysterious messages, told Clara that adoption would be impossible due to her son's alleged mistreatment of Annika. It's unclear whether this accusation held any truth or if it was just a manipulation tactic. With her heart torn and unsure of what to do, Clara turned to the doctor for advice. Shockingly, he suggested a rather disturbing solution to her dilemma: curing her son's evil spirits through extreme discipline, tough love, and physical punishments. In a twist that nobody saw coming, Clara began to discipline her sons with relentless severity, as if she were seeking any excuse to inflict pain upon them. It was shocking and heartbreaking to witness. She resorted to beating them with her bare hands, wooden spoons, and belts, and even subjected them to the cruelty of being locked up in small rooms overnight. It was difficult to comprehend how Clara's actions had taken such a dark turn. Perhaps her struggle with schizophrenia played a part, clouding her judgment and making it easier for her to carry out these drastic measures. Regardless of what it was, Clara's family was now entangled in a web of pain and turmoil. The once loving mother seemed lost, as if consumed by a darkness that had engulfed her soul. The path ahead held an uncertain future for everyone involved, and the question remained whether there would be a way to break free from this disturbing cycle of pain and find the light amidst the shadows that had taken hold. In August of 2006, something bizarre and troubling happened. The doctor who'd been advising Clara about her sons dropped a bombshell. He said her punishments weren't working, and in a surprising turn of events, he suggested an even more radical approach. Clara should stop acting like their mother altogether. It was an astonishing and bewildering idea, but Clara followed the doctor's instructions nonetheless. That's not even the craziest part. The doctor also suggested she take them to this small cottage in Verveska Batishka, out in the woods, far away from prying eyes. This remote spot was a mere 13-minute drive from their home in Kujim. Clara was torn between this bizarre advice and her desperate need to fix her sons. However, in the end, she decided to go along with it. She packed her boys up and whisked them away to that secluded cottage. Upon reaching the cottage, they were met by Katerina, Clara's sister, along with two men. One was named Jan Skla, while the other was named Jan Turek. Another woman, Hanna Bashova, whom Clara knew from a past summer camp, was also part of the group. This seemingly innocent gathering at the cottage would mark the beginning of an unthinkable ordeal for the two young boys. The cottage walls would bear witness to unspeakable horrors and unimaginable acts of cruelty afflicted upon the innocent souls who deserved nothing but love and care. The boys were kept locked up inside tiny dog cages. The cages were so small they couldn't even stand up properly or move around much. And to add to the cruelty, they were forced to eat from dog bowls and use the bathroom right there in the cages, leaving them sitting in their own filth. But it didn't stop at that. The boys were forbidden to talk to each other, to their own mother, or to anyone else present. The mental torture was simply unbearable. And then came the water torture. Clara would dunk their heads underwater for what felt like an eternity. The boys were terrified, thinking they might drown. And to make matters worse, Katerina would hold their arms behind their backs, leaving them defenseless against their own mother's cruelty. It was just sickening to think about the pain and suffering those boys endured. They were scratched with forks and subjected to unimaginable ordeals. They were forced to fight each other, tied up like animals. And it wasn't just Clara and Katerina that carried out this abuse on the boys. The others joined in too. They would tie bags around the boys' heads, cutting off their air and further tormenting them. But the horrors didn't stop there. At one point, they even cut flesh from Andre's buttocks and burned the wound with cigarettes. And, unbelievably, they made him eat his own flesh. The others also had joined in eating the raw human flesh. The depravity of it all is just beyond words. They didn't stop at just one act of savagery. They continued taking skin from other parts of the boys' bodies, forcing them to eat their own flesh. And if that wasn't enough, they even made them eat their vomit. The boys' screams must have been unbearable, so they made sure to tape their mouths shut to silence them. The following month, in September of 2006, Claire decided to pursue the adoption of Annika once again, and this time her efforts were successful. Following this, Claire made a shocking decision to hand over her own sons to Katerina. She thought it would be better to focus solely on caring for Annika, whom she believed needed extra attention. So the boys moved out to live with their aunt. But in January 2007, things took a dark and terrifying turn. The boys and Katerina moved back in with Clara, and that's when the nightmare began anew. This time, their abuse was even worse. Clara locked them up in a cement cellar, like they were prisoners in their own home. It was like the horrors from the cottage followed them back, haunting their every step. To make matters even more distressing, Clara installed a TV baby monitor in the cellar, enabling her to observe and relish in the suffering of her own sons from the comfort of her kitchen. All the while, Annika lived in a completely different world, her own bedroom brightly lit and filled with toys. It was like she was living in a different reality, oblivious to the torment her brothers were enduring. For several months, the boys remained chained in that dark, desolate cellar. They were trapped in a cycle of suffering, and there seemed to be no escape for them. As fate would have it, May 10th, 2007 became the day when the truth that had been hidden for far too long finally came to light. It all began when a man named Edward, who lived close to Claire's family home, set up a CCTV baby monitor for his newborn son. Baby monitors can sometimes be glitchy and pick up signals from nearby monitors, exactly what happened on that fateful day. Instead of seeing his own son's crib on the monitor, Edward was met with a disturbing sight. There was a young boy, completely naked, with his arms and legs tied up behind his back. The young boy he saw was Andre. He looked dirty, unhealthy, and was eating off the floor. And there was a woman's hand feeding him. Edward was understandably alarmed and wasted no time in calling the police. The authorities went door to door, determined to find the source of this disturbing footage. When they reached Clara's home, things took a sinister turn. Clara and Katerina refused to open a locked door within their house. This raised serious concerns, so the firemen stepped in, breaking down the door. What they found inside was nothing short of a nightmare. There were the two boys, battered and malnourished, locked away like prisoners in a cement cellar. Clara and Katerina were swiftly arrested for their horrifying actions. The two boys, along with Annika, were then taken to a children's home called Cloak Neck. Days later, Annika disappeared from the children's home. As the investigation progressed, the authorities stumbled upon a revelation that shook the very foundation of the case. Annika, the supposed 13-year-old girl, was not who she claimed to be. In a startling twist, it was uncovered that Annika was, in fact, a 33-year-old woman named Barbara Sklorova. Barbara had been able to deceive everyone by exploiting her condition called hypopituitarism, which made her appear much younger and smaller than her actual age. It was a cunning ploy that allowed her to assume the identity of a vulnerable teenager and gain entry into Clara's family. Barbara's deception added a new layer of intrigue to the unfolding story. It raised questions about her true intentions and the reasons behind her infiltration into Clara's family. The truth was far more complex than anyone had anticipated, and the authorities now had to untangle the web of deceit surrounding this mysterious woman. For 8 long months, her whereabouts remained a mystery, leaving everyone wondering what had become of her. Then, out of the blue, she resurfaced in the city of Tromsø, Norway. As the pieces of her journey were put together, it was revealed that after fleeing the children's home, she first went to Denmark before finding her way to Oslo, Norway. To successfully enter Norway undetected, She used the passport of a 13-year-old boy named Adam Falno, which had been supplied by the boy's parents. In an astonishing display of deception, Adam's parents went to great lengths to convince authorities that Barbara was, in fact, their son. To add further credibility, Adam's father, Martin Falno, even accompanied Barbara to Norway, reinforcing the illusion. Once in Norway, she assumed the identity of Adam. She took extreme measures, shaving her head and concealing her true self to deceive teachers, police, and childcare workers who were all unsuspecting of her real age. With her new persona, she managed to gain admission into a school. However, it wasn't long before history repeated itself and she ran away once again. She found refuge in a Norwegian children's home. Then, on December 16, 2007, she mysteriously vanished from the home. Eventually, she was found on January 5, 2008, and her true identity was exposed. With this, the authorities learned the shocking truth around the woman posing as a young boy. She was subsequently deported back to the Czech Republic to face charges related to her fraudulent identity and to be put on trial for her involvement in the abuse of the innocent children of the family she'd once pretended to be a part of. Additionally, the man who aided her, Martin Falno, faced his own reckoning. He was arrested and confronted with charges in Norway for providing false testimony in support of her deceitful act. During the trial, which took place in June 2008, Barbara claimed that her actions were driven by a desire to escape her own troubled life. However, she denied any participation in the abuse of Andre and Jacob. According to her, she was also a victim of Clara and Katarina's violence. Despite her claims, her defense was met with skepticism, and few believed her side of the story. During the court proceedings, Clara tearfully confessed to torturing her sons. She, however, claimed that she'd been under the influence of the mysterious figure known only as the Doctor. She told the court about how this doctor had manipulated her through text messages, instructing her on the abuse and torture she could inflict on her boys. However, the police later made a startling discovery. There was no doctor at all. The phone number linked to the man actually belonged to none other than Katarina, Clara's own sister. It became apparent that Katarina had played a cunning role in this dark saga. Evidence suggested that Katarina had known about Barbara's true identity long before she introduced her to the family as the supposed 13-year-old Annika. Instead of revealing the truth to her sister, she deliberately kept the secret hidden, knowing full well how easily Clara could be manipulated. It was a sinister plan that had far-reaching consequences, leading to the suffering of innocent children at the hands of those they should have been able to trust the most. The courtroom was left grappling with the shocking revelations as everyone tried to understand the motives behind such distressing actions. Now, brace yourself for the strangest twist in this already perplexing tale. It turned out that Joseph Skra, the leader of the cult known as the Grail Movement, was actually Barbara's biological father. As the pieces fell into place, it became clear that Joseph had played a significant role in the events that transpired. He was the one who provided the documents shown to Clara that fateful night inside the car. But that wasn't all. Jan Skra, one of the men whom Clara had encountered at the cottage at Vrveska Batishka, where her sons had endured unimaginable torture, turned out to be Barbara's brother. The shocking revelations only added to the already chaotic and messy affair. Whether Joseph was found or not remains a mystery. Yet justice had its say for the others involved. Clara was sentenced to 9 years in prison, while Katarina received a 10-year sentence. The remaining individuals connected to the cottage ordeal were handed sentences ranging from 5 to 7 years. Barbara, who had also played a pivotal role in the disturbing events, was sentenced to 5 years behind bars. However, she was released after serving half of her sentence, thanks to her lawyer's successful argument about her deteriorating psychological well-being during her time in prison. The judge also imposed 5 years of probation on Barbara following her release from prison. The fate of the two boys, Jacob and Andre, remains unclear, but there are rumors that they were eventually adopted by an American family. In the aftermath of this harrowing case, the children's lives were forever altered by the haunting experiences they endured. The scars of their traumatic past would undoubtedly leave a profound impact on their journey into adulthood. As they embark on the path of healing, one can't help but ponder, will they ever find solace and rebuild their lives after enduring such darkness?
My name is Teresa Grimes. This is a story that has been on my mind for 60-some years now. It is about my sisters, Barbara and Petey. Her real name is Patricia Kathleen, but we always called her Petey. She was tall for her age, 12 plus, but very graceful and pretty. Barbara Jean, 15, was very petite and also. We were a poor family. My mother worked hard for us. She said she didn't have to worry about us being kidnapped because we were poor. Little did she know what would happen to our family.
On October 18th, 1955, the bodies of three young boys, 14-year-old Robert Peterson, 13-year-old Schussler, and 11-year-old Anton Schussler, were found naked in a ditch. The case changed the community forever. The search for answers was intense, but justice seemed to be an impossible dream as the case went cold for almost 40 years. Who could have committed such a heinous act against innocent young boys? How did they manage to evade justice for so long? Step back in time to the 1950s and discover Chicago's hidden gem, the Northwest Side. Nestled in this district, Norwood Park and Jefferson Park were a haven for people seeking respite from the turbulence of inner-city living. The tight-knit community revolved around its parish, Little League, and bowling alleys. With the lowest crime rate in the city, it was a coveted place to raise a family, until a tragedy shook this community in 1955. On February 11th, 1942, in Cook County, Chicago, Malcolm and Dorothy Peterson welcomed their first child, Robert Bobby Peterson. Robert was the eldest of four siblings, with younger sisters Barbara Ann, 7, and Susan, 5, and a little brother named Tommy, who was only 3 years old. Even as a kid, Robert was known for being neat and orderly, with a room that was always in pristine condition. He was a responsible young man who not only helped out at home, but also participated in various community activities. John Schussler was born to Anton John Schussler Sr. and Eleanor Lillian Holtz Schussler on November 30th, 1941. From a young age, John had a passion for sports and was an outstanding kid who stayed out of trouble. 2 years later, on November 12th, 1943, his brother Anton John Schussler, or Tony as he was called, was born. From a very young age, he knew he wanted to grow up to be a veterinarian. The two brothers were inseparable and did everything together, from hanging out to having the same circle of friends. As the sun set on the quiet streets where John, Anton, and Robert spent their childhood playing sports and exploring their neighborhood, a foreboding sense of something dark and sinister lingered in the air. Something terrible was about to happen. It was October 16th, 1955, and a crisp autumn day in Chicago. The two young brothers, 13-year-old John and 11-year-old Anton, hopped on their bikes and pedaled over to their friend Robert's house. They'd already helped their father hang a clothesline in the basement as he was not feeling well, so they had the day to themselves. John and Anton had each got $1.25 in cash burning a hole in their pockets and a daring plan: to sneak downtown and catch a movie. It was a risky and forbidden adventure for the brothers, but their 14-year-old friend Robert was the expert and was allowed to go.
John and Anton Schussler and their friend Robert Peterson, they went to the Loop Theater to see a Walt Disney movie called The African Lion. We believe they were picked up and disappeared.
His mother, Dorothy, even helped them pick out a film, Disney's The African Lion, for them to watch in the Loop Theater. With $1.50 in his hand, Robert bid goodbye to his parents, kissed them according to their family routine, and left the house with the promise of returning home by 8 p.m. As the night grew darker and the clock ticked past 8, panic set in for both families. There was no sign of the boys and no phone calls. Eleanor, John and Anton's mother, made a call to the Peterson house to inquire about the boys. Dorothy, Robert's mother, informed Eleanor that they'd left for downtown, which was a shock for her. The fear only grew when there was no word from the boys. prompting Dorothy Peterson to contact police at the Gale Street station at around 10 p.m. She spoke to Sergeant Petz, who asked the families to contact the police again if the boys didn't return in an hour. The sky had been beautiful blue when the boys had set out on their adventure, but as the day wore on, the weather took a turn for the worse. The stormy night brought heavy rainfall and added an extra layer of anxiety to the neighborhood. Despite the harsh conditions, Mr. Peterson and Mr. Schussler refused to give up their search for their missing sons. They scoured every hamburger place along Milwaukee Avenue and even checked the Loop Theater where the boys had planned to see a movie. But all their efforts turned up nothing. The boys seemed to have vanished into thin air, and it became clear that the only option left was to involve the police. Despite their kids attending the same school and being friends, the Peterson and Schussler families had never really crossed paths or spoken to each other. It was as if their lives were running parallel without ever intersecting. Little did they know that their lives were about to become deeply intertwined in a way they never could have imagined. As the police began their search for the missing boys, they asked the parents about the boys' clothing and possessions, hoping to gather any possible clues. They learned that Robert had been wearing a distinctive White Sox jacket, while the other boys were wearing Cubs jackets. But where could they be? The downtown area was hours away by car, so it seemed unlikely that they could have gone that far. Perhaps they'd spent their money on snacks and were walking back home in the heavy rain. Or maybe they'd gone bowling, a favorite activity of the boys. The search continued as theories and ideas were tossed around, but the only thing that was certain was the growing concern of the families involved. As the sun rose on October 17, 1955, the day after the boys' disappearance, the sense of unease in the community grew even stronger. The police were baffled as well, as they'd never had a case in that community where a missing child didn't turn up. Although Robert had skipped school a few times before, everyone knew he was responsible and would never leave Anton and John on their own. The detectives decided to visit Farnsworth School on Linder Avenue, where the boys studied, to see if the disappearance had something to do with the school. Principal D.W. Thornton suggested searching the north branch of the Chicago River in the Forest Preserve, as it was a spot known for past incidents of violence. A year before the boys disappeared, a grade school pupil was assaulted by a high school boy near the river. The teachers of the boys, Mrs. Bernice Jonas and Miss Cecilia Schwatten, were distraught and tried to keep their composure. Mrs. Jonas speculated that one or two men might have been trying to attract the attention of the students in the last few days, according to some students. The community was filled with terror, and the detectives knew that if they didn't find the boys soon, rumors and speculations would fog the truth. The detectives had their work cut out for them. With 60,000 people in the area, they had a lot of doorbells to ring and a vast area to cover. They knew they had to narrow down the search locations to increase their chances of success. So they began by checking the Loop Theater and contacting drivers who were working on the day the boys went missing. One driver, Bruno Mansorini, had a crucial lead. He remembered seeing the boys who matched the description of Robert, John, and Anton getting on his bus at Berthoud Avenue, showing student ID cards. He dropped them off at Lawrence Avenue, where they were headed to the Jefferson Park recreation alleys for bowling. The problem was they hadn't asked for a transfer slip, which meant they were supposed to get off at Central near the Peterson home. Perhaps that innocent change of plan triggered a horrifying series of events. It seemed like the detectives were finally making some progress in the search for the missing boys. Sightings at the bowling alley provided the next crucial lead. Neighbors and relatives of the boys confirmed they'd seen Robert and Anton at Monte Cristo Alley, going to take a washroom break while John chatted with a neighbor. The boys left at 8 p.m. after Robert and Anton returned from the washroom. The alley manager, Edward C. Davis, added more information to the mix, revealing that the boys had been there twice that day, once 3:15 p.m. and again at 7 p.m. They'd not bowled because they didn't have enough money. It raised the question, how did three young boys end up back at the same location where they'd been turned away just hours earlier? Why would they return without any money to bowl? The detectives had a timeline to work with now. and it was them to piece together the rest of the bill. But there were still gaps in their understanding of what had happened. It was frustrating to know that they were so close to the boys, yet still unable to find them. The atmosphere in the office of Russell Corcoran, the captain of the 33rd Precinct of the Chicago Police Department, was tense and heavy on that fateful day of October 18th, 1955. The case of the missing Peterson and Schuessler boys had consumed the entire department, and the captain had just finished reassuring the commissioner that they were doing all they could to find them. But then the phone rang again at 1:15 p.m., and the captain answered it, thinking it was just another routine call. But as he listened, his face turned pale and tears welled up in his eyes. After hanging up, the captain made a grim announcement that would haunt the team of detectives forever. 3 naked bodies of young boys had been found.
The following Tuesday, early in the morning, a liquor salesman had parked his car in Robinson's Woods. He gets out of his vehicle and he examines it closer and realizes these are 3 young boys, unclad, lying as if they were carelessly tossed from a vehicle.
That day, Victor Livingston, a liquor salesman in his mid-50s, was cruising around in his car enjoying the fruits of his labor. He'd earned a good amount of money, and he wanted to have his lunch in a tranquil place. So he decided to drive to Robinson Woods Forest Preserve, a picturesque area on the northwest side of Chicago, known for birdwatching and fall colors. But little did he know that he was about to stumble upon something horrific. As he sat in his car, just about to eat, something caught his eye, a body lying motionless on the ground. He quickly drove away to find a phone and call the police. Different authorities came up at the scene as the news spread. When Victor approached the officers asking if they were able to find the body, the officer told him that they'd found 3 bodies. Since the bodies were dumped in a 2-foot-deep ditch, only one was visible. The detectives had been searching high and low for the missing boys, but what they found was far more sinister than anyone could have imagined. Just 2 weeks before Halloween, the boys were discovered naked and stacked on top of each other, with Robert's head bearing a ghastly wound that had long since dried. To make matters worse, the area had already been contaminated, with no chance of finding footprints or any other useful evidence.
This was never heard of before, at least within the span of recent memory. So the case became what was known in those days as a heater case in police parlance. When they didn't come home that night, that is really began the manhunt.
The news hit everyone like a ton of bricks. The detectives were supposed to remain detached from the cases, but that day, tears flowed freely as they mourned the tragic loss of the innocent children. The detectives were left to piece together what little evidence they could find, including the fact that there were no footprints near the bodies, indicating that the boys had been thrown from a car or truck. The killer had covered their tracks well, leaving no trace of the boys' clothing or any other incriminating evidence at the scene. To add to the mystery, there was a significant amount of grease found on their hands, backs, and soles. This led the detectives to believe that the boys were killed somewhere else before being dumped in the woods. Besides, if they'd been killed there, the rain would have washed the blood away. In a harrowing turn of events, an autopsy conducted on the 3 boys found in the Robinson Woods Forest Preserve revealed that they'd been dead for at least 36 to 40 hours before being discovered. While the initial suspicion was that the boys had been assaulted, the autopsy confirmed that this was not the case. However, Dr. Harry R. Hoffman, an associate of the Cook County Behavior Clinic, grimly noted that the person responsible for such a heinous act was likely gratifying their urges through the act itself. Dr. Jerry Kearns was a seasoned professional when it came to examining human remains. He didn't let the gravity of his work follow him home, but the case of the Schuessler-Peterson boys would prove to be unforgettable. Anton Jr. had been struck in the neck like a karate chop, but the evidence of fingernail marks on Anton and John's necks suggested that they were strangled. The Schuessler boys appeared to have been strangled with bare hands, while Robert had apparently been strangled with a rope. He'd also been savagely beaten about the head 14 times with a rake or some sort of gardening tool, and the other boys had been hit on their faces with what appeared to be the flat side of a knife. Coroner Walter E. McCarrow also weighed in on the tragedy, calling it the work of a madman and potentially a gang of older boys. It was noted that Robert, John, and Anton were likely held captive in a filthy place, bound and gagged with strips of adhesive tape before being dumped in the forced preserve. Dr. Cairns knew that this was no ordinary crime. This was not done by a boy or boys their own age, he declared, nor was it done by a single man of 18 or 20. The killer had attacked from the left rear, and though it had all the markings of a horrendous crime, there was no evidence of assault. Robert had fought for his life with head injuries to prove it. The discovery of the boys' bodies was only the beginning of the horror. Witnesses stepped forward to tell the police they'd seen a car pick up the three boys. A witness even claimed that the car was a Packard, leading to the questioning of nearly 1,000 Packard owners. Despite an extensive investigation, which involved questioning over 43,000 people, the killer remained elusive. Anton Schussler Sr., who had lost his two sons, spoke out about the tragedy, saying, "When you get to the point that children can't go to the movies in the afternoon and get home safely, something is wrong with the country." But tragedy wasn't finished with the Schussler family yet. Anton Sr., only 41 years old, died of a heart attack just a month after the murders. The life of Eleanor Schussler turned lonelier than ever. She'd lost both her sons and her husband. As time went by, she married Valentine Bud Kujawa and tried to move on with her life, but the memories of the murders never left her. She kept a photograph of the boys and a bronzed baby shoe of each on her dresser as a constant reminder of the children she'd lost. For decades, she lived with the haunting question of what had happened to her boys. And occasional visits from investigators only served as a painful reminder of the unsolved case. Her stepson, Gary Kujawa, remembered how much the murders affected her, saying that she was always reminded of the tragedy. The Peterson family also struggled to cope with their loss. Malcolm, Robert's father, not only lost his son, but also his best friend. Dorothy, Robert's mother, was left so weak by the tragedy that she needed a physician's care. Chicago was a strange place in the months following the murders. Hundreds of officers scoured the streets, desperately trying to find any trace of evidence or even a shred of the boys' clothing. Parents were hesitant to let their children out of their sight, afraid that they too could fall victim to the unknown assailants. The mere thought of leaving their kids at home alone was now out of the question. Doors were locked tightly shut, and even discarding items in the trash seemed like a risky move, as anything suspicious could lead to intense interrogation by the investigating officers. Terror had seeped into every aspect of life, leaving the community paralyzed with fear. Despite the chaos, the investigation pressed on, with the presence of hundreds of uniformed police officers and plainclothes detectives canvassing the neighborhood. Captain Louis Caparelli pulled an additional 200 officers from his detail, all of whom voluntarily surrendered their weekend to assist in the manhunts. It was an unprecedented show of solidarity within the Chicago PD, with one officer remarking, "I never saw anything like it."
Were they let go in the woods, minus their clothes, and the car drove off? Or were they taken somewhere and given to somebody? This is pretty much where the trail ends.
But it wasn't until December 7th, 1955, that a set of curious markings found on John's left thigh, midway between his knee and hip, caught the attention of the Chicago Daily News. The markings were oval in shape, measuring 4 inches by 2 inches, with a pattern of stars and letters imprinted on the fatty layer of tissue below the skin. Most notable was the word bear. Dr. Kearns had missed this detail in his preliminary findings. But that wasn't all that had been missed. Funeral home attendants had discovered shocking bone fractures in the Schussler brothers, which Dr. Kearns had failed to detect. And there was another crucial piece of evidence. Adhesive tape had covered the boys' faces, but it had been removed before the bodies were left in the ditch. The ones who did this crime knew what they were doing, Coroner McCarran concluded. They were careful to remove the tape used to blindfold and gag the victims, since it might have shown fingerprints. The leads that once seemed so promising gradually dwindled away, and the once bustling investigation turned into a silent and stagnant cold case file. The gruesome murders of 3 young boys in Chicago left investigators with more questions than answers.
On Friday, December 28, 1956, they wanted to go to the movies to see Elvis. They were crazy about Elvis Presley. My mother said it was so cold out they shouldn't go. They told her they would be warm and please could they go. My mother relented and said yes.
As if the case wasn't puzzling enough, over a year later, on December 28, 1956, 2 teenage girls, 15-year-old Barbara Grimes and 13-year-old Patricia Grimes, went missing after watching their favorite movie, Love Me Tender.
They left the house about 6:30. The movie theater was down Archer Avenue, and they would take a bus.
So they went to the Brighton Theater. They were singing Elvis Presley's Love Me Tender.
Love me tender, love me sweet, never.
Their bodies were found naked on a roadside, similar to the earlier murders. However, unlike the boys, there was no clear cause of death. The coroner's jury ruled that the sisters froze to death.
Coroner's official cause of death was basically secondary shock due to cold temperatures. The way they were found wasn't a natural position like 2 people that froze to death and just kind of fell asleep.
But the chief investigator, Harry Gloss, disagreed. He believed that the ice around the bodies showed that they were warm when they were left there, and that the puncture wounds in Patricia's chest were signs of violence before death. He also suspected that Barbara had been assaulted, which the pathologists had denied. The eerie similarities between the 2 cases led to speculation that the same person might have been responsible for both. After decades of frustration and dead ends, it seemed like the case of the murdered boys in Chicago would remain a mystery forever. But then, in 1994, a bombshell dropped. And it wasn't the kind of evidence you see in TV crime dramas. There was no DNA, no fingerprints, no trace evidence examined by a forensics expert. Instead, it was a seemingly innocent comment made by a snitch in a completely unrelated investigation that suddenly opened up a direct path to a suspect in this long-dormant investigation. During an investigation into suspected horse killings and the mysterious disappearance of candy heiress and horsewoman Helen Voorhees Brock on February 17, 1977, a breakthrough occurred. When Special Agent Jim Grady and his partner, Mr. Rotuno, began piecing together clues from the horse racing industry, they knew they were entering a world of secrets. As the pieces started to fall into place, the prosecution team found themselves delving into an underworld of murderers, arsonists, swindlers, conmen, and even a group known as the Horse Mafia. As they dug deeper, they started hearing whispers about a man named Kenneth Hansen in relation to the boys' slayings, who had bragged about the incident to the people he was close with. For years, the case was built from fragments of information culled from this murky world. But somehow, they managed to make it all fit together, painting a vivid picture of what had happened all those years ago. And by the early 1990s, detectives were closing in on Kenneth Hansen. Born to Ethan and Lucille Hansen in 1933, Kenneth Hansen's life was not devoid of drama. Known for his intelligence and charisma in childhood, he went on to marry his high school sweetheart, Beverly Ray Carlson, and had 2 sons, Danny and Mark. He opened and operated a riding stable with the name Camelot near Tinley Park in the 1960s. Roger Spry, a young worker at Hansen's riding stable, started residing at the Hansen house when he was just 11 or 12 years old, becoming a member of the family. But things took a dark turn when Hansen, after making inappropriate advances towards Spry, banished him to the kennels to sleep with the dogs. One fateful night, when Spry was still a child, Hansen initiated a relationship with him that would last for years until Spry was 18. Over the course of 2 decades, Spry lived on and off with Hansen. All the while, the latter picked up male hitchhikers, aged between 11 and 16 years old, and offered them lodging at the stables in exchange for work. On many occasions, Hansen bragged to Spry about having relations with these young boys. As the summer of 1994 approached, Mr. Hansen began to feel the weight of impending doom as the investigation into his possible involvement in a decades-old case closed in on him. According to the detectives, he was so paranoid that he began asking his neighbor whether there were any police officers lurking around his house. Intrigue and drama continued to unfold in the investigation surrounding the disappearance of Helen Voorhees Brock. In July 1994, police made a solid move by charging Richard Bailey, a former stable owner and acquaintance of Hansen's, with soliciting Brock's murder. But that was not all, as authorities also charged 23 other individuals for their alleged involvement in schemes to kill valuable horses in order to collect insurance payments. On August 11, 1994, the long arm of justice finally caught up with Hansen as he was arrested by the Chicago Police and Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms at his home in Country Club Hills when he was caught with a packed suitcase. The arrest was related to an arson charge for a 1972 fire that destroyed the Forest View Stables, a competing business, and claimed the lives of 36 horses. The next day, on August 12th, he was charged with 3 counts of murder in the Peterson-Schuessler case. He was 22 at the time of the murders and 61 at the time of his arrest. The announcement of charges against Kenneth Hansen for 3 counts of murder left many wondering what evidence the authorities had against him. Refusing to disclose any hard evidence, Cook County State's Attorney Jack O'Malley emphasized that after 40 years, the case could not be solved solely on physical evidence. This statement only added to the mystery surrounding the case, leaving people wondering how the prosecution would build their case against Hansen. While Robert Hansen was among the 43,000 people initially questioned, there's no evidence to suggest that he knew he was a suspect or that he intentionally kept his involvement a secret from investigators. Police believe that on October 6, 1955, Robert, John, and Anton were hitchhiking on Milwaukee Avenue when they were picked up by Hansen. At the time, he lived only a few blocks away from where he found the boys. Hansen then drove them to Idle Hour Stables, a place he worked at and frequented, located on the city's northwest side. According to sources, Hansen tried to solicit inappropriate acts from the boys and became violent when they refused. The situation escalated, and Hansen ended up murdering the boys. On the same night, Hetty Salerno, a witness, was going about her business when she suddenly heard 2 blood-curdling screams pierce the air. The screams seemed to come from the direction of the Idle Hour stable. Spry, who lived with Hansen's family, testified that Hansen once told him of a horrifying incident involving 3 boys whom he'd picked up while they were hitchhiking. As per Hansen's account, he took them to a barn and took Anton inside the barn and assaulted him. He then took John inside when Robert and Anton came barging in with a threat. They said they'd report the incident to their parents and police if he didn't let them go. However, in the ensuing argument, the defendant grabbed one of the boys by the throat and accidentally strangled the boy, and was then forced to kill the other 2 boys to avoid being reported. Following the killings, Hansen's friend arrived, and together they disposed of the bodies in the nearby forest preserves, where an employee helped them. Hansen had bragged about killing the boys to multiple people. In some of the accounts, he mentioned how his brother, Curtis Hansen, attacked one of the boys using a blunt object. Kenneth Hansen lived in fear as he suspected that Curtis could reveal his secrets anytime. During the first trial, witnesses testified that Hansen had confessed to them about killing the boys in a tack room at the Idle Hour stable. At that time, the stable was owned by Silas Jane. He was a notorious figure in the world of horse breeding, known for his wild and reckless behavior and suspected involvement in various violent and devious dealings. Despite this, he managed to rise to power in the industry, becoming a prominent figure in the Chicago horse scene. It was suspected that Silas somehow got to know the 3 boys had been killed in his stable and was furious. According to some of the accounts by the witnesses, he even helped dump the bodies. Hansen boasted that after the discovery of the bodies, he shifted to South Chicago and had someone burn down the Idle Hour stable for him to avoid any evidence. In 1995, Hansen was convicted of the heinous crime, but his luck seemed to turn as the Illinois Appellate Court overturned his conviction 5 years later. It was found that the jury should not have been presented with evidence of Hansen's past behavior of picking up boys for inappropriate relations. However, justice eventually caught up with them at a retrial in 2002. The jury wasted no time in reaching a verdict, and Hansen was found guilty once again. The judge was not lenient in his sentencing, and Hansen was given 200 to 300 years in prison, as they made sure he would spend the rest of his life behind bars. He appealed the decision in 2004, but it was upheld. Kenneth Hansen battled dementia in the Pontiac Correctional Center and died on September 13, 2007, at the age of 74 due to natural causes. The news of his conviction stirred a mix of emotions, with some feeling a sense of relief, while others were consumed by anger. One individual deeply affected by the revelation was the stepbrother of the Schuessler brothers, whose pain and resentment resurfaced upon hearing of Hansen's passing. "The case was as phony as could be," declared Leonard Goodman, former attorney of Mr. Hansen, who was still convinced of his client's innocence. Goodman believed that if Hansen had been arrested soon after the murders, he could have presented a solid alibi. But with 4 decades gone, it was impossible to recollect the whereabouts of a specific day in October 1955. However, the prosecutors and investigators maintained that the evidence against Hansen was substantial, and that the case was a deadlock. Furthermore, he claimed that Hansen had preyed on hundreds of boys in the years leading up to his arrest. The Peterson-Schuessler murder case was more than just a crime. It was a haunting tale that gripped the entire city, spreading like a wildfire of fear and apprehension. Once a peaceful town where neighbors looked out for each other, it now became a place where people dreaded the dark and feared the unknown. While the case will never truly be closed for those who lost loved ones, the arrest and conviction of Hansen provided a sense of closure and relief for the community that had been haunted by the brutal killings for decades. Do you think Kenneth Hansen was guilty of the crime? Do you think the deaths of Robert, John, and Anton were accidental or intentional? On April 9, 2016, a bone-chilling call jolted the Renton Police Department.
911, what are you reporting?
This is going to sound really bizarre, but I went to go grab my recycling bin, and there were 3 white trash bags in the recycling bin, and I went to lift them out. And honestly, it's freaking me out, but it looks like it's a foot.
Wrapped in white trash bags were the gruesome remnants of a woman's body. She was 40-year-old Ingrid Line. The findings included a sliced-off leg, a severed arm, and a detached head. As investigators delved deeper, their quest for the missing pieces led them to an individual
looking into what happened to Ingrid as you're where she's missing. Yes. And we know that you knew her. What's your relationship with her?
What twisted secrets would they uncover in their pursuit of justice? But let's start from the beginning. Ingrid Rounsaville, a vibrant and cheerful individual, was born on August 2, 1975 in Arizona. After graduating from Canyon del Oro High School in Tucson, Arizona in 1993, she pursued her passion for nursing and obtained a Bachelor of Science in Nursing degree from the University of Arizona in 1997. Ingrid then ventured to Washington in 2000, where she spent around 13 years. She embarked on her nursing career at Seattle's Swedish Medical Center, making a positive impact on people's lives. Ingrid tied the knot with a man named Philip Line, and together they had 3 beautiful daughters, Reese, Brooke, and Noelle. However, as time went on, their relationship faced difficulties, and Ingrid made the tough decision to divorce Philip in 2014. She bravely moved out of their house and settled in Renton, Washington, along with her 3 daughters, ready to embark on a new chapter of her life. As a single mother, Ingrid faced challenges in providing for her 3 beloved daughters. She cherished them deeply and was willing to go to great lengths to ensure their happiness. In 2016, Ingrid was living in Renton with Reese, Brooke, and Noelle, who were 6, 8, and 10 years old at the time. Despite their divorce, Ingrid and Philip maintained contact as they wanted to give their daughters the love of both parents. However, the divorce took a toll on Ingrid, leaving her feeling broken and longing for someone to share her tears with, someone who would truly love and respect her, which she'd missed in her previous marriage. It was during this difficult time that 40-year-old Ingrid met a person online through a dating site. Their conversations brought her solace, making her forget about her pain and giving her a sense of love. This person made her feel beautiful and embraced her, along with the fact that she already had 3 daughters. It was like a dream come true for Ingrid, marking the beginning of a new chapter in her life. On April 8, 2016, after a month of talking online, Ingrid took a leap of faith and agreed to go on a date with a man she'd met online. It was her way of embracing the possibility of moving forward in life. She left her daughters at her ex-husband's house and promised them that she'd take them out the next day. Ingrid and her date chose to attend the opening game of the Seattle Mariners, a thrilling baseball event. Following the game, they headed to a bar where the man's sister happened to work. They spent the evening joyfully playing darts, sharing drinks, and laughing together. Ingrid felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and liberation. Little did she know that this night would leave a lasting impact, not just on her own life, but also on the lives of her daughters and everyone connected to her. The next day, on April 9, 2016, Philip, Ingrid's ex-husband, arrived at her home around 10 a.m. in Renton to drop off their daughters. As he approached the house, he couldn't help but notice that Ingrid's 2015 silver Toyota Highlander was nowhere to be seen. Concerned, he knocked on the door repeatedly, but there was no response. He tried calling her multiple times, but Ingrid didn't answer any of his calls. This was strange because Ingrid was known for never breaking promises, especially when it came to her daughters. Philip couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Growing increasingly worried, Philip decided to reach out to Ingrid's mother, Jorga Bass, hoping she might have some information about Ingrid's whereabouts. However, after Jorga heard that Ingrid was not at home, she also grew worried because she was just as clueless as Philip and had no idea where Ingrid could be. Filled with anxiety, Jorga hurried to Ingrid's house as she had a spare key. She used it to enter the house and called out for Ingrid, but there was no response. Concerned, Jorga made her way upstairs to check Ingrid's bedroom, but Ingrid wasn't there. However, she did find Ingrid's purse and phone on the table, but there was no sign of Ingrid and her car. The situation seemed strange and suspicious. If Ingrid had indeed left the house, it didn't make sense for her phone and purse to be left behind. After all, most people wouldn't leave their homes without money or a way to communicate. This raised even more questions and concerns about Ingrid's whereabouts. Without wasting any time, Jorga called the police and reported her missing.
911, what are you reporting? The missing person out of our city. So Line is her last name. First name Ingrid. She and her vehicle are missing. And what kind of car? A silver 2015 Toyota Highlander. And do we have any ideas of where she might be going, or? No, her ex-husband was dropping the kids off, and she wasn't there.
As the police from the Renton Police Department arrived at Ingrid's house in Renton, they were greeted by Jorga, whose tear-filled eyes revealed her anguish. Initially, the police tried to calm Jorga down, suggesting that Ingrid might have gone out and would return soon. However, Jorga's intuition told her otherwise. She knew something was amiss. Determined to find her daughter, she pleaded with the police to conduct a thorough investigation. The police wasted no time and embarked on a door-to-door inquiry, questioning the neighbors in search of any clues. The police diligently questioned the neighbors, asking if they'd seen Ingrid entering her house last night or leaving in the morning. One neighbor had an intriguing account to share. He revealed that he'd seen Ingrid returning home with an unfamiliar man the previous night. The man seemed suspicious, as the neighbor had never seen him before. What puzzled everyone was the fact that no one had witnessed Ingrid leave her house after that. The question lingered, who was this man? And if Ingrid came home but wasn't seen leaving, where could she be? The police urged people to reflect on any unusual occurrences they may have noticed the night before or that morning. They encouraged anyone with information to come forward, as it could be vital in finding Ingrid. The daughters grew increasingly worried when they saw the police asking about their mother. They turned to Jorga, their grandmother, seeking answers. They asked if something happened to their mother, but Jorga reassured them, saying that she'd simply gone somewhere and would return soon. The police promised Yorga that they would look into the matter. Yorga anxiously waited for her daughter to come back home, and suddenly, a thought struck her mind. Yorga had a realization that she and Ingrid shared a Verizon account. A Verizon account is a personal or business account that allows you to access and manage various services provided by Verizon, such as phone plans and internet. Curious to find any clues, she checked the phone records and discovered a recurring phone number. Ingrid had received numerous calls from this number, even on the day she went missing. Yorga decided to investigate further and entered the number into Facebook. To her surprise, a profile of a man named John Charlton appeared. With hope in her heart, she reached out to him through a text message, desperately seeking any information about Ingrid's whereabouts. The reply came swiftly. "My name is John. I thought she was with her kids today." Yorga quickly replied to John, her fingers trembling as she typed. "When did you last see her? She was not here. Her phone, driver's license, and purse were all here, but she's gone. I've called 911 for help." John's response was filled with confusion. "911? What happened?" He explained further. "We went to the Mariners game last night, but we didn't spend the night together because she had to meet her kids today. I'm not sure what she told you about me and our relationship." Fear gripped Yorga as she typed back, "She's missing. Can you please tell me the time you last saw her? The police needed to speak with you, as you could be the last person who saw her." At that moment, it became clear to Yorga that Ingrid had indeed gone on a date with John Charlton the previous night. It seemed likely that he was the same man the neighbor had seen returning with Ingrid to her house. With a mix of worry and hope, Yorga realized that John might have some information about Ingrid's whereabouts. But John remained silent, leaving Yorga anxious and desperate for answers. She continued her texts, pleading with him. "Please, John, can you call me? I know your name is John Charlton, so please reach out to me." With each passing moment, the weight of uncertainty grew heavier. Yorga couldn't bear the thought of her daughter vanishing without a trace. She pressed on, hoping for any lead, and again texted him. "John, did Ingrid mention anything about meeting someone after you parted ways last night? We can't find her or her car. Her phone, ID, and purse are at home, but she and her car have disappeared. We're at our wits' end, desperate for any help. Ingrid would never just abandon her family like this." However, John remained silent and didn't respond to any of the texts. Yorga felt a sense of helplessness, and tears streamed down her face. The situation intensified when, 6 hours after Ingrid was reported missing, around 4 p.m., the police received a chilling call from a man named Mike Novasio.
911, what are you reporting?
This is going to sound really bizarre, but I went to go grab my recycling bin, and there were 3 white trash bags in the recycling bin, and I went to lift them out. And honestly, it's freaking me out, but it looks like it's a foot.
Mike lived approximately 10 miles away from Ingrid's house at 21st Avenue and East Ryan Street in Seattle. In a frightened voice, he relayed that while taking out his recycling bin, he discovered what appeared to be human body parts contained in white trash bags. Mike's voice trembled as he recounted his unsettling encounter. He described seeing a head and noticing the painted toenails, causing a wave of sickness to wash over him. The sight was too much to bear. He explained that the body parts had been expertly wrapped in the bags, indicating a disturbing level of precision. The police wasted no time and swiftly arrived at the scene. With careful precision, they retrieved the bags from the bins. As the bags were opened, an eerie shock fell upon them. They discovered a severed head, a portion of a leg, and an arm, while the rest of the body parts were missing. With the lack of decomposition, the facial features were intact and distinctive, which indicated that the person had been recently killed. Upon closer examination, the police identified the head as belonging to Ingrid, the woman who'd been reported missing earlier that day. The police were left wondering why the killer had chosen to dump the body parts only 10 miles away in a recycling bin, where they could easily be discovered. Perhaps it was a mocking gesture or a challenge to the police. Or maybe the killer wanted the body parts to be found quickly. They sent the body parts for testing to see if they could provide some clue about the killer. The task of delivering the devastating news to Ingrid's family was difficult for the police. They informed Yorga about the death of Ingrid and about her dismembered body parts that had been found. The news shattered Yorga, leaving her in a state of disbelief and questioning why anyone would inflict such cruelty on her daughter. The realization that her granddaughters would no longer experience Ingrid's love and presence was heartbreaking. Meanwhile, the police intensified their search for the missing parts. The following day, on April 10th, 2016, Yorga logged into Facebook, hoping for a response from John in light of Ingrid's tragic demise. Yet, there was still no reply. She waited till afternoon, and finally, she contacted the police and provided them with all the details about John and his connection to Ingrid. The police understood that if John was the last person who saw Ingrid, he could provide some insight into the case. They made several attempts to reach him, but received no response until the evening, when John finally answered their call. Recognizing the importance of speaking with them and making sure he didn't try to run away from the interrogation, the police used a ruse, claiming they needed to discuss Ingrid's ongoing disappearance and that they were closely monitoring his activities. They warned him that if he failed to cooperate with them, then that would result in his arrest. Consequently, the next day, on April 11th, 2016, John arrived at the police department for questioning. First, the police carefully checked him to ensure that he didn't have any hidden weapons with him.
Do you have anything hidden in your socks or shoes?
Then the interrogation began, and the police asked him about his place of residence.
And what is an address for you, John?
I'm homeless
Are you? Where are you staying right now?
on the street.
The police further questioned him about Ingrid.
We're looking into what happened to Ingrid, as you're aware she's missing.
Yes.
And we know that you knew her. What's your relationship with her? Have you been dating her consistently since you met, or?
I would say, I guess, yeah.
The police delved deeper into their relationship, seeking to understand its dynamics and uncover the potential motives that could have led John to harm her.
Did she let you stay at her place, or were you staying elsewhere?
She let me stay there sometimes.
How often were you guys seeing one another, like the last couple weeks?
Surprisingly, as they observed his facial expressions, they couldn't help but notice his unusual calmness, despite the fact that his girlfriend was murdered. They questioned John about the day Ingrid was last seen, which was April 8th, 2016.
What's the last memory you have of contact with Ingrid? Like, what's the last memory you remember? Do you remember her driving you downtown?
I knew I sent her a message that morning. I knew she had her kids the next day, so I wasn't gonna. She didn't want me to meet her kids ever. I don't know about ever, but she just didn't want me to meet her kids.
Their goal was to gather every possible detail about that day, wanting a comprehensive account of the events.
So when you were back at her place and you had sex, and I apologize for asking this, but was it in the bedroom or somewhere else?
I think we did.
You think you did? You don't remember it?
I don't. We usually, yeah, I'm just assuming that we did.
As the questioning came to an end, the police exited the room, but the cameras continued to capture John's actions. Strangely, the cameras caught him rolling up his sweatshirt to use as a makeshift pillow, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of the situation. John's responses during the questioning were indeed peculiar. But the testing on Ingrid's body parts was still going on, and there wasn't any such evidence which could link John to Ingrid's murder. As a result, they had no choice but to release him, but they made sure to keep a close watch on his activities, hoping to uncover any new leads. In a matter of just a few days, the disappearance case had taken a grim turn, evolving into a full-fledged murder investigation. Determined to uncover the truth, the police obtained a search warrant for Ingrid's house. Inside, their search led them to a startling discovery: an almost empty box of garbage bags, similar to the ones found in the recycling bin. They combed through every nook and cranny, carefully examining the premises. To their horror, they stumbled upon a pruning saw, ominously propped up in the bathroom. Upon closer inspection, the saw's teeth revealed traces of blood, tissue, and bone. Adding to the chilling evidence, they also found blood in the bathtub drain. It appeared that Ingrid had been dismembered in her own bathroom with the pruning saw after her untimely demise. It became really important for them to find the remaining body parts soon. On April 15, 2016, the police received a call from a man named Michael Mullen who'd made a chilling discovery in his recycling bin. As he went through the bin that morning, he stumbled upon a wrapped package that turned out to be a torso with a pierced belly button. The police quickly responded to the call and reached 20th Avenue between East Union and Marion Streets, Seattle, and they were alarmed because Ingrid also had a pierced belly button and her previous body parts were found in similar garbage bags. They confirmed that the torso was hers. After sending the previously found body parts for testing, another significant discovery was made on April 18, 2016. A human leg was found at a recycling plant in South Hanford Street, Seattle. The leg belonged to a woman that had the same painted toenails as Ingrid. This meant that Ingrid's body parts had been scattered across 3 different locations, including the recycling bins where they were easily found. The police began to suspect that the perpetrator might not be a serial killer, as they typically dispose of bodies in places where they can't easily be recovered. Instead, they started considering the possibility that the culprit could be someone close to Ingrid. The police, determined to uncover any overlooked evidence, returned to Ingrid's home. They decided to remove the plumbing and conduct a thorough examination. To their surprise, they discovered more blood in the dismantled drain trap. To enhance their investigation, they utilized a reagent called Blue Star, which further revealed traces of blood that had been carefully cleaned up. It became evident that this was no impulsive act of violence. It was a well-planned and executed murder, adding an intriguing twist to the case. As the reports from the testing arrived, more disturbing details about Ingrid's death came to light. Initially, her death was classified as homicidal violence, but upon closer examination by the medical examiner, they discovered petechia, tiny blood vessels in her eyes that indicated she'd been strangled. Additionally, there was evidence of hemorrhaging on the neck. It became evident that Ingrid had first been strangled and then dismembered inside her own home. It revealed the manner in which Ingrid's life was taken, suggesting a deep-seated hatred towards her. The toxicology report revealed that Ingrid had no drugs in her system, but her blood alcohol level, BAC, was 0.074, slightly higher than the normal range. Discovered Ingrid's car in Belltown, a short 6-minute drive from Seattle. This raised suspicion because John claimed that Ingrid had dropped him off downtown and would have returned home before her murder. It seemed odd that her car was abandoned so close to Seattle. Where they'd attended the Seattle Mariners game together. The police carefully searched the entire car and made a chilling discovery. The same white trash bags that had contained Ingrid's dismembered body parts were found inside the vehicle. In addition, the police discovered 3 fingerprints on the driver's door handle of the car. These prints were crucial, as they could belong to Ingrid since the car belonged to her, or they could belong to the killer who'd driven her car to that location. Recognizing the importance of this evidence, the fingerprints were promptly sent for testing. The results confirmed the police's suspicions. The fingerprints matched those of John Charlton, the man Ingrid had gone on a date with on the night she disappeared. It became evident that John's statements during the interrogation were all deceptive tactics to misguide the police. Despite initially claiming to be drunk and unaware of what happened that night, the planning and execution of the crime, along with the thorough cleaning of the house to erase any traces of evidence, indicated that John acted with full awareness and had a clear motive behind killing Ingrid. Police remembered that during the interrogation, John had said that he used to stay with his ex-girlfriend. In their quest for more information about John, the police made significant efforts to locate and interview his ex-girlfriend, ensuring her identity remained undisclosed for privacy reasons. During the interview, she revealed that John, who worked as a day laborer, would usually spend his nights at a shelter in Seattle, except for a couple of nights each week when he stayed at her place. They'd known each other for about a year, and she allowed him to keep some of his belongings at her residence. Interestingly, she mentioned to the police that John was supposed to visit her on the Saturday morning of April 9, 2016, the day after his date with Ingrid. However, he arrived later than planned, claiming that something had come up. She revealed that he arrived at the bus station in Lake Stevens around 10:30 p.m., and she immediately noticed that he had a swollen and injured lip. When questioned about it, John claimed that someone had tried to rob him at a bar, even though he still had his wallet. This detail caught the attention of the police. When they questioned John on April 11, 2016, they observed abrasions on his head, chin, and scratches on his chest and arms. These injuries seemed to align with a disturbing possibility. They could have been inflicted during the struggle between John and Ingrid when he strangled her. It appeared that she'd fought back bravely, leaving her mark on him in a desperate attempt to save herself. Without hesitation, the police swiftly took action, arresting John and charging him with the murder of Ingrid Line. John Robert Charlton was born in 1979 in Washington to his parents Ray and Joanne Charlton. At 37 years old, he had a history of run-ins with the law. His past included a misdemeanor assault conviction in King County in 1997, indicating a tendency towards aggression. In addition, he had a record of negligent driving in Washington state back in 1998. In 2006, he was charged with attempted aggravated robbery in Utah. It seemed like he was no stranger to trouble. In 2008, he was convicted of felony theft in Montana. Furthermore, records showed a misdemeanor battery case in Idaho in 2009, suggesting a pattern of violent behavior. These previous encounters with the law added a layer of complexity to John's character and raised concerns about his potential involvement in serious crimes. John's troubled past extended beyond his criminal record. Disturbing incidents involving his parents shed light on his volatile behavior. In 2006, John's parents, Ray and Joanne Charlton, sought protection against him, citing concerns for their safety. They described his drunken outbursts and expressed fear for their well-being. Court records revealed an unsettling encounter on March 2, 2006, when John, under the influence of alcohol, became physically and verbally abusive towards his parents. During that time, Ray alleged that John removed the movie Hannibal from a shelf in the house and set it in front of his wife and told her she would watch that and beware. According to his parents, John harbored grudges for years, and his behavior became increasingly intimidating and violent when under the influence of alcohol or drugs. They also suspected his usage of crack cocaine. Although the petition for the protection order was ultimately dismissed, these incidents painted a troubling picture of John's unstable and aggressive tendencies. Despite initially denying any knowledge of Ingrid's fate, John eventually changed his plea to guilty before the trial commenced. The courtroom was gripped by the prosecution's case, alleging that John murdered Ingrid inside her own home.
Mr. Charlton intentionally and with premeditation strangled Ingrid to death. He placed her body in a bathtub using a pruning saw. He dismembered her body, severing her limbs and head from her torso.
To everyone's horror, it was then detailed how John drove through downtown Seattle, disposing of Ingrid's body parts in different trash cans. The medical examiner's report confirmed that Ingrid's death was the result of homicidal violence. In response, the defense team argued that there was a lack of forensic evidence connecting anyone, including their client, to Ingrid's murder. They pleaded with the community not to hastily jump to conclusions during this tragic event. Every piece of evidence seemed to point towards John's involvement. The prosecutor, Dan Satterberg, acknowledged that there were still unanswered questions. The motive behind Ingrid's murder may never be fully understood. However, he commended the diligent work of the police and prosecutors, who painstakingly gathered evidence to build a strong case against the person they believed was responsible for her death. It was a challenging task, but their dedication paid off in bringing justice to Ingrid. John received a maximum prison sentence of 27 years and 9 months based on the state's guidelines. However, Judge Julie Spector, presiding over the case in King County Superior Court, expressed her strong condemnation, stating that if she had the power, she would have given him a life sentence. She described his actions as vicious and cruel, beyond anyone's imagination. During the sentencing hearing, John addressed the court and Ingrid's grieving family, acknowledging the immense pain he caused and expressing genuine remorse.
I do agree that there are no words that can alleviate the pain that I've caused. And for that, I'm truly sorry.
Ingrid's ex-husband, Philip Line, expressed the profound loss caused by John's actions, describing how John had stolen not only his co-parent and someone to share thoughts with, but also a loving and caring mother to their daughters. Philip lamented that they would no longer have Ingrid's motherly advice, miss out on cherished traditions like July 4th holidays in Big Fork, Montana, beach trips, and Thursday night dinners at a steakhouse. He further shared the heartbreaking reality that their children's future children would never know the love of a maternal grandmother. Despite their resilience, Philip acknowledged that their daughters deeply feel the absence of their mother every single day.
Our daughters continue to thrive, but miss their mother every day in different ways.
Ingrid's friend, Nancy Civitilli, expressed the indescribable horror that engulfed everyone upon learning about Ingrid's tragic death. She emphasized that the murder went beyond a simple act of violence. Her body was violated, leaving an unimaginable aftermath. Civitili didn't mince words in calling John a coward. Civitili directed her words directly at John, reminding him of the profound impact his actions had on Ingrid's daughters, as he selfishly tore away a beautiful person and a devoted mother from their lives. She further highlighted the loss felt by friends like herself, who cherished Ingrid like a sister. While justice has been served, let this case serve as a reminder of the importance of vigilance, empathy, and the pursuit of justice for those whose lives have been stolen. What are your thoughts on this case? What could be the reason for John to kill Ingrid in such a horrific manner? We'd love to hear from you. If there's a case you'd like
Can I ask what the problem is? All right, so someone called. On the afternoon of July 1st, 2021, officers from the Tybee Island Police Department descended on Tybee Island Beach in Tybee Island, Georgia. The police had been called by a member of the public because, according to them, a woman had walked past the caller's family tent several times and eventually had found a spot a short distance away in front of it. After placing a towel down on the sand, the caller said that the woman started touching herself inappropriately. I could hear moaning. As you'll see, the woman in question appears to be confused at first, but when confronted by the claims made against her, she starts to give her version of events and tries to reason with her actions.
Nice.
How you doing, ma'am? I'm Officer Dollar Type. Can we speak to you for a second? We'll get you over there. Go ahead and bring your stuff. Yep. All right. What's your name, ma'am?
Chris?
Chris?
Do you
All
have
right.
your ID on you? Yeah, can I ask what the problem is?
All right, so someone called us. We got multiple calls about you.
about something pertaining on the beach. Were you supposed to be? Were you doing something you weren't supposed to be doing?
What?
Like, what were you doing on the beach? Like prior to coming here. Prior to coming here. Were you at the beach at some point in time?
Okay, I don't understand. There was nobody. I was just sitting on my tail. Nobody was around me.
Okay, and you were over at the beach?
Like I was near the water.
Near the water?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, like I said, someone called and they saw you doing something you weren't
I
supposed to be
didn't.
doing.
No, that's not true. Okay, look, is this something that my phone should be off for or on for?
You can, whatever you want to do. It's your right. If you want to record this conversation, you can. But we are also recording, so you know.
Okay, can you show? I mean, who did I offend? I don't understand. What did I do? What did I do?
So apparently you're masturbating on the beach.
I have never heard of such a thing.
Who saw that?
I mean, a couple people.
No, they
Family.
didn't. That's not true.
Why would they call it?
Okay, because I was by myself. Now I will tell you this: the only way that somebody would have called you is if it was a military operation, or if I can do it.
I love a thunderstorm too,
Never mind.
Cass.
Okay, so nobody was around. It was an anonymous call. Is this one of my buddies? Okay,
No,
one of my buddies.
No, it's not. It's a family.
Okay, look, let me show you. Right there. Okay.
Is there anything in the bag?
Listen to this guy.
Is it if I look through it? I mean,
Birdo, you here?
Can I see the contents inside the bag?
Yes. I don't really understand what y'all are.
We're just here because someone called and we're very concerned. Okay.
This is really highly offensive to me.
I got it. And that's why I'm trying to figure it out.
It's my vibrator, but I just put it in my. I was sitting on the beach, and I just. Okay. Do I get a ticket?
So you did have a vibrator.
Listen, I was sitting on the water like this, and I just put it in there, and it was covered up, and I just had an orgasm. I'm sorry, I was stressed out.
I got you. Okay, just hang tight for me.
I'm sorry, but you saw me. I was in the water. Okay, so what, if this is anonymous call.
Okay. I mean, yeah.
People did see it. We didn't get a call for no reason.
I swear to God, I was sitting in the water. Nobody saw it.
I got you. Well, I mean, if nobody saw it, they wouldn't have called, right?
Man, please, don't do this to me. Are you serious?
You want to take primary?
You didn't hear what she did?
Okay, I got you.
Cass?
This is ridiculous. What am I being arrested for? No, but I didn't have any of my body
Someone
parts
called.
out.
It doesn't matter. A family saw it. They had kids.
What? There was nobody around me.
So.
Obviously, someone saw you.
Nothing in here that shouldn't be in here?
Well, actually, she was moaning. Oh, Cass, a family, you know, parents and kids, heard this woman masturbating in the ocean, in the beach, and, you know, moaning and stuff. So they called the police, and she just admitted to having a vibrator in the beach, in the water, and having an orgasm. So they arrested her. And of course, it's not her fault. I gotta pause it. I mean, mute it until that song stops playing. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
They really don't need to pat her down, huh? Can you imagine getting arrested with just a bathing suit on, y'all?
Ma'am? No, we haven't gotten an ID yet. I still that in the bag. $15 Teddy. Can you run a Georgia 27? Okay. These are all broken up into half fills. Okay.
Oh, good. She has shoes. Oh, yeah, Birdo. That's worse. No doubt. I would definitely be wanting the, what do you call them there? Jumpsuit. It's probably cold in there.
She said there's a vibrator in there. Yeah, she said so.
Well, one, I don't plan on getting arrested. And number two, I don't plan on being in a bikini anytime
Now
soon.
you're going through it. You locking everything. Yep.
Code book, see what she was charging.
Okay. I mean, and she admitted to it. She said she had an orgasm on the beach and all that other good mess. So, yeah. All right. Cool.
Y'all ever heard of such a thing?
Alrighty. What's that? Mm-hmm.
You can't do that in a public beach, ma'am.
I got you. And I mean, to be completely honest with you, I really don't care what you did, you know. But again, someone saw it, so that's why we're here, you know. I mean, if you're gonna do something like that, you know, don't get caught. That's all I have to say. You know? So I mean, I got nothing against you, you know.
34-year-old Christina Ashley Revels Glick was arrested and charged with indecent exposure and disorderly conduct. If you're not familiar with this story, then you may be thinking to yourself, well, that's the end of it. She went through the legal process and received her punishment. In the state of Georgia, a first offense of indecent exposure is classed as a misdemeanor. So you'd be right to think that she got a slap on the wrist. But what if I told you she didn't even make it through the whole legal process? Because she passed just months after her arrest. But the circumstances surrounding her death aren't as straightforward as you may think. Christina's life leading up into the beach incident had been a quote, wild one, according to one unnamed relative. And although there isn't much information about her early life, we do know that the beach incident wasn't her first run-in with the law. She got in trouble, got herself arrested. She went to prison in Florida. It isn't entirely clear why she specifically went to prison, but we do know that she had been arrested on a handful of occasions. In 2018, she was accused of stealing a car, and in that same year, she was arrested a handful of times for public drunkenness. Her life prior to the 2018 arrests was far from stable. You see, she had 2 sons with 2 different men, a 19-year-old from a relationship way back in the day, and a 15-year-old from a marriage that ended in divorce in 2015. Although the divorce went through in 2015, the marriage had broken down years before. Just 6 months after the 15-year-old was born,
It is a
she
cute
left the family
bathing suit she
home
has
to go
on.
on her own journey in life. The child was left with his father. Over the years, she had little contact with either of her children and their fathers, but on at least one occasion, she and her at the time husband rekindled. After she spent time in jail, her husband took her back, but she was wild. A short while after they got back together, she fell in with a real bad crowd. She was drinking and taking drugs. By 2020, Christina had made her own way in life once again, and she had been living at a property in Hinesville, Georgia. I'm not judging, but there were a lot of men, and we heard she worked at a strip club too. She was always nice to talk to, always smiled, said hello to our kids when she was coming in and out. She always paid her rent on time. In that sense, she was a model tenant. Then came March of 2022. On the 19th, landlady Felicity Rollins contacted police to request.
Listen to this, guys. I fear this is going to happen to me.
A welfare check on Christina. She had missed her latest payment for rent. A couple of weeks had gone by and Felicity couldn't get hold of her. When police arrived, it was reported that, quote, negative contact was made. Then they left. Remember, Ashley wasn't considered a vulnerable adult in the eyes of authorities, and there were no reports to police that she could be in any sort of danger, so there wasn't much they could do about it. Over the next 12 days, Felicity continued to try and reach out to Christina, but all attempts failed. Then, on the 31st of March, 2022, Felicity and her boyfriend decided it was for the best to enter the property to see what was going on for themselves. It was then a gruesome discovery was made. I was sitting waiting in my truck when Felicity and her boyfriend came down and said, "Something's wrong. We think there's a dead body in there." They pretty much turned straight around when they opened the door. I didn't believe it. I thought they were messing, so I went up. When Felicity's family friend, Gareth White, entered the apartment, he knew straight away that someone had died. The smell alone was enough to tell him that. And so there she was, Christina decomposing on the floor in the property. She had been dead for roughly a month. After an investigation, detectives concluded
She was dead a month before the landlord called in a welfare check because she hadn't paid her rent and no one saw her. So she called in the welfare check at first. Then they didn't find anything or see anything and they didn't see her, so they left. And then these two come in to go look and nobody missed them. Nobody missed her. There was nobody there to miss her. Only the landlord. Yeah. That will be me.
that she took her own life for reasons unknown. But people connected to the incident don't really buy into that story and want police to explore the possibility that she may have been murdered. After the discovery was made, Felicity asked her sister Whitney Phillips to act on her behalf moving forward as the incident was too much for her to handle. When Whitney entered the property, she noticed that there was blood in every room. Not only that, but there was other evidence to suggest foul play.
Oh, man.
There was blood in every room in the apartment, but there were other things like unopened packages, things for the apartment, like she was expecting still to do things. Why would she be ordering stuff for the house? Why would she still be paying her bills if she was planning to end it? She was never late on rent. I didn't sleep right for a week after seeing the inside of that apartment. You could see the marks on the wall where her body had been, and on the carpet where it had laid. To me, it looks like she was panicking, trying to get away, trying to save her life. Why would she be moving through the house like that? That doesn't make no sense. Jonathan Johnson and his wife Jasmine, downstairs neighbors, think Christina was murdered too. The Johnsons believe they heard the actual murder taking place but didn't want to intervene because they weren't too sure. They say a man who Ashley had been seeing needs to be taken in for questioning. I believe that dude killed her. We heard a lot of commotion that one night, then we never saw her or heard her again. I asked, should we call the police? But you're not too sure sometimes. Like, if you get involved, maybe you'll get hurt too. That guy was there all the time,
And
his
that's
car
sad.
was over there that night. When we came out the next day, it was gone. That night, it was like a lot of heavy walking and moving around going on. After that, it was just silent up there. And so, it's been well over a year since police reached their conclusion. We can't rule out that they'd ever change their theory and investigate the possibility that Christina was murdered, but we can say, for at least now anyway, that they don't think she was.
That's a sad story, guys. Sorry, I was watching it. Hold on, let me refresh this to see if it'll let me make it bigger.
Into the wild world of the
All right, can you guys see it? All right, here we go.
top 100 worst Karens to ever exist. Seriously, these moments are so over the top you'd question if they're real. Hold on to your seats, folks, because this is going to be a Karen-filled roller coaster.
Who the fuck are you? Yes, very disgusting.
This male Karen on the plane totally lost it. He was shouting, cursing, and even
Holy guacamole. Is that tape? He literally can't break through that tape. Dang, son. That's in an airplane.
assaulted the staff. Guess what they did? They duct taped him to his seat. Talk about in-flight entertainment, right?
Help!
Help! This man got the right
Look at this.
Help!
Oh no, it's all around his throat.
Telecommunications are against the truth. Both of you. You guys suck.
We got a Richard here, guys.
My parents are worth goddamn dollars. And you know what? You suck. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? My grandpa is worth more than your My grandpa is the most wholesome person.
Bro, I would not, ain't no way with him screaming like that on a freaking airplane. And that airplane looks small. Those two seats are close together. There's only two on the right side, two on the, that's a small airplane. And he's all screaming like that. Everybody's recording him. Look at that phone up there. Oh my gosh.
You have no goddamn idea what's coming for you.
Oh my god, no, it's too much across his neck, yo.
Mr. Karen was terrorizing someone in the store for not speaking English. Then this dude steps in to handle the racist
He looks
situation.
like Bob
And
Eubanks,
suddenly
kinda.
Karen's acting like he's the toughest guy in town, trying to intimidate everyone.
When someone doesn't speak English and we can't communicate in Los Angeles, guess what happens? Honest. People die. People go bye-bye.
He's like walking up on us and stuff.
Oh,
He actually got in my
seriously?
face
Now
quite
you're
a few
going to
times.
lie? I have it on camera. Police? Are you military? I'm retired fire police officer.
Sir, can I have you go
And I'm MMA trained. So you really want to go there? Seriously?
I got some hands on you, homeboy.
Oh boy, howdy. You ever heard of Chuck Liddell? We train guys like that. How about Conor McGregor? Get away from me. Get the away from me. You want seriously? You're talking to LA's finest, pal. I said you're talking to LA's finest.
Oh yeah, we saw
Not
this one
Omaha.
the, yesterday.
And this ain't Podunk, Iowa. Get that guy away from me. He probably has a gang background based on those tattoos. Amen. Let's go. God bless you anyway. Jesus died on the cross for you. I said he died. Now we're talking. I said, now we're talking. But you need to stay away from me. Because you don't know. Because we're in baggy clothes. But this is 200 pounds of armory. Get away from me.
These girls had the real pleasure of witnessing their Karen mom's grand performance in the drive-thru.
Oh,
she was
no.
yelling and shouting at the workers, and oh, the joy on their
Embarrassing.
faces as they cringed.
Next time, hey. The next time you talk that me,
I would have drove off.
You rude, tall, ugly Steven Seagal looking at.
This Karen refuses to wear a mask in the store and starts bullying a teen worker who asked her to wear one or leave guy. This lady calls out Mr. Karen's wife for going to the store sick during a pandemic. And what does he do? Oh, he just blows a raspberry at her and her kid.
I said, you're an unkind person. Because I asked your wife to go home with the flu. That is correct. How is that unkind? Because she's wearing an N95 mask. That does nothing. Longer we talk, better it is.
That does nothing.
You
That's
just
the
have to breathe in
best
people.
mask you can wear.
People? You. And my child. And your child. Okay, that's assault. Oh, yeah, because you want to harm me, and you just said you did. Oh, that is so nice. You're
I
so
don't
mature.
really care.
I don't care either. Cool. That's why I'm recording you. That's cool. Hi, have a nice day. And what's your name? Bob. I thought I would share this sickness with you because
Because you
you're kind
care.
of
How am I the one who's literally spitting on
just
you?
were a
Spitting on somebody is actually assault.
Call the police, please.
I
do.
will.
Please do.
I have your video.
Oh, that's cool.
Can you leave
Get
me
a good
alone?
clean shot of my face, would you?
Excuse me, there's a man harassing me. He just spit on me.
Have a nice day.
Go home. Stop spitting on people.
I'm not spitting
You
on
literally just spit on me.
I'm not spitting on anyone.
Excuse me, can I get some help here?
Oh my gosh. That's an arrest.
He just spit on me because I asked him to go home with the flu.
She just got what looked like I have the flu. She just yelled.
You came over here and spit on me, and you said that you wanted to get me sick.
That's what I said.
Yeah, which is inappropriate. I'm here with my daughter. I'm sorry.
If you hadn't yelled at my wife,
I didn't yell at her. I said, say excuse me next time. She said, I did say that. I said, okay, why are you sick in a store? Don't spit at people, dude.
This total idiot in a car cuts off a truck on the highway to brake check, and bam, truck smashes right into him. Instant karma, right? Grandpa Karen had a major meltdown at the restaurant. He screamed at the workers, demanded a receipt they had already given him, and then went ballistic, throwing food and trashing the whole place before running off.
All right, sir. What's your name? My name is Nick.
Because I got a survey right now. I got a survey on this thing.
Yes, sir.
Don't worry, we're calling the police.
Where's my receipt? You should have. You never handed it to me, sir.
I did. I did hand it to you. I don't have it.
I mean, bro, check this out. I'll print you some paper, and there's that number right there.
But I need my receipt so I can do the survey, so I can have the number on the front.
Well, I don't know what you did with the receipt, sir. If you don't have it, there's nothing I can do.
I gave it to you. I gave it to her.
Do you have your receipt still back here?
I gave it to her.
I threw it away.
Sir!
Just go back.
Well, yeah, I definitely get the cops up here to deal with this crowd.
This idiot in a car cuts off another driver and then decides to brake check on the highway. Luckily for them, the other guy managed to slow down just in time, avoiding the chaos. The undercover cop in a red car tailgates a fancy car on the highway. When the fancy car uses brakes in traffic, the cop gets so offended and decides to pull them over. Can you believe it? Grandpa Karen totally lost it at the restaurant just because he had to wait a few minutes for his drink. Patience isn't his strong suit, clearly.
Where's the drink? What's taking so long? Jesus. No, I just want the drink. It's taking too long. It's pissing me off. Come on.
This restaurant worker totally lost it when a customer told her son to write a suicide note. Seriously, how messed up can someone be to say that?
I told you, get what you deserve. Get the I lied to you. I don't care. Get whatever that is. Somebody stole my car and got away with it. Somebody told my kid to write a goddamn suicide note. In a pool.
I just come for some
You won't get what you want, don't you? Good for you. You're going to hell for this.
Nah, I be praying every day.
You got me messed up. Somebody's kid is gay or changes their sexes. You wear shove it up your.
A Karen worker was bullying a mother in the store, lecturing her about letting her daughter change clothes in the store openly when the daughter was actually wearing leggings while trying the clothes on.
She did not change her clothes. She was horrified. The look on her face when she looked at me. Don't tell me how my daughter was. My daughter was completely fine. She said, "Can I just change right here?" You think that having your child get down to changing clothes in public is okay for your child? I happen to She think was it is in horrible. leggings. Do you know what leggings are? Do you know what leggings are? All right, ma'am. You Are you here. Do you know what stupid? leggings are? Are you stupid?
Wow.
Act stupid. You are acting You're stupid. talking to your employees like my daughter. In clothes. She was in leggings Not and a appropriate. sweater. Not She appropriate. tried on a pair of Not pants appropriate. over her pants. Not appropriate. That is appropriate. Not appropriate. How is that not appropriate? Have you seen the people that shop in the store, the skeezy men that shop I in the don't store? care. The skeezy women? She was in You leggings don't care and a sweater. that you're exposing your Leggings, child I wasn't to exposing my child to anything. Yeah. Don't talk to me about my parents.
Nah, bro.
I was not exposing.
No.
That was, yeah. That was
No
absolutely
way.
is not. I'm an incredible parent. I don't even Not a care. good Your call. opinion means nothing. Not a good I'm just call. telling you. If my She was opinion not means that nothing, fair then why are you because standing you're in front of talking me to yelling all at your me? employees about it. I do. watched you. I do teach So, them how to she handle was not situations. naked. She was in Ma'am, leggings. shut the Here. I don't need
It
you.
would never get that.
And I will let them know that you have your daughter changing her clothes.
This lady's just waiting for her bus, and Karen freaks out, cussing at her, acting like the public bus stop is her private lounge or something.
I'm gonna stop after this clip and play another video that's not Karen's, because this is just 2 hours of Karen clips.
Walk off. Why would I walk off? We're getting on the same bus.
No, we ain't getting no. What you need to do is stop sitting around me playing all them goddamn games and take your business, Bob. It's a stop down there, right there. It ain't that far. And it's one right there.
Why don't you go walk
here?
to it then?
Why? Because I always sit right here.
Okay.
And you don't run.
Okay.
So get your away from me.
Oh, snap.
Come on, man. She's scared of me, but she's still right here. That's all right. Stop right there. And there's one right there. Why is you still right here?
What y'all would do if this happened to y'all?
Get away from me.
I'm waiting for my bus and she starts.
I'm gonna play. No, I'm gonna play the whole thing, but I want to play these short ones first, and then play the other one. I'm gonna play the whole thing. Don't worry, Birdo.
She's screaming at me. What are you talking about?
No, don't listen to her. They're full of. I ain't never seen her ass nowhere over here before. She's gonna bring her ass over here. Over there, bro.
I think I have 3.5 hours left of stuff, Birdo.
Okay, but stop all the arguing, bro.
I got you. Don't worry, I got you.
Chill out.
When I look for stuff, Birdo, I think about you.
Bye. Go to the next stop.
Chill, man. Before the police come, bro.
I don't give a fuck away from me.
What is your problem?
You. Nigga,
Why?
Wow.
Why? Am I such a
Get your
problem?
fake
My fake. I'm some type of social worker.
Know who you is. Get your
Why are you so paranoid? I'm
Don't worry about it.
Keep saying it.
I don't even know if I would engage in this,
Yeah, you don't want to get away
much
from
less
the
let
whole
it
thing.
last
I'm waiting
this
for my
long.
scared.
Nah.
You just want to sit your ugly ass to me. I don't even.
Nah.
Would you know me? We're at a public bus stop.
You trying to make somebody knock your ass. Get your from me, bitch. Get the from me, you getting up.
What y'all would do if this happened to you?
No, bye. Bye.
That's
Bye. I don't want to hear your ass. Get the
That's local.
I'm about you scared. Ain't that a mother always trying to do that to black people? You scared. But don't sit right here.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What the
Let us see
Oh my
some
God, I'm
faces.
I don't give a call. That's what I do.
Calling the cops is not on my radar.
I don't care. I wasn't talking to you.
Okay. I don't care who you're talking to. Hey, you were screaming at me for like 3 minutes straight. I didn't know the. You're the only one talking. You're the only one talking. Okay, I have nappy hair.
I'm about to. She won't. So she try to call the police on me. That's why she said her ass up under me talking all that. She want to make me slap the.
I wish you would. I wish you would. That's what I'm waiting for. Oh, it's gonna start. You think it's gonna continue on the bus? Oh my gosh, guys.
On June 30th, 2022, authorities were alerted about a vehicle that was causing concerns in the parking lot of the Steak and Shake restaurant. Upon their arrival, law enforcement officers found a woman seated in the driver's position, exhibiting clear indications of drug intoxication. Her actions were strange. She was almost acting like a zombie. Upon arriving at the Steak and Shake restaurant's parking lot, the officer observed a vehicle with smoke emanating from its engine. To prevent any potential fire hazards, the officer promptly requested the woman inside the car to switch off the engine.
Your car's smoking.
No, turn off the smoke again.
Yeah, turn the car off. Turn the car off. Turn the car off.
I did. It's been off though.
Can you kick me up out of the car, please?
Yeah.
The woman's peculiar behavior suggested that she might have been under the influence of a substantial amount of unidentified drugs. When the officer asked about the situation, inquiring if there had been any collision, the woman replied with a firm no. She went on to clarify that the car's air conditioning was running at its highest setting, and it was her boyfriend who had been behind the wheel.
So what happened? Where did you guys come from?
Margin Local.
You drove over here?
Yeah, we live in Shorewood. I mean, it's fine. We bought it literally a week ago.
Well, did you guys hit anything?
No.
It just started smoking randomly?
Yeah, we had the max.
Can you take your sunglasses off?
Yeah, we had the max AC on.
Okay.
So I don't know if that's why. He said it was the temperature.
Who was driving?
He was.
Well, yeah.
You were in the driver's seat when I got here, right?
No, yeah,
Yeah,
but I was getting the stuff back in the trunk.
trunk
You get it?
The officer carefully observed the woman, documenting her bizarre and zombie-like actions. It became increasingly evident that she was likely under the influence of drugs, causing her to exhibit behavior resembling that of a person with disabilities.
Well, because you're acting like you're under the influence. Well, I got here, the car's running, you're in the driver's seat, right?
Right.
Your pupils are extremely constricted, and you're acting very erratic.
She was in the driver's seat. She's gonna get charged as a driver. Lady. Oh. Must be that bath salt stuff. What's it called? Flocka or something like that?
I don't
know. What drug are you under the influence of?
Nothing.
The way you're acting is like you're under the influence of some sort of narcotic.
No.
You're not?
No.
Okay.
The woman consistently denied each question presented by the officer. Therefore, the officer decided to proceed with a field sobriety test, taking into account that the woman was in the driver's seat upon their arrival. Remarkably, the woman readily agreed to participate in the test.
Are you okay with doing some tests to make sure you're good to drive?
Absolutely.
When I got here, you were in the driver's seat.
Absolutely, but I won't be able to drive.
Why can't you?
I mean, I can if I need to, but.
Well, when I got here, you're in the driver's seat, car's running. You know, so.
Before commencing the field sobriety exercises, the officer posed one final question.
Berto, I hope you are watching this, not just listening. You have to watch her.
To the woman, inquiring whether she had consumed any alcohol or narcotics that day. The woman promptly and firmly denied any substance use. The officer had no alternative but to proceed with the field sobriety exercises.
You didn't take anything at all today?
No.
You drink anything?
No.
Nothing at all?
Kool-Aid. That's in the car.
But no alcohol?
No.
And no narcotics at all?
No, his mom just got admitted in the hospital. His dad died a month ago. Like, I came here to get a journal from Barnes and Noble, and then my Cash App card didn't work.
Police officers employ 3 standardized field sobriety tests to determine if someone is intoxicated. These tests are known as the horizontal gaze nystagmus, HGN, the walk and turn, and the one-leg stand. Firstly, the officer proceeded with the horizontal gaze nystagmus test, which assesses involuntary eye jerking that occurs when someone looks sideways. It measures the severity of this jerking as a
I have that. I don't know what would happen if I had to take. I'm screwed sober, you guys. I cannot do this because of the nystagmus. I didn't know my whole life until I was married. My ex-husband was like, why are your eyes going back and forth like that real fast? And I'm like, what are you talking about? No one's ever said that to me. And so when I went to the eye doctor, I was telling him about it, and he said it was nystagmus. So I don't know. Apparently when I get upset or mad, my eyes do that.
an indicator of potential intoxication. Officers look for 3 signs of impairment: difficulty smoothly tracking an object with the eyes, noticeable eye jerking at maximum deviation, and significant eye jerking within 45 degrees of the center.
Hey, Mirandy. Merry Christmas to your family also. I'm glad you came in.
While this test can detect alcohol intoxication when conducted correctly, it can also indicate the influence of legal medications or be challenging for individuals with eye conditions.
Your pupils are extremely small.
Okay.
There has to be a reason for that. So do you want to just be honest about what you're taking?
I'm not taking anything. I don't know if it said I was wearing sunglasses.
No.
Possibly.
All right.
Upon completing the initial test, the officer observed that the woman's pupils were unusually constricted, a clear sign of intoxication or substance influence.
Do you see how you're acting right now? It's not normal.
Why not?
See, the thing is, whenever you're under the influence of the drug, you don't notice what your body's doing. When I did meth, like, I didn't notice that my mouth went back and forth. You know what I mean? And it did, and it was noticeable.
No, just the way you're like consistently moving and acting.
I was just going to ask you if I did okay. I never took a test like that before.
No, it looks to me like you're tweaking. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's the way you're acting.
The officer, growing increasingly concerned, pointed out the woman's abnormal behavior and even used the term tweaking to describe it. When asked if there were any illegal items in the car, the woman denied it. However, when the officers requested permission to search the car, she refused.
So there's nothing illegal in the car?
No.
Okay. Are you able to search it?
No, go ahead. If there's no reason to search it, though, but I feel like there's no reason to search the car.
No, I'm just asking if we can.
If there
Like,
would,
to confirm or dispel our suspicion of what's going on.
if there would be a reason to search the car, then I would say yes.
Well, you just said yes. So what? Is it yes or no?
No.
It's no.
No, because there's no reason to. Whose car is it? It's his man's.
After that, the officer proceeded with the next test, which is known as the walk and turn test. During the walk and turn test, you'll start with one foot in front of the other, maintaining heel-to-toe contact and your hands at your side. Walking 9 steps forward, heel to toe, you'll then pivot and take 9 steps back. This tests your balance and ability to follow instructions without using your arms for balance or deviating from the designated path.
While you're walking, keep your arms down your side. Watch your feet at all times and count your steps out loud. Once you start the test, don't stop until you complete the test.
Where's the line?
Next test is called the one-leg stand test, all right? Stand your feet together, arms on your side.
After this test, the officer conducted the other test, which is known as the one-leg stand test. In the one-leg stand test, You'll be instructed to raise one leg about 6 inches off the ground, flex your foot, and keep your hands by your side. You may need to count out loud for around 30 seconds or until told to stop. Avoid hopping or lifting your leg too high to maintain balance. Staying composed and relaxed is key to performing well in this test.
All right, begin.
Who the heck is relaxed doing a sobriety test, right?
This might be better with my sandals off. Honestly.
Okay, you want to take your sandals off and do it?
Yeah.
She done failed. Like, come on now.
Do you remember all the instructions?
Yes.
Okay. You can begin.
1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 2005, 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010.
Okay.
Even after completing the tests, the officer pressed the woman to be honest about what she had consumed. However, she remained resolute and insisted she hadn't consumed anything. The officer informed her that her boyfriend had already disclosed the information, but she continued to deny it, refusing to answer any of the officer's questions.
You want to be honest now what you took? Because he's already told me that he's already told the other. So why aren't you being honest?
I am being honest.
Okay, so you didn't take any sort of.
No,
When's the last
she
time
didn't
you
take heroin. Sorry, she didn't.
Probably when I was in a car accident.
When was that?
July.
July this year?
Yes.
Not even July yet.
No. July last year.
Last
It's almost been a year. Yeah.
Last time you used it.
Yeah.
You don't put your sandals back on?
Yes, please.
You don't take any anymore?
Oh, no.
You don't feel impaired at all?
No. I'm just not hand-eye
So you're under
coordinated.
arrest. You're under arrest for DUI.
Taking into account the entire situation, the officer decided to arrest the woman for driving under the influence, even though she wasn't observed driving. Her presence in the driver's seat upon the officer's arrival raised suspicions. During a search of her car, the officer discovered some unidentified drugs and several packs of cigarettes. She was charged with aggravated DUI, and her bail was set at $5,000. I hope you enjoyed the thrill.
That's crazy.
Look at this.
Oh no!
Bien. Ouais. Regarde, regarde, regarde. Regarde. Ah, c'est. Ouais, c'est un garçon! What the fuck?
Come to train.
That's me. Oh my god, this is me. Oh no, hurry up.
Bora, bora, mais uma.
Oh my God. Why should you?
Why? I cannot stand you!
Hey, you okay? Hey, apa sama kain juga?
Oh. Yikes.
Every time I just try to attempt some drinking water. Yo!
That's funny. Oh no. Yo, this is so me.
Oh my God! No! Oh no!
This kid's throwing a massive tantrum. Watch this.
Face person fish. Cool. Well, I had that done to me before. It broke my wrist. Nuh-uh. I have never seen someone pop one of those things. What? What? No. Oh, he went through the whole fence. It's pretty, but don't flip, don't flip, don't flip. Oh no, raccoon.
Alla, gib dir, Mann. Please let your scooter. Please fall over. Please fall. Go on, go on, go on, buckle. Buckle. Yes! 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 Ah!
I hope none of these people got hurt, you guys. Like really bad. That's me. That's me so right there.
I'm pissing in the laundry.
Nah. That was something else. What the what? What? How? Oh, Oh, snap. Oh, no. Oh, no. You all right? What the heck? What the heck? Huh? Oh, no. What? Oh, man. Holy crap. Oh, my gosh. That's cool. Oh, dogs are still in packages. Oh, no. Whoa. Oh, man. That's embarrassing. in the world? Oh no. Boomerang plane? Holy crap!
What are you doing? Is that me?
Yes. And there I am.
Oh my God.
She don't like it.
Poor lady.
Oh no. Honk the horn. Honk the horn. Honk the
Oh,
horn.
cute.
Oh my God. No.
Oh my gosh, that is so adorable.
Okay, stay there. I'll bring you back.
A tornado going on right here.
Cool.
Right next to me. Oh, right on.
Okay, now it should be gone.
Oh, that is cool. What in the world? Oh, that's tense. Another busted one. What in the world is going on here? Oh. Oh, there's two. Wow. Oh no, on his neck. What?
Is it back?
Sure. Looks like a swimming pool. What? I freaking jumped. Oh my god, I freaking jumped. So much for being careful, right? Holy shit.
Oh, yes!
Cool, look at that. What is that? Gila monster? Y'all saw it? Oops. A fox. Oh. Goodness. Ow.
Are you cooking dinner? Ah, puta madre. ¿Qué pasa?
I don't know what he just said. Oh no. Oh. I mean, it's cute. I know it's not good, but it's so cute. Whoa. What? Yeah, right. What the hell? Oh, that tire. No way. Ah, nah. No. What?
Bye-bye. Yes, I told you.
Cool. That was cool. The whole inside's out. Oh no. Don't laugh at me jumping at those.
You ready to see yourself? Not good. Let's go wash it off.
Swim. Is that a swimming pool water? Wow. That sounds so broken. Oh,
Dentro!
Incoming drone. You were supposed to catch me.
Oh my god. What are you doing? Is there a cricket there you're trying to kill? How about we just like...
That was huge. Whoa. Mm. Or he's mad he wanted a boy.
Oh my god, that's so true. Oh, he's going through the whole entire thing. He's going through. Oh!
Wow.
Oh!
Wipe your hair down again. And it just pops back up. Pops straight up. Do it again.
Wow.
I need your help, Gio. Let me crack this egg.
What?
Are you still doing it? I'm doing it well.
Tomber sur l'espoir. T'es prêt? 1, 2, 3.
Oh no. Oh, that is so cool.
Oh, 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 oh.
Oops.
Putting duct tape on a tub.
Cool. That's me too.
My twin sister. Are you okay?
Are you okay?
This place is babies waiting for common rice. There.
Okay. See you later.
And that's where the
Oh
race
no.
When you go to the floor, are you on the wrong side of the
Don't blow up.
50.
Oh my god.
Go, girl.
이수정고.
That's what you're supposed to.
She didn't tell me she had a boyfriend.
Hope you have some fun today. Well, hop and Gigi.
Oh, that's cute.
That is cute.
Oh, cute. I don't know what I would do if I was being attacked by one of those wild animals.
Oh my god, baby.
Oh my gosh, are you okay?
I'd be so mad. Oh no.
I'm dying.
Oh my god.
Rosie.
There you are.
Oh. Oh, a fox? Oh no.
Oh my.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh.
Go down.
Oh, babe, that you look like.
Woody.
Grab with him.
You were scrubbing him?
Yeah.
Oh, Ethan. Hi.
Oh no. Oh wow.
Man.
Why you couldn't go around?
She going to go?
No, she taking.
Oh, I just got whacked.
So guys,
Whoa. Mess. Whoa. Wow. There's no way.
falls on
Yeah, yeah, that was the word.
Wow.
Okay. What's gonna happen here? I see you looking at me.
20.
It's not working. I told you so.
It will.
That was cold.
Oh, I got that on video.
Oh wow. Ew, sewage. Ew. Who gets glass milk jugs anymore?
You had one?
Le.
That was a lizard, right?
Holy, Mama Duck is raw.
Oh no.
Wow. Wow. How do you not? Like, how do you not realize that?
Wow. I would not want to be the one to clean up these messes. No way.
Hot damn, dude.
The stuff is just so good.
Dang.
Tuh lihat ikut.
Oh my gosh. You're supposed to stop. Oh no.
That mother took the whole gasoline.
Dang, that's the second one like that.
Mas de repente você vê que a vida não tá fácil mesmo. Não tá fácil. Nem mesmo pro cavalo. Não tá fácil.
We just saw that one. Yes, indeed.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Where all these wild animals come from?
Please tell me you got that, Julie.
What? Big boy?
Levanta, corre, levanta.
Oh no. Oh my gosh. Oh, he's pulling it.
Oh, weird. This guy is just dragging right now.
Wow.
Oh no. Oh no.
That and I'm like, oh yeah.
See me? When I
Oh, oh no.
What are you gonna do?
Mom. Oh, it's so cute.
It's so cute. I don't know why they have it backwards.
Oh, it's cheap. It's cheap.
Turn around.
Bueno, this is como se aprende a hacer este.
Oh no. Do it again. Oh, wow. That's dangerous.
Yeah.
Islamic.
Hey, what's the moral content of that? Oh my God. That's fucking
Ikaw bang oh?
Lumayan, take na. Hala, kuya, atras! Kuya, atras! Kuya!
Oh, nah. I would be pissed.
Oh God.
Oh, I can't get over the wedding.
Because it did the same thing to me.
Oh no. Was that a chicken breast?
Ready? Go. Your hair. Your hair clip.
Oh. That was cute. Oh, oh my God! It was the
So I'm
dog.
just vibing, right? And this can.
Yo.
Wrap your hair around like so. And just fold it a bit. And then you're going to work your way down and.
You must maintain.
Oh no, that is not true. Oh. Saw that rainbow?
Oh my God! Sean! Sean!
What? Wow. What is that?
Durf je tegen jouw toren lopen?
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh my god, did you see that?
So that hair was big. Hello.
TJ,
No.
did you do this?
No.
Huh?
No.
You didn't do this, TJ.
Yes, you did.
Who got
Yes, you're
The best part.
I'm not sure this is supposed to happen when you're going through the car wash. What is going on?
Oh wow. A picnic table. That was not cool.
Ja, Mann, das ist ein iPhone, das kaputt.
over here?
Oh no. Oh my god.
None.
That's cool. That's not cool.
Oh my God. Are you okay?
Oh, he's mad as a girl.
Stop. Okay, sorry.
Oh no. What was that?
What's up, bro?
Oh no.
See that?
Wait, nope.
Ooh, there we go, another one.
Oh wow. Oh my god. Oh no.
Watch out! The
I know.
Oh. Oh wow. Are you kidding me right now? Welcome back, Cass. How's the weather? Wow. Did that balloon go in his mouth?
You like the snow?
Oh my god.
Bambi, Bambi.
Y esto es lo que pasa. Ah, cemento fresco.
Nah, come on, people. Get a grip on things.
Get up there.
Hey, I could feel something tickling my ear.
Oh my god.
Nasty.
We're gonna have some angry people cleaning up that mess. Look at the umbrella.
And rip. Oh my god.
Oh! Oh, baby!
Huh? What? Oh no.
Oh my god.
Stay safe, Kaz.
You see the excitement? Oh my gosh, look.
Yes, ma'am, Miss Boss. You wanna say hello? Stop. Oh no. Bareback, dude.
Yes.
Would you just go, please? See?
Oh my god. I don't have food. I don't have food.
Yes, you do.
Monkeys are mean. Oh my god, that was disgusting.
Yeah, I know he's gonna drop this shit now.
Oh no. Oh no.
Can I even lift it? Ready?
No way. Oh. Never.
А то можно столкнуться же через нее, и можно же...
Oh. No. I would have dumped it in the water. I would have never made it that far.
Are you okay? Is that cold? Are you okay?
No. This stuff can't be real, guys.
Okay.
He said. This is so embarrassing stuff. Oh, it's a heart.
There's a little challenge here.
In the face. Oh, in the camera.
Happy birthday to you.
Oh my god, are you okay?
Dirty dancing? Yo. Oh no.
Okay, go.
Yeah, right, girls. That looks fun. Oh, that's so funny. All right, back to the Karens. Oh no. Make sure the settings are fine. No policy to 80. All right, let's go.
Into the wide world of the top 100 worst Karens to ever.
Numbers on here as well? Yeah. Okay, what's the main number, the district office?
Look it up.
Oh
You won't believe the
no.
nerve of Karen. She's berating this worker, body shaming her, and even when asked to leave, she refuses to go. Instead, she chooses to sit and stay.
Oh, you're not going back in that store. Where's your stuff? And she will go get it. You're not allowed back in the store. I'm gonna need for you to move. I'm gonna need for you to leave. I'm gonna need for you to leave. I'm gonna need for you to leave. Can you go get her stuff for her? Where is it? Where is it? I don't know. You dropped that. Your mama. Your mama. Look at you standing like this. Real. That's that. Bye. You a grown ass. Leave. But it's older than me. Leave. They're not older than you. They're not older than you. I have a second-year-old. Leave. Leave. You're grown. Leave. If you don't find it out. What you gonna do? Leave. Move your grown. Leave. No. Leave. Get your. Leave. Don't put your. Leave. Leave. No trashy. Leave. I'm gonna need you to leave. I don't even. Leave. 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 I'm sitting right here, baby. Leave. Don't touch it.
Mr. Karen worker does a lousy job, and when the homeowner rightfully says no to paying, he goes bonkers and wrecks the entire bathroom.
I do understand.
We put weeks into this, thousands of dollars into this.
I do understand. Sir, please stop. Please stop.
Is somebody gonna pay me?
Sir, I'm just asking you to stop. It's not your house to destroy.
It is my property. This is my property. I have receipts for everything.
Yes, ma'am. I do understand that you. So I need to ask you a question because Leanna told me that you walked in the house and you're telling me that you were invited in. That's not taking back your stuff. It is our stuff. This is how we need to take it back because we solidly built the construction. Unfortunately, it's fall off.
I'm more than happy to deal with police. More than happy. More than happy. Let me tell you something. No contractor in the state of Colorado will fix that. When they found out I took it back, Because you refuse to pay me. No one.
Can you believe it? This wild driver had the nerve to cut off a cop's car with an illegal turn, slicing right in from another lane. This male Karen cop thought he was the boss, threatening this lady like he's judge, jury, and executioner. But guess what? She shut him down and off he goes, tail tucked.
Because I'm not in violation of anything. It's not. You can step out.
Rapper, don't come in here being mean. It is Christmas Day, and we all are bums if we like Christmas. Rapper, please don't come in here being mean.
Either A, you're gonna give a citation, or
You can't cite me, and you can't arrest me either.
So with the citizen complaint,
It doesn't matter. Because first of all, the complaint you can comment. You can cite. You can
so
cite
right now,
No,
they,
you can cite me.
they said that
Who's
you're
they?
bothering somebody's.
Who's they?
You're bothering someone's
Who's
private.
they? Who's they?
Okay, so I already
So
told
who is
you
they?
that you are.
No, and
you
I
are
am
bothering
telling
their
you,
peace,
it doesn't
okay?
matter, and
If
you're
you turn
bothering
it back
mine.
up, if you turn it
You're
back up,
bothering mine.
you're gonna be arrested. Okay?
You can't arrest me.
You have any questions?
You can't arrest me.
Okay, so
What
if
law
I
am I
pass-
violating? What law am I
if I
violating?
get-
What law am I violating?
Citizen arrest warrant?
No.
You're gonna be arrested.
What
okay?
law am I
Okay.
violating? What law am I violating? What law am I violating? I'm not violating any law because guess what? It ain't past 10. What is your name and badge number? What name and badge number? You can't deny me that. If I ask you for a name and badge number, you have to give it to me. Name and badge number?
Here you go.
I'm asking you for your name and badge.
Here you go. Can you
Name
read
and badge? No, I can't. Actually,
Okay.
I'm illiterate. What's your name and badge
You're
number?
illiterate.
I am.
My name's Officer Roscoe.
Your badge number?
14104. Here you go.
Thank you.
If
I'm not
I come
violating.
back, you will
Am
be
I-
arrested.
I will not bet.
This guy was acting like he was a real cop and snatched a bag from the customer, thinking he had stolen something. Turns out the customer didn't steal anything, and the guy ran back to his seat.
Okay, bro. For real, honestly.
Okay, bro. So let's see what you got in the bag.
I don't got nothing in the bag. Why
I
you
think
coming up
you
to
do.
me? Why you coming up to me, man?
Because I can.
For what?
Because I can.
You got to run your cameras or something, boss.
I ain't gotta do all
I
that.
ain't showing you my bag.
Well, then
Then you what?
I guess I'm gonna have to take your bag.
Take my bag.
Well, I
man.
guess you're gonna fight.
Fight.
So what we doing?
Man, listen,
So
you're
what
not
we
taking my
doing?
bag.
Because I'm good
bro.
either way with it, partner.
No, listen, bro. You're not taking my bag, bro. But the thing is, once I show you that I ain't taking nothing from your store,
you
inside
did.
my bag, what? What did I take from your store? Show me. I ain't
Cologne,
running the camera back. What's
and
your
all
name,
that,
Mr.
huh?
Summers?
That's
What?
right.
Mr. Summers, I told you
Here
not
you
to
go.
do this to yourself, man.
I'm good with it.
No, hey, listen, you don't have to be good with it, Mr. Summers. Yeah, Mr. Summers, you better fool your dumb man. Now he walking back. He walking back, y'all. Look at look at him, y'all. Look, I warned you dumb first time. I definitely warned your ass. Look at you. You go out with him, Mr. Summers, you're dumb man, looking like a fool, man. Now look at yourself, man. You gotta sit your fat down. Look at you, you gotta sit your fat down.
But I'm not fat though, dog.
Oh, yes, you is. You gotta tuck that dumb belly into yours, man. Yes, you got your fat. You the wrong one, man. Now I'm about to get your dumb ass fired. I'm about to get you fired, Mr. Summers. Okay, because you the black man for no reason, because you thought I'm black and you thought I stole. You came in the bag. No, I'm not threatening you. I'm telling you what I'm gonna do. You just threatened me. You told me I had to fight you for my bag. Didn't you just threaten me on camera? Hey, that's what it is. Don't worry about it, Mr. Summers.
Talk about a wild night. This drunk Karen was screaming right in a cop's face while her poor friend tried to calm her down.
Go away. I'm not touching you. I'm asking you. I'm asking you. I'm asking you. I'm asking you. I am asking you. No, I'm asking you. I am asking you. I'm asking you. I just want to watch this. I am asking you.
I got you. I got you.
Goodbye.
This Karen couple just bulldozed their way onto the plane without bag measuring or boarding pass scanning. When the staff asked them to leave, they refused. So the airline had no choice but to deboard everyone, and the Karens are now banned.
I need to come out or we're gonna have to deplane the entire plane. You guys are gonna come out to We paid for tickets just like y'all. No, don't say that. We paid just like y'all. Y'all not no better. I'm not giving up point. Everybody, I understand. We tired. We're the fly for 20 other hours. We're not ready. Y'all got the through. That's 5:20. You gotta be there 2 hours early. We tired.
I'm tired. We're not going nowhere. We're not going nowhere.
This Karen couple totally lost it on the plane. They caused such a ruckus that the cops had to step in and ask them to leave. When they flat out refused to go, the entire flight had to deboard, all because of these Karens and their entitlement.
You don't like the words coming out of my mouth. Okay, so pretty much the words. The words. Free speech is dead. Excuse me. Didn't do anything. No, we're not coming off. And you're gonna have to take everyone off. This is ridiculous. You guys see what's happening in America? You didn't like what he said, and now we get kicked off the plane. And all of you all are gonna have to wait. This is outrageous. You guys, we're gonna turn into China. It's coming. Cheap. Apparently, the president or the master people didn't think what I said. Really? Oh, I love Elon Musk. He is the best. Elon! He is the fucking king. Because the math people in Opera are kicking us off the plane. Kicking us off. You know what? It's a beautiful day. I'm happy to say one more thing. I am suing you. What is your name, sir? I'm suing you. And I'm suing,
buddy, I guarantee I have money
suing the airline. Oh my God. I have nothing to do.
Oh, I'm offended.
I used to dance on Broadway, and I'm not getting that fucking vaccine. We didn't do anything. We did nothing. Gene is wrong. No, Gene, we're not getting off. Excuse me. It's our anniversary. No.
Man, I'm fine.
Do not get off. No. You tell me why now.
I'm tired of FBI.
The customers on the aircraft was not cooperating. We're going to have to get everyone off the aircraft and then reboard. As soon as the sheriff gets here, we do apologize.
What did we do? And you tell me what we did. Listen, you gotta get off the plane because we're Trump supporters. Seriously, I really think that's what it is.
Don't do that. Don't do that because
it's okay. We have freedom off the plane when we did nothing wrong. It makes them right. Wrong. Yeah, put it on YouTube. Actually, you gotta face them the wrong way. Yeah, okay.
Mr. Karen is throwing a fit because his neighbor made pals with his cat. It's a perfectly ridiculous situation.
So hang on. I just want to be clear. You're upset because we made friends with your cat, sir?
You're keeping it in your
No, I'm
yard.
not.
It's our cat.
You understand?
Our cat.
I'm not even in my yard right now. What am I doing? The gate's open.
You're unreasonable people. You're holding our cat.
How? I'm not even in there. I want you to explain how.
If you would go in your yard and say, Mercury, go home. Don't come in our yard anymore.
She
They
will
want
not
you
listen.
to.
She's a cat. She doesn't speak English.
Oh, really? This doesn't mean go home?
No.
Huh?
Hand signals don't mean anything. It's a cat, dude.
Really? Okay. All right. Well, we'll have the police department figure it out.
Absolutely.
Okay?
Great idea.
All right. Listen, no, so the cat doesn't eat and drink anything over there, right?
No.
Oh, no, never. Right? No, never.
No.
No, never.
Never. Yeah, never.
Yeah, you cat pervert.
I've done nothing to bring the cat. I've done nothing to bring the. This dude's lost. This dude, he's lost it. He's lost it. He's lost it.
It's our cat.
He's lost it. He's lost it. Oh no. Not my property.
Then we're calling the police because you're harboring our cat.
Harboring a cat.
Harboring our cat.
Is that a crime? What? It was something
You're
else.
a cat pervert.
I'm a cat pervert?
Yeah, cat
What
pervert.
crime is that? What crime is that?
You know what? There's a crime about you harboring my cat.
What crime is that?
It's against the law.
What crime is that?
It's called harboring an animal.
I can understand being angry if my cat was in your yard. You're angry because your cat is in my yard.
Karen is trying to play the victim when she was the one causing a scene on the plane, acting wild like this was her first interaction with other human beings. Finally, the cops had to come and drag her away. This worker catches Karen trying to sneak stuff from the store using a baby stroller. And guess what? When he finds the stolen goods in her stroller, she went from sneaky to downright furious.
Are you serious? Okay. Dude, let me talk to your manager, bro. Stop blocking my way, bud. That's false imprisonment. That's false imprisonment, bro. You're making me uncomfortable, bud. That's false imprisonment. Don't touch my stroller, bro. Don't touch my stroller, bro. Don't touch my stroller, bro. Let me talk to your manager. Excuse me. Where's this manager at, please? He's like blocking my way, bro. Can you open it up? No, I can't actually. You can't keep put your face mask on? No, I'm not gonna put my face mask on, bro. I don't have any product. I just came right there. He just said, oh my God. Where is your manager, bro? I got you on camera. Take your stuff out. You already shot me. You don't let me go, bro. There's nothing else in there, bro. Look. The fuck? Nothing but maybe one more. I just got in this store. You bring the rest of it out. There is nothing else in here. Look. Why don't you look? Why don't you just look? I'm not doing all that. Take the cover off. I'm not doing all that. I'm gonna snatch it off. Oh my God. Whether you snatch it off or not, there is nothing else in there. Okay, why don't you turn it this way and look in this way? There ain't nothing else in that mother. Oh my God, he's serious. Yeah, open it. Oh my God. Open it. You're wrong. I'm not a weirdo. You're a weirdo. Blocking from the right foot. Oh, you said what? I'm black. You said about being black. Take it off. I say nothing about open it up. Camera. It's on camera. Go ahead. There is nothing under here. Okay, move it. Oh my God. Yes, banana. Oh, banana. Oh, big what? A banana. First of all,
This crazy maniac changes lanes left and right, blocking the car behind him in a fit of road rage. But guess what? Karma hit them hard. A cop pulled them over. You won't believe the audacity of this old guy. He just waltzes onto someone's property, and when they call him out, he goes ballistic and spits on them.
You want to get it anyway.
You spit on us? That's assault.
Please stop.
No, I'm going to put it in mine. Don't touch. You're mine. Don't touch it. Never.
Why?
You're not going to build on the property line. Stop touching the rocks. No.
This crazy Karen in the store was threatening the workers with pepper spray and wouldn't calm down. Eventually, he stormed out, but not without leaving quite an impression.
It's starting.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness!
Stop. Get away. I'll walk you here. My life. You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. Yeah.
Should we stop them?
Stay away, sir. Stay away. I'm not getting near you. Here you go. You're right now. Is that pepper spray? Yes. Okay. Sir, I need you to put that away. We're in a public place right now. Stay away. I'm going to stay away. Thank you. You can't be threatening people here with pepper spray, okay? You cannot threaten people here with pepper spray. I got a lawyer. I don't need this.
Oh, no.
Crazy Karen kept pushing this guy's buttons even though he clearly didn't want to fight. But then, boom, he finally lost it and unleashed his own crazy on her.
Is she okay?
This male Karen got super mad because this guy's dog barked at him while walking in the street. He starts this epic argument like the dog insulted his entire existence.
Right now. Call them right now. Call them right now. Call 991. Call 911 right now. Call them right now.
This is person that I call on is Asian hate.
Asian hate?
Yes.
I can say that this is Mexican hate.
Yeah. Well,
this is Mexican hate. You were the one that approached me. I'm just talking back.
At me.
She's barking. All dogs bark.
Your dog has no right to bark at me.
No.
It's your point.
It's an animal, dude. You don't give a shit. The dog is an animal and barks.
We have equal rights.
All animals. Yeah, we have equal rights. Look at her. Look at her. Look at her. She's so happy. Attack you. Are you crazy? Call 911. Call them.
Okay.
Do you want me to call them?
Paranoid Karen totally loses it and calls the cops on this black guy just trying to grab his stuff and bounce. Luckily, the cop arrived and handled the situation smoothly.
Okay, give me the key that you need to your room, and I will go get it.
I'm sorry, sir. What did you say?
And I will get your stuff, and you can go stand over there.
8-1-9-0.
I don't need a key. I'm not ever checking back here.
Okay.
You see, got my
No, he was
okay, those are all her keys. Here, give them to me.
He said he would leave peacefully this morning, but he's not leaving.
Please, just, let's try to work this out without the cops.
I would love to, but
he has your keys in his hand.
I need to get into the room so I can grab my stuff. I already told you.
I'm sorry, one second, sir.
It's on the text message. I already told you that. I need a key so I can get in my room. Hello, officer. She won't let me get my clothing so I can leave her premise.
Yeah, I just want the keys.
I need to get into the room. What do you not understand?
What key do you need to get into the room?
I have to see which one it is. I'm gonna put it all on her
so
table.
give the keys to me, and I will go get the stuff.
Sure.
And
whatever makes it.
you can, yeah.
These are my keys.
Okay.
You need to get into the room.
Can we come up together?
The police are on the
Okay, wait, hold on.
You cannot push. A guest is trying to get his stuff. I asked him to
Neighbor.
return the keys, and before he enters the house, and I held my hands against the frame of the door, and he tried to push past me. His girlfriend's recording it, so you can have all the evidence you need.
What?
Help! Please help!
What's that? Are you
sorry.
Prom?
This is the guy I was having to change the locks for. Yeah.
Sure, I'm the guy.
Yeah.
Look at her freaking out. We're staying right here.
Look, I have the keys. Me and you just go up and get his stuff. He doesn't have to be involved.
Yeah, that's
I will
right.
give you the keys once we get his stuff.
Okay, if you hand me the keys,
I'm a neutral person. I'm a neutral person.
If you hand me the keys, I'll let you upstairs to get the stuff.
I'll give them back to you once we.
You don't need your keys.
Okay.
You're creating all this drama for nothing.
Is it okay?
Yeah, I'm sorry. No, there are no weapons, sir. It's just that, you know, he pushed past me while I was trying to stand in the doorway.
Recording it so we have evidence for the cops.
Well,
You don't want the keys.
But I don't want,
Here are all your keys. Like I told you in your text message. Let me grab my. No right to stop. Grab my.
Okay, that's
You're
great.
obstructing my way right now.
Okay,
You have absolutely no right. Wait for the
I'm
cops
just
to
gonna
come
have the
here.
cop to
Wait for the cops to come here and they'll escort me and get my stuff.
Yeah, that's great.
Wait-
Actually,
wait
think
for
that's
my
best
time.
if the cops escort him.
Do you realize though that by calling the cops, you could be putting his life in danger?
So he asked me to call the cops
She don't
before,
care.
and the cops actually
She don't care.
escorted him
They're here
before,
right
and it was
now.
fine. But you can
Well,
report all of
officer,
it just for his
It's
safety.
actually the same cop that I spoke to when you
Yeah,
asked
then
this flooding.
it's fine. You have a good
I'm out here.
relationship.
Whose
I'm out
residency
here.
is this?
It's mine. This is my home.
I just want to go upstairs and grab my clothing.
If she doesn't want you inside, by all means, she's allowed to keep you from going inside. If she wants us to be inside with you, and
Sure.
what do you need?
Just my clothes from
Yeah,
upstairs and I'm done.
it's fine, officer, as long as you
That's all I
escort him
need.
up. It's just, he only gave me the keys.
I don't
just
need
when you
anything
pulled
of her
up.
stuff. I
And
have a
before
text
he was
message.
refusing to give
I
me
have
the keys.
I have a text
You see, he
message
talks
that I told her.
So
Just one person talk at a
I'm
time.
gonna follow you inside.
Yeah.
Get whatever you need in there.
Yep. I have a text message. I'll leave the keys on the table, but her dumb ass didn't read that. So, thank you.
You guys met
Come
before?
right in.
So
Be
it's all
great.
good?
This is ridiculous.
This crazy Karen was having a complete meltdown in the store because a guy called her out for cutting the line. Somebody get this woman an Oscar.
I didn't touch you, man.
Not that long ago when I can't stand another man touching me!
Well, no one did that. Is this a prank?
He won't go away! He
You're
needs to
in-
go away! He's a problem!
I need to leave.
No.
I still got. Okay, she threw some of my stuff. Hell if I know. I'm so sorry. Well, she wasn't sorry when she cut in line.
I didn't see you!
To make it. Oh, I just asked her if she saw anyone in line.
Please, let's go!
That's an adult.
You're making it
I'm just talking.
Karen throws a fit and demands to see the manager because she couldn't hire a yacht that wasn't available in the first place.
It doesn't work like that. It takes days. I want to talk to the manager. Okay, one second. Hi, how can I help you? What the is your problem? I just my problem. It's just you. You came in here acting like you own the place. I want to rent a yacht. Does it look like you have yachts? I see them all around there. We don't have any yachts for rent. I see them. Whose yachts are they? They're personal yachts. You don't want to make no money here at this restaurant. I guess we don't. What the hell are you doing? You cannot record me.
Crazy Karen went bonkers when a lady parked in her space to pick someone up. Like, chill, Karen, it's just a parking spot, not the last piece of pizza.
My parking spot. I own this property. Get what marketplace?
On Facebook Marketplace, we're picking something up from the lady who
I
lives in
don't
that
care.
guy's house.
This is not a parking spot.
You know you're supposed to. It's COVID.
Get.
Why are you?
Why are you
We're
off
filming you.
my
We're
parking
filming you.
right
You
now?
were filming
You've
you
been
right
here
now.
half an hour. I don't care.
I
I'm
haven't
getting
been
the
here
police.
half an hour.
I'm
Call
getting
the
the
police.
police.
Call them right
I
now.
am. Get
Call
off
them.
my- Does you
Call them.
see
I'm
what
here
he
to
says?
pick up
I
something.
don't care.
I have permission from the person who lives here.
Yeah, you're
I have
not
permission.
here. Not
Yes, I
here.
do.
Over
Yes,
there.
I do.
Over there.
Okay, I'll
Not
park
here.
right there.
Go
I'll
there.
park there.
Well, yeah,
I'll
go
put you
now.
in. Which
Go
house do you live
now.
in?
This I own all this property.
This is all your
No,
property?
but yes.
Okay, so
Oh,
I have you on
so
camera then.
Who are you picking it up from?
I'm picking up from the lady who lives
What's
next
her
to
name?
My son is in the back.
Who's this?
Jacqueline. Her name's Jacqueline. She lives there.
I don't give a where she
My
lives.
son is in the car. He's a baby. Get the
out of my face. Get out of my face right now. There's a baby in here. There's a baby in here. And you're supposed to be social distancing. You're in my face. Get out of my face. There's kids in the car. There's a baby here. You psycho. Psycho. I'm picking something up. I'm picking something up. Yes, I do. I'm going to. I will.
Mr. Karen flips out on a delivery driver, screaming about speeding when she clearly isn't. But this lady's not having any of his nonsense. She shuts him down real fast, teaching him a lesson in manners.
Do not race down my street again.
I was only going 25 miles an
You're
hour.
crazy. I got 5 people saying who's racing down the street.
Do you realize I'm a part of a company?
I don't. Yeah, you're right. And you're going to lose your job because I got your truck number.
Well, they realize.
No, they don't realize you don't race around a residential track. Period.
Every time I drive, they know how many miles I'm driving.
How about your?
It does matter.
It doesn't matter.
It does.
Wrong.
Because if you're saying I'm wrong,
you're wrong.
And they're watching me.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
You're wrong.
You're.
And I had a face.
My face.
After he hit me and I had a fight with him, she's telling him to go inside. Why are you telling him to go inside after I had to hit him? Nope. I don't care.
Karen trespasses to hassle the owner about parking, but they just laugh her off like she's a clown. It's like dealing with a grumpy circus act.
Get the f out of here. You're rat. You're back inside before we call the cops. Get the f back inside. I'm calling the cops.
You can't wait 2 seconds for someone to fucking move their car. Someone parks in my shit.
Sleep it off.
Do. Oh, yes.
Yeah, get back inside. Go back inside. Sleep it off. You'll be okay. Trust me.
This drunk Karen goes on a rant about this dude's dog and how its barking is disturbing her peace. But the funny thing is, she doesn't even live in the area.
All the time, okay?
Huh?
You can record me, honey.
All right.
All the 3 years.
Yeah.
You do not properly
Go ahead.
involve her
I'm listening.
in your family.
Okay.
It's a violation.
Okay.
Maywood Academy. Guess what?
Oh, you want to Maywood Academy?
It's a violation.
Wait, Academy only? Or the city?
The city.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the Academy.
No, the city.
Wait, it's a violation
You
for
warned.
what? A violation for what?
You warned. Look.
Come here, look.
It's been 3 years now. 3 years now.
3 years? She hasn't been alive that long. Are you drunk?
Not only did she attack me,
Are you drunk?
but my mom.
Call the cops?
Yeah.
Can you wait? Can you wait? Call the cops.
Yeah, call them.
You good? Okay, can you need Are you chilling? What's going on? You drunk or something? You high?
No.
Let's
do it.
Look at your eyes. Your eyes now.
Let's do it.
Let's do what?
All the time.
All the time.
By.
How old are you?
Me and everybody else that passes by here.
Yeah.
The same thing. Let's wait for them.
All right. Why you calling for real?
Do you have anything else to do? No.
Why you calling? Call the cops.
3 years.
Call them for
3
real.
years.
3 years for what? How long you been living in Maywood?
Let's just.
No, like I'm talking to you.
No. Let's just. No, nothing.
Call them. Why you calling?
No. Actually, I'm up the street.
You're off the street?
I'm up the street.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Let's just wait for them.
Oh, you smell like alcohol.
Really?
You smell like alcohol hard.
Let's think about
You're
this.
slurring your words.
Let's think about this.
Come on.
Let's just talk, right?
How long you been drinking? How much you drink tonight? Honestly. Huh? It's a dog barking. Come on now. You never heard a dog bark?
You have no idea who you're getting into.
No. I don't want to get into
And
nothing.
that's not a threat. Let's do it.
No.
Let's do
Yeah.
it.
Of course.
No,
Listen.
let's do it. All the legalities of the
Of course.
legalities.
Yes, of course.
Right.
And that's what I want too.
Yeah,
I want it to
let's do
be
it.
all calm or everything.
Yeah.
I love my dog.
I'm gonna wait here.
No.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna wait here.
No, that's cool. I'll wait with you too. I don't want to leave you
Let's
alone.
do it.
It's cold outside. You want
Oh.
a little blanket or something?
Not at all.
All right. That's good.
I'm a Buddhist.
You're a Buddhist?
Of all the Buddhists.
How's that going?
What do you think?
Is this against Buddhism or anything?
Yeah, it is.
You doing this? Getting drunk? Is drinking against Buddhism?
No, honey. You have totally against of all legalities.
Yeah.
How can you do that to the dogs?
What did we do to the dog?
Not attend to them.
Dude, are you serious?
Yeah, serious.
We love my dog. I love my dog.
Oh, really? How
Like,
so?
come here. Come here.
No, nothing, honey. Nothing.
You speak Spanish?
Claro que sí.
Venga, mi bebé. Mi pinche. She can smell. It's because she smells drunk people. You know? Maggie. You sure you want to wait for the cops? It's not going to go good for you.
I'm just going to do it right here.
No, wait right here. Wait here with me.
gonna start meditating or what?
Mr. and Mrs. Karen decides to trespass into someone's garage and harass the poor teens while their parents are away. Bet they feel so tough bullying the teens.
Why are you at me? Oh, look.
Hey, don't touch me! Hey, what are you doing? Don't touch me!
You flip me off again? I don't give a fuck how old you are. I'll send my
Hey,
son.
you flipped us off.
We're little kids. You flipped us off, man.
No, we
Don't kill me in our house.
You're little kids,
You
and
are
you have
wrong.
enough sense to know, don't you?
Where are your parents?
You just broke our door.
Oh,
Broke
I know they're
it.
not here. Y'all would act like this. Where's your parents?
Oh, what?
Where are your parents?
See, exactly. You broke our door.
You know what? You're
Where are
you
your
have enough
parents?
sense to know that.
I didn't do anything.
Yes, it was you.
Yes, you
No,
did.
I did not.
It was
When
you.
was this?
Last week. You and the guy from down the street.
You know what? You
on the
don't-
skateboard.
I don't think
I
I was
know. Yes, you do.
Oh, God, I don't. I literally don't.
I know you're taking me.
And trust me,
Where's
I'm
your
telling
parents?
you,
I am, because I don't feel safe with you touching me.
You know what?
You touching me.
I don't feel safe with you being outside, running around while we're trying to come into the door.
Why are you
Just
trying
having
to...
fun.
You little juvenile.
Y'all are juveniles.
Oh, what?
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't
crazy, bro.
Trust me, you're being
Yeah,
filmed.
got you too.
And you know what?
Bro.
You just filmed flipping us off.
Oh, did you just speak out again?
I know, I did a peace sign. That's
Oh,
what,
okay.
that's what
Oh,
you said, right?
That's a gang sign.
That's a peace sign.
Trust
Bro,
me.
what?
Let's see if
It's
Oh, look, it works. It's not broken.
Yeah, we're part of the
never
game.
had that.
Whoever
Yeah, we're part of the game.
Your mother will
Can you please get out?
Yeah.
come
No,
here.
you know what? I was going to come here today and I decided not to, but I will come tomorrow. Where are your freaking parents?
They're not here. We just told you that.
We know they're not here, dude.
Okay,
Where
this is not
are
your
they?
house. This is my house.
It's your house.
You live here
Yeah.
by yourself?
No,
No, I didn't do
he's
anything.
got all the his Asian people here.
Hey!
No.
Flip us off, and it's okay.
Why are you
right?
flipping us off? Come on, man.
Trust me.
You don't gotta be
filmed
racist,
too.
though.
And you were filmed being flipping us off. So
Yeah.
that's
Wait. Didn't you just do that? What the?
Don't mess with us.
We're not. That's exactly. We're just
Coming
standing
out
there.
of- No, you came and asked you tonight, wasn't you?
Yo, call the police, bro.
Him? Not him.
Should I call the police?
You
Again, I don't.
Cast is off now. Now you have your little thing. Guess what? We saw your little
Oh,
cast
what?
flipping us off.
Should I call the police?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, call the police.
This crazy old Karen in the restaurant thinks she's the star of a roast club or something. She goes all in, harassing this poor lady until she cries.
Said you can talk. Take my picture. Who paid for that? You can't afford that, but you can afford that. You don't have to go through those kind of questions.
It's 10 a.m. I don't understand your aggression.
No, it's not aggression. It's a question. That's aggressive. You want me to call the police on you?
Why?
All I did is ask you if you paid for it. I heard it's free.
No, yes, I did. I don't understand.
Oh, so you now finally you say you paid for it. And you clarified
I
something.
did 2 minutes ago.
Oh, you're very articulate. You did understand English. Do you understand other languages? Oh, what? You don't want to have a congenial conversation?
What is wrong with you?
Nothing's wrong with me. You make funny faces, though, like something might be wrong with you.
I don't get. Why are people so
You're
mean?
free to cry here.
Oh,
so you pay for it, but they pick on me. I pay for mine. I pay for mine too, and they pick on me. Yeah, they blame me. Why don't they pick on you? Oh, you're going to cry about having to pay? Yeah, you can cry in public about paying in your own name and everything.
Of course I did.
I pay too.
Why are you being like this?
I'm sick of paying for others that don't pay, and they double on us. Yeah, well, it's the same sort of intrusion, isn't it? You don't have to. You're just dying for a confrontation. Oh, you love your starring role, don't you? You want to make us the villains. Oh, you make us pay. You don't want people that pay. You want it for free. There's no record paying for their bastards.
This crazy old Karen trapped the maintenance guy in her house. She stood in front of the door, blocking his way. When he tried to open the door, she started acting like he hit her and played the victim.
Absolutely ludicrous.
Yes, it is.
I've just told you this radiator's not going to be working. I've got all of the other ones up.
All of the other ones.
In your flat, yeah, they all are working, are they not?
Yeah, what about the other flats?
No, I do not want to be in your flat anymore. Please let me out. What are you doing?
I am just trying
Just
to
move out of my
understand.
way. You're moving absolutely crazy. Just
I am not crazy.
you clearly are crazy because you're not letting me out of
You
the flat.
mustn't speak to me like that.
Just move
I'm
out.
sorry, but you're not
move
right,
out.
telling me I'm crazy. And stand back.
I'm in your flat. What are you doing? What's going on?
Stop shouting at
Huh?
me and bring him on the intercom and see what's going on, which is all I ask.
What am I meant to do?
You're upsetting me. You're really upsetting me.
I'm recording all of this, by the way, because this is
Good.
absolutely crazy.
I'm glad.
Let me out of your flat.
When you spoke on the
Oh, my days. Please, look, I'm leaving now. Look, what are you doing? Look.
You're pushing me around. Take your hands off me.
What are you doing? What is...
Oh dear, you're pushing an elderly lady around. How dare you? How dare you put your hands on me? Oh, dreadful, 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 dreadful. What a dreadful thing you're doing. Now, ask him on the intercom what is going on. Which is what I asked you in the first place.
I'm really confused what I need to do here because...
Well, I'm not confused, I'm very clear. Just find out if there's anybody else who is still...
Right, where's the intercom then? Let's go. Go on.
Turn right.
Where?
Right.
Come on, set it up for me.
There it is.
Set it up for me. I don't know how to do that.
Set it up.
What do you mean? Set it up for me.
No, you're saying you're going to be down at parts, aren't you?
Well, you're moving nuts, girl.
Oh.
Crazy. I swear to God. Yeah, you heard me.
Karen goes bonkers, yelling her head off at the workers, demanding her food and making a total spectacle. Just another day in Karenland.
Give me my plate. I paid for it. I paid for it. Give me my mother. Give me my plate. I paid for it, nigga. Give me my. I'm gonna walk back up my food. You know where I am. Give me that. Yo, give me that. I paid for it. Give me my shit. Give me my mother. I paid for it. Give me my shit. Give me my shit. Give me my shit. I paid for it. Give me what the I paid for. Give me what I paid for. Give me my money back. Give me my money back. I can't let go because my money didn't have no money breaking on me. This is going to tell me, oh, well, I don't tell like it wasn't me who said it. It wasn't me who said it. But this is what this is like. I'm going to this is like. You come look at the menu. Tell me what the it's that egg, bacon, and cheese, $4.49. He go back there, oh, what we call a set. I'll give you $1 short. Give me some more. Finish with that, you know, tell me on the outlaw. And then I don't ask for bacon. And then refuse to give me my mother bacon. And I feel climb over his mother down on his big ass. Like, give me my mother that I paid for. We said, give me my bacon. I promised you the last time I told you this, though. I said, he better not come around and what because I told you this. I'm trying to go on this bitch. Give me my bacon. Give me my bacon. One second. Now, you don't say it. I got something else up there. What's that? What's that? Let me tell you, I'm out of town. Don't wait on. You will clear my mind. Got this thing. Wait on, you know, you gonna tell me you gonna hold up bacon on the hook. Come on, he can help. This ain't how you have no situation. This is a down mother.
This guy caught an old creep taking pics of people on the train. When he confronted him, the creep got all defensive and warned him to back off.
Phone out of my face, mate. Seriously, why are you going around filming everyone?
You're already on camera.
I don't care. That's for security. You've just been a creep.
Am I?
Yeah, you've been a weirdo, mate. You've done laps up and forth, put the camera in everyone's face, sitting down. Why?
Don't worry about it. You just go on, mate.
Filming any kids on there too, are you? Filming kids on there as well, are you? There's kids on the train too, and you're filming the kids?
Did I?
I don't know, did you? Should I take your phone and have a look?
Mate.
Why are you going up and down, putting the camera in everyone's face? Everyone's just trying to go to work.
Mate, I suggest you move on, mate.
I suggest you move on.
I suggest you move on now.
Is that a threat, sir?
It's a threat, yeah.
It's a threat. So you're threatening violence upon me?
I
would love to see you try.
Okay.
If you've got the balls to try, try. Be my guest. I don't usually knock an old man down, but you want to go put your camera in people's faces, threaten people? Try it. I would love to see you try.
Mate, I suggest the next station.
Well, what, mate? You think it's okay to go up and put your camera in people's face filming them?
I suggest you calm down.
That's for our security. That's for your creepiness, mate.
I suggest you calm down.
I'm calm, mate. I'm calm. I'm not going around threatening people. You're going around threatening people. You're going around filming people, putting your camera in people's face, being a weirdo. I'm calm. I'm calm as. Now, if you want me to get free, jump off the train.
And what, you take me up?
Oh, mate, you want to start threats? I'll threat too.
Okay. Mate,
you'll be answering the phone with your prostate.
You would be dead before you even know you're dead, mate.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm still breathing, bud.
Don't test me, mate.
Test. Army car. Oh, really? I'm someone that likes their privacy and not someone putting their camera in their face. I don't give a your army.
Can you believe it? Mr. Karen, the charming hotel owner, has a special way of dealing with guests. He chooses to berate and harass a lady, then kicks her out. What a gracious host, right?
I was laying in bed with my children.
I'm not giving you permission to record me.
No.
I'm giving you permission.
I'll just record your mom. I was laying in bed with my children, and your bathroom started flooding. So your response is...
You rented the room. It's your bathroom now.
No, it's not.
You're responsible for that room.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
You stop being an idiot.
I'm an idiot.
And start thinking with your mind, okay? Stop being a Democrat, a dumb Democrat,
Oh,
And
okay.
go to your room, pack your stuff, and leave.
Do you own this hotel?
Yeah, it's family owned. Get your stuff and get out.
I will not pay for a
Oh,
cent.
okay, you're all set. Then leave. If you think I'm not going to charge you, then leave. I'm charging you.
For what?
For rent and for damages, any damages. I asked you to shut the water, you refused.
I didn't refuse. I said, how do I do that?
I also
If the
told you that.
bathroom
You
is
idiot. You
flooded.
idiot. I also told you that, you idiots. Didn't I tell you that?
I haven't
Stupid answer. You're an idiot.
This lady caught some creep employee on the cruise filming her in the bathroom. She complained to housekeeping, and guess what? They caught the guy red-handed.
There's someone hiding under there filming. There's someone hiding under there filming me.
Not the door.
In there.
Okay.
Yes, it's a man. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. Are we gonna lock down?
Let's get in.
Okay, why don't we do this?
He was filming me.
Housekeeping, can you open up the door,
It's a
please?
guy in here that was just.
Open up the door.
Okay. Okay.
You need to call security because he's an employee.
He was filming me? Yeah. No, I just opened up the bathroom right now. I didn't know. I just saw a camera pointing at me.
Mr. Brainiac driver chose to take the exit by jumping lanes without using indicators and almost crashed into the car. You won't believe the audacity of this Karen. This Karen tries to play the victim by demanding a refund when she's the one who bullied the worker until they quit. The poor worker left the place with a meltdown.
Are you happy now? Are you happy? You see how upset I am? Coming in here being nasty to me. Oh my God, here, take $7. Here, you know what? I don't even care. Just take it all. Take it all. Here.
Good language. Good language.
I quit, lady.
Good
I
language.
quit. Somebody call Diane right now. I'm going to kill myself. I swear to God, I'm done. I am done. I hope you're happy, lady.
I am.
Record this.
I am recording it. I am recording.
Traffic right now. I'm going to kill myself. I quit.
Entitled male Karen just won't shut up as he keeps harassing the worker in the restaurant. The place turned into a crazy circus with them yelling back and forth.
You're a customer that did not order in the front where customers are.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to your manager. Go do your job. Go do your job. Go do. No, it's not. You're harassing me. I'm talking to your manager. You don't have no clout. Your manager is right here. You're not above her. Go do your job. Get out the way. You're the problem. You and her are the problem. You're going on court. Not a bad. I'm gonna go to corporate on you too and get you out of here. I'm gonna get you out of here. Make me leave. Make me leave. Make me leave. You don't own nothing here. You don't own nothing in here. Go get therapy. I'm not your father, your man, or none of that. Stay in your place. Stay in your place. Stay in your place. Stay in your place. Do your job. Stay in your place and do your job. Do your job. Stay in your place. I'm talking to your manager. I'm trying to pay for my food. Go over there. Oh, you gotta ask. You don't need to be in here. Go home. You need to send her home. You need to send her home because she doesn't know how to deal with customers. Her customer service is very horrible. And this video is going to corporate too. Look at, and that's what's wrong with black women today. You're not a man. You're not a man. I am. You don't know how to respect men. You don't know how to respect men. How much is it again? I'm sorry. How much is it again? How much is it? For the large spaghetti too?
Yeah, and then you
Thank you, baby. Thank you, baby.
Nobody. Did he talking to me? This lady, you talking about boss about black woman? Your mother was black. I hope she knows.
I love my mother. I don't love you. I don't love you. And she don't act like you. Yeah.
She raised you to be that way.
I love my mother. Yeah.
This poor dude was practically begging his Karen girlfriend to chill out. She's in the restaurant screaming at the workers like it's the end of the world. But guess what? The worker wasn't afraid to serve her a taste of her own medicine.
Hey, you gotta get your girl.
Now you're recording me.
Yeah, I'm recording myself. I'm safety. Exactly what I'm doing. That's exactly what I'm doing it for. Exactly what I'm doing it for.
Because he tried to say here, it's common knowledge, it's common knowledge. People
Yeah,
have
okay.
questions on things.
Yeah, okay. You coming at me heated. You think I'm just gonna sit there and take it? You gonna sit there and call me a you know my hairline and shit, and you got around and call you a bitch? Fuck you. Fuck you. I have self-respect for myself, all right? Fuck you. All right, cool. Don't come at me at people. I'm like, I call him. I don't expect to be called a all right?
You call me
Don't act like a don't call you a What was that? There's your Philly. Take your Philly and get out. Take your Philly and leave. Yeah. Embarrassing yourself out here. Look at you. You're embarrassing yourself. I'll post it everywhere. I'll post it everywhere. Post it everywhere. Post it everywhere. Great.
This Karen worker in the store snatches an item from a customer's hand, accusing him of stealing. But when she realizes he had actually paid for it, instead of apologizing, she bans him.
I didn't take the receipt. Ask the gal who's just ringing up, please. And also, would you explain what you just did to me? Would you explain that you just took the items that I paid for from me out of my hands on the way out of the store? You did do that though, correct?
As soon as I find out that you actually
You physically took them out of my hands is what you did.
Victoria started body while you're in your bathroom. Did you sell a guy a body armor and some cold and flu meds? Yeah.
Did you hear that? That's on tape too. I'll be sending this to corporate.
Next time, get a bag
No.
or your receipt and don't
That's
just
not
try
how
to
it
walk
works.
out of the store
That's,
after people
no, you're
walk
trying
back
to
in the
cover
store.
yourself. That's not how
No,
this works.
I'm not trying to cover myself.
Yes, you
I'm
are.
telling you.
That's
Those
how.
are the rules.
No, those are not.
Do
Those are
not try and walk out of our store with stuff bare in your hand without
Listen
a
to me.
receipt.
Listen to me.
proving
You
paid
can't
for
say
it.
you're sorry, and that's the biggest thing. And that's why I'm sending it to corporate, Monica.
That's fine.
Because the biggest thing
That is
is you
perfectly
can't
fine.
even apologize
I
for being
don't
wrong.
care.
You can't even apologize for being wrong.
And
So,
that's the point. You
last
don't
one.
understand.
This
Do
is going to
not
be
come
great.
back to this
This is going to be
store.
great. I paid for my items. Go ahead and let them
Get
know.
out.
I
Do
paid
not
for
come
them.
back to this
I sure
store.
did, Monica.
Get out and do not come
And
back to the store.
Thank you for just
You're
assuming all
very
this.
f***ing welcome, Ace.
You're
Now get
coming
the
back.
away from me.
All I'm saying is, Monica, you're going to be hearing about it.
This paranoid Karen on the plane going bonkers, screaming about someone who ain't there. She's pointing at empty seats like she's in a ghost movie or something. Drunk Karen's on a rampage, questioning everyone and refusing to leave the plane. The whole flight's had enough, and everyone's shouting at her to scram.
You're doing what? Y'all can't even tell me what I did. You can't tell me what I did. It doesn't matter that I'm not going. You're yelling at him. You're keeping up everybody. Please leave so we can go on. I'm lifting my jacket so you can put the cuffs on me. Because what did I do? You do it. Miss what? I'm gonna miss my flight for what? Who did I offend? Regular 105? Everybody. Right here. What did I do to you? What did I say?
You should be offended your goddamn self. You should be ashamed of yourself. No, that's bullshit.
Because somebody, one person complained, so now what's up?
No, listen, you out your mind. I don't feel like no parents get up in this.
These old male Karens tried being racist at the restaurant. Big mistake. The worker stood tall, put them in their place, and booted out a second thought.
Get out of here! Get out of here! Don't put your finger in my face! You touched me! He just touched me! Get out of my restaurant! He touched me! Get out of my restaurant! He just touched me! He touched me! He touched me in my face! Who touched him? What did you touch him? What did you touch him? I'm having him arrested. No, you get fired. I'm going to get fired. Your name is Tim. And what's your name? And what's your name? Nobody touched me. And what's your name? Martin. Okay. Oh, that's good. You know that guy. Put that down. Get out. Get violated, baby. Come on. Move. Let's go, people. I'm for us. You are for us. Come on, let's go. Come on. Let's go. I'm calling corporate. Okay, I am corporate. Get up. Get up here. Okay, that's good. Let's go.
Mr. Tough Guy wasn't so tough when someone confronted him for shouting at those teens working at the restaurant. He got all offended and started following them to the parking lot, throwing threats around.
Stare at me now? Bro, you're backing up. Just go. I don't have to go, you loser. Then sit there. For the cops. You're waiting for the cops? Yes, I am. Then bring the cops. I am. For no reason, dude. Yeah. You're bitching out little kids working. If you don't shut your mouth, they're going to punch you out. That's all there is to it. That's all there is to it. Why are you going to punch me out? Because you're yelling at people? Says the one cussing 15-year-olds out. You're cussing 15-year-olds out working, bro. Over a mask. I don't care. I'm the person, man. That's it.
Karen just had to comment on the girl's attire, but when they hit back with some sass, she didn't know what hit her. Maybe she'll think twice before harassing people about their clothes.
You better quit so 2 seconds from stalking you. So stop. I've got my 10-year-old with me. So quit. Get the out of here. Get out of here. I'm walking.
This guy at the drive-thru totally loses it, demanding a refund because the worker was super rude to his wife.
Saying, did you over here yelling at homeboy and he's trying his best over here?
Oh my god!
You're give me my back. No, give me my back.
Call the cops. Hey! Hey!
On me because I want a refund. My refund? I want a refund.
My manager's trying to do that.
I want a refund. I want my money back.
She's trying, Zach. Stop. Don't.
I'm sorry.
Nah, dude. Nah. Is she gonna call the cop? She told me she was gonna call the cop.
Crazy Karen just parked her car right in the way, blocking this poor lady from leaving the parking lot, all because the lady almost hit her when she wasn't anywhere close to her car.
Shut the up. You are. You mess with the wrong people. Where you going?
Can you guys back up? Because this lady doesn't want to move.
She started the fight. She almost hit my car.
I have to pull forward. Look at how far away I'm from you. Look at how far. Yes, I am. Oh my! Do you guys hear this? Can you guys please pull back?
You want to start?
Oh my!
Start.
Can you pull back, please?
No one.
Mr. and Mrs. Karen were caught red-handed stealing parts from cars. When confronted, they got all defensive and naive.
But he told me that I can have it.
You don't touch someone.
Hey, you didn't touch the car.
Yes, we literally have it on video.
We didn't move. We've been here talking the whole
She
time.
did.
Look at the video.
She did.
Look at me. We
She's
all
sitting
we
here.
were sitting
We
right
literally
there.
watched her tugging on it.
Yeah, I asked Manny for that before he sold it.
No, he didn't. It's on her car. It's her property now.
Okay, first off,
You are not
part of this.
So, oh, you got a weapon. You got a weapon.
What are you gonna do with that?
What the fuck are you gonna do?
Stop. Okay.
So tough, guy.
Not your car.
It's not your car.
That's fine. We can talk.
Yeah, tell me you would have. If she bought it and it's her property, that means you don't touch it. If you didn't take shit off, then it's not yours anymore.
Not your place.
It's not your place, and especially not yours to come up with whatever the fuck was some fucking guy.
Okay, first off,
or what you're gonna maybe? What the fuck are you gonna do? Bring out that fucking weapon?
First of all, there's more men here than women.
And
you came up to the women with a metal bar. So you know what? Actually,
I walked up to I do.
Really?
it's a leggings in our court purse. In my court purse. Yo, get my gun out of my court purse. Get my gun.
There's $20 for your fucking star.
Oh, that's a star. Goddamn.
Make a black I'm not any.
Can you believe it? Crazy Karen acts like she owns the whole camp and river. She gets all offended and starts yelling at the kids and anyone nearby.
No, she's very concerned. Over there. Okay, she's a very concerned mom. That's all. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 kids, 5 kids here, and she's okay. But
they're not in her camp. They're in the river.
They're in the river. Right.
Karen caused a scene at the store, refusing to wear a mask. And when they told her to leave, she pulled the classic move, playing the victim.
You're in my face. Go away from me. Go away from me.
You're breathing on me.
After I just got rammed with a cart, get away from me.
No shoes.
Get
no
away
service,
from me.
No mask.
Not
Leave
the law.
Now.
Not the law.
No shirt. No
It's
shoes.
a mandate and order is not state law.
Leave.
You guys have no idea what legislature process is. The legislative
I'm
process.
denying you service. I can do it because I'm doing it.
I'm waiting for the cops. I'm waiting for the cops.
I'm going to press charges when I get here, just so you know. And I will love it. Get over here away from my other customers now. Ma'am, get over here away from my other customers.
I did nothing. I did nothing. I did nothing. Nothing. I did nothing but not wear a mask. And look at all these in America. America.
This crazy old guy in the neighborhood is worse than Karen. He actually called the cops on those teens, accusing them of breaking into someone's property.
Yeah, we're running from our friends. We weren't over there.
Okay, that's fine.
I would not like you to. Yeah, and you're taking pictures of us. Can you please delete those out of your phone?
I'm gonna leave on the phone here. I'm gonna watch for the next 48 hours.
Here's what I'm gonna say.
A number of breaking.
Here's what it looks like.
You, like a man, is taking pictures of a minor.
That's illegal.
Where are you? You're in the public.
Yeah, and
The
you
public.
pulled up to us.
I'll tell you what, we'll settle right now. I'll just call the police right now. And
Okay.
see what the police say
That's
about
okay.
That's okay. Do that. Because I'm recording you. Like, dude, what? We're not even doing anything.
Okay.
We're just chilling. We're not even in someone's property, I don't think, actually.
Hey, he said it's public property.
It is public property, actually. You just said that. Man, I'm cold. I want to go home. I was about to walk home just down there. No, but you have pictures of us on your phone. And you're a grown adult, and we're teenagers, and you have pictures of us on your phone.
You're teenagers. I'm a grown adult.
Yeah.
You're taking pictures of me right now.
You took pictures of us before, so I'm taking pictures of you in case the police come. Like you said, you would call them. You don't have nothing against us. We haven't done anything. There aren't a number of break-ins either.
There are people around. It's not some grand jury. I heard about a case last week.
Okay.
Last week, where
My grandparents live right down there. I don't care either because there's not a number of break-ins. We're 13. Why would we kidnap somebody older than us?
You wouldn't kidnap anything. You wouldn't kidnap at all.
Exactly. I'm a good person, so why are you calling the police on me?
Well, I'm sitting here asking why you're here.
That's not your business. No, that's not even your business.
I know where your friend's house is. It's the second house down on the left-hand side.
I know, we're literally just standing right here.
No,
Like,
you
what's
were
the big deal
I
with
saw you
us
back
standing
and
right
forth
here?
up here. And I had people
I know, because we just went from the park, Great Meadow, on a golf cart.
Listen,
Literally just
you
rode
all
down
are
here.
more than welcome here. You really are.
Yeah, then I just don't like you having pictures of me on your phone.
Delete those, please.
Tell
That's
you what, in 48 hours. The pictures will be
48
gone.
hours.
Okay, can you delete
no,
them?
they won't be gone in 48 hours. They'll be gone
You
now.
can delete them now, but I'm not going to delete them as long as she's got that.
Okay,
So what's
she-
the sense of that?
No.
Karen and her boyfriend decided to decorate this guy's car with their spit and false accusations. Why? Because they thought he stole from the store, but he actually paid for it.
Your boyfriend's going to jail. How do you feel? How do you feel? You're going to jail. You're going to jail. No.
You're stealing.
I just paid for my dumbass.
You're stealing.
Didn't I just pay? I just paid with that, right? I'm sorry for being disrespectful, but he just came and assaulted my car. He's going to jail. Because I have you on video hitting my car.
This worker tells Karen she can't come in without a mask, and she had the audacity to put on a transparent net face mask. But when they still said no, she throws a fit because she just can't handle not getting her way.
Okay, do you have any proof of medical exception or anything like that? I don't need proof. All I have to do is tell you that I have a medical exemption. I'm so sorry, but in our CDC guidelines, there is nothing listed for that. And we're following those strictly. And I definitely don't mean to frustrate you at all. It's just you're frustrating me. I very much apologize for frustrating you. I just have to follow the CDC guidelines. And I promise they are straightforward. I'm sure you're very educated. I'm sure you are. Yeah, and I don't deny that whatsoever. I'm just saying that there's that certain list that we do follow as a shop, and our company was given. That's not good enough. I'm so sorry. I don't really know what to do here for you. You need to let me come in the shop. I cannot. I personally would get in trouble for that. Okay, he's a manager. Yeah, okay. And we're all mini managers here. We're all floor leaders, so we are all correlating the floor.
So you're not following the CDC guidelines. You're not following the governor's mandate. You're not aware that he's opened us up. We're fully open. We're stage 4.
So as a privately owned company, we're able to make our own rules. And we have decided to follow the CDC guidelines for masks to fully cover your face with no one of my own. Oh, she was just offering, we can ring up right here if you want to wear a mask. Here's my mask. We actually cannot accept that. I'm so sorry. We do have to follow the guidelines.
Okay, you're not following the CDC guidelines.
I'm so sorry.
Well, I'll wait here until you let me in so I can shop.
I'm so sorry, but I cannot bring one without a mask.
This is my mask. This is the only mask I can wear.
I'm so sorry. It has a holes in there and we have to follow those lines. I truly have no choice in my
And why are you not following the CDC guidelines?
I am following the ones that were given directly to our park.
Would you like me to look up the CDC?
No, I'm so sorry, but it's actually a different of our very strict lines that we have to follow as a company.
Okay, so you're admitting that you are violating the CDC guidelines.
I'm not admitting that at all. I'm admitting that we have a set of CDC guidelines that we are following.
Not the CDC guidelines, some other CDC guidelines.
I don't know.
These dudes were just hanging out, thinking they found the best beach spot. Turns out it's someone's backyard. Classic Karen and the crew starts acting all rude when the owner asks them to leave.
What's going on? I'm confused. It's so funny because
you need to come over and record us.
Like what? That's like over the top, actually. Over the top. I'm ready to just let people just relax on the beach. We're not doing anything wrong. We're not sitting here hammered. Who cares that you're a lawyer? Like who?
You cannot drop. We all know to the water. You want to walk in the water.
Then get us off your property then. We don't have to have this conversation anymore. Just follow the procedures and get us off your property then. If you really believe that strongly about it, then call the police and have them
I am not BSing you. I wouldn't do it. You can stay. I mean, I'm just asking for you to be respectful. Yeah, and frankly, that is not. We definitely understand. And you weren't great either, yelling back at me. If I came and sat up in your backyard and just wanted to talk to you,
can have a good time. I'm sure you're going to do that. But if you don't understand why I'm annoyed in my backyard, yeah, come on. Well, one more time, and I will get someone down here to explain what the colony owns. Go ahead. We own right now.
This Karen was giving a major attitude to the manager in the store, and it turns out her actual name is also Karen. Talk about living up to the name, huh?
But you're the manager.
The general manager, yes, ma'am.
There's not other
No, ma'am, it is just me.
Don't be sorry. God, you have the worst attitude. I mean, you really do. Yeah, the name's Karen. Don't talk shit after I leave. What days do you
have the email address? For me, please. Thank you.
Karen got busted stealing a package from someone's doorstep. When confronted, she had the nerve to claim it was hers.
No, you're gonna call the police? No, I'm gonna.
This racist Karen was harassing some guys in the restaurant. When a retired Air Force vet stepped in to defend the guys, Karen acted tough, threatening to knock him down.
Just so you know, I came back in to give her the rest of the cash from my wallet.
Ma'am, please walk away. Please. No. Ma'am, can you please leave?
Because?
Can you just please leave? We're leaving. Can you excuse? I'm trying to get out.
You need to find another place to be.
Can you please leave?
No,
So
you're
ma'am?
you're making a problem.
Ma'am.
You need to leave us. You need to leave us.
Ma'am,
You need to leave us.
thank you, sir. Can you please
You
leave?
need to, is there a cop or somebody around here? Is there a cop here? They need to get her out of here.
You need to call the cops.
I am sorry, but if I ever saw someone disrespect or try to fight a soldier or a veteran, I definitely would step in. No doubt about it. This is so disrespectful.
What I asked you not to do.
Are you the thin blue line? I get confused. Are you BLM? Are you Antifa? Are you BLM?
You need to be quiet and walk.
Or I will drop you.
Oh, drop me, really?
You want to go? You want to go? You want to go?
This lady is coming over here yelling, screaming. Guys.
Karen randomly knocks on a stranger's door and starts arguing with her for absolutely no reason. And guess what? She just refuses to leave the poor person's house.
Wait for my house and close my door. Close my door. And what's your name? None of your business. Okay, but yeah, you come up here banging on my door, waking me up, waking my child up, and now you won't leave. Call the police. Call them. Okay. I don't give a damn. Okay. Stand there and film with your little camera. He's just as bad as you are. Lady, you don't know my child. My child minds his business. Your child just as acts like you. How do you know my child when he barely even leaves the house? Who are you, lady? Who are you? I would really love to know.
Karen's eyes were like laser beams, pure craziness, as she went full-on bonkers harassing those guys in the car.
Calm down.
It's okay. I'm sorry.
He
apologized.
No, that can't be real. Her eyes really go out that bit. Oh, that's real?
What I'd like you to do is
Karen strikes again. This time, she called the cops on the guy who was simply in his car, not bothering anyone. Someone needs to tell her what real emergencies are.
Okay, what are you trying to sell?
I'm selling pest control. Do you want to buy pest control?
No.
Okay. Have a good night.
So
then.
do you have I'm a trustee here in the village and I want to know what you're doing here.
Well, like I just told
Jane,
you.
I'm gonna call. I'll call you right back.
Hello? Hey man, how you doing? Good. Yeah. I got some. What was your name again?
Margaret Zitzer.
Say it one more time.
Margaret Zitzer. And you have a license to
I've
do
got. I do. Yeah. Hold on, Margaret. I've got Margaret Zitzer.
Hi,
Hey, how do you spell your?
Margaret Zitzer, 921 East Glenwood Road. I've got some solicitors here that are going around trying to sell pest control, and I'm a little worried about it. I've got neighbors calling me about it.
Hey, Margaret, can you come here real quick?
Glen Brook. Yeah, I'm talking to the guy in the car right now.
This Karen racially profiled a black lady, followed her in the mall, and accused her of stealing when she didn't steal anything.
What happened in my purse? Do I have your wallet?
Her, she doesn't have a wallet.
So I bumped into her and I stole her wallet. I gave it to somebody else? I bumped into you, now I stole your wallet. This how you gotta be. When you black in a mall, people were trying to say you stole something. I'm on my way to work. You racist? Why would I steal something? Do you see a wallet in here? This is mine. Get the from my face. Yeah, don't touch me. Get the away from me. Yeah. You're racist. You're racist. I'm going to work, you fucking racist. Get the out of my way. Don't touch me. The fuck I gotta steal for?
Okay, I'm gonna follow you, don't worry.
Yeah, you can follow me to my job.
You like phone?
Yeah, get away from me.
This Karen tries to return something without a receipt and insists on getting $10. And when the worker says he can't do anything, she shouts at him to go to hell.
Bullshit. I want my $10 back.
Okay, I totally understand that, but ma'am, you don't have a receipt, you don't have a scorecard, or you don't have the method of payment that you used it with, so there's no way for me to look it up in the system.
Doesn't matter. I'll just get my $10 back. I paid for it. I was in here yesterday and I bought a $10 headband and I want to return it.
I can't give you your $10 back though, ma'am. The Dick's policy is I can do no receipt return and give you the lowest price that we sold it for in the remainder of the year. That's the policy.
That's
to him for standing up against her nonsense. Karen goes crazy trying to get off a running bus. She panics like a fish caught on a hook as she desperately tries to pry the doors open.
Oh, you're.
Karen storms in right before closing, yelling for a refund like the world owes her. Poor worker tries to keep it together, but snaps eventually.
That is a large, man.
No, this is small.
We weigh it, man. Like that's the most I can give you right now. We weigh it, and it's all by weight and everything.
You have glasses on, which means you should be able to see.
That,
and I want a large.
ma'am?
So make this shit correctly before I shut it down your damn throat.
Yeah, I got you. I'm sorry.
What the wrong with you?
Get the fuck out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Open the door! Open the door! Hey, chill. Ma'am, I'm sorry. I am the manager, okay? I need you to get out. Ma'am.
Grandma Karen is on a roll, yelling at the guys in the neighborhood to scram. Seriously, someone get her a rocking chair and some tea. She's too old for this drama.
I mean, people, you have permission from
Grandma,
these
we're
people
leaving a bit.
who live. Are you standing?
This is my house. This is my family's house.
Don't give me that.
Grandma, we're leaving a bit. I love your hair, by the way.
You live here,
Hey, bro,
and you wouldn't be rain smoking.
We got the show.
God damn it.
Mirror.
What are you?
You could be in here.
Oh, whoa, Karen. Hey, Karen, relax. Karen, relax. You got it.
What are you about?
Look.
Karen falsely accuses this guy of rear-ending her car and threatens to call her husband as if he's the Avengers or something. But the guy doesn't break a sweat and just trolls her.
You hit my car.
Where?
On my bumper.
Uh-uh.
Yeah, right there.
No.
You just admitted it. You said you were sorry. You didn't need to.
I said I'm sorry. I was writing your. No.
I'm pulling over up here. I've already called my husband.
Okay.
You're rolling over by the fairgrounds, but he's recording me right now, and
I'm recording you because I told. Let me talk to your husband. I don't need permission. We're in public.
Okay.
I usually don't do this, but you're being funny.
All right.
I do like
No,
your
that's
glasses.
fine.
I like your glasses. Can we trade glasses? I like yours better.
Oh yeah, he's.
Yeah, I'm unbelievable, huh?
Come on, Karen. Let's just be friends.
You won't believe the audacity. Karen is standing in the parking spot, refusing to move and blocking anyone from parking there.
What you doing? What are you doing?
Oh my god.
What you mean, back away?
Back away. I mean, you can't just reserve a spot like that. You can't.
What?
You can't
Okay,
reserve a spot like that.
You can't just stand there. We have a car. Where's your car? Well, where is he then? But you can't just stay there. There's no spaces available.
Why do you need to reserve one then? Honey, parking come on a first come first served basis. No one's using you.
Human part. But we have a problem. Move.
You don't own the car park. You don't own the car park.
This
is the first car that's going to be in this area.
They're miles away. This is the only car park
Don't
there
you have
around.
better things to do with your life than stand in parking spaces?
Don't put your hand out like that. We just want to park. I can't believe she just did. What the hell?
Come on, just move out of the way. I'm not
What's nowhere near you?
I'm nowhere near you.
Get out of the way then. We wouldn't hit you if you weren't in the car parking area.
Exactly. It's not, you
It's not
can't
reserved.
spaces.
It's not a restaurant. Not
You
booking a
can't.
table. Move.
Come on.
Honky horn. Honky horn. Honky horn. Move.
I didn't almost hit you, look. Come on.
If you weren't in the way, we wouldn't get anywhere near you.
You can't reserve.
You can't
Who
do
do
that.
you
You
think
can't
you
do that.
are? Who do you think you are? This isn't a.
Move.
You haven't paid VIP service for this parking space, honey.
What? What's he gonna
Come on,
do?
there's a queue now. This is getting
There's
ridiculous.
people behind us wanting to
This
get
is getting
in.
ridiculous. You're holding up everyone now.
What? This isn't a conversation. Just get out of the way.
It's just a parking space. You need to move. It's not for humans, it's for cars.
Really rude. Can you believe this? Are you serious?
Are you okay, honey?
Do you need help?
Are you okay?
This Karen's acting in this staged video is worse than watching real Karens cursing in the store.
Hey, can I get your number or something?
No, I'm just trying to get my car. Are you filming?
Okay, I saw you all the way over here, and I had to let you know you're gorgeous. Can I get your number, please?
I'm sorry, I have to go.
No, just let me in for a little bit.
Let you in?
Just a little bit.
No.
It's gonna take 3 minutes. Come on!
No!
Come on!
This lady wasn't afraid to put Karen in her place who was being racist towards another person in the store.
That's what you do.
Security. I want the
Security.
police called right now.
Who you calling? I can't reason to call the police.
You better call the police.
I can't reason to call the police. I know. Now call me by my name, because you know my name. Girl, you. And I'll hit that. I can't have to give it to you. You racist bitch. That shit gonna stop. That shit gonna stop. That shit gonna stop. You racist bitch. Sick of you motherfuckers. Now come with it. Now, I don't give a f who you call. You racist.
Nobody did anything to you.
No, you did something to her. That's what you did. I know.
Drunk Karen thought she was being all sneaky and stealthy and started snatching people's drinks like a tipsy ninja.
Where's my boyfriend? Where's my friend?
Oh, hey, you good? Hey, you gonna have to go. You gonna have to go. Go ahead. You gonna have to leave. You gonna have to leave. Just go. Go. Oh, hey, that's enough. That's a little bit too much. Hey, you want the dip? You want the dip right now? I don't play that. Yeah, look at that shit. You want to go?
Yeah. He's supposed to.
Hey, that's my shot. Yo, that's my shot. Yo. Yo. You got more than whoa. Hey, wait.
This dude finds Karen being restrained by this guy. The second the guy loosens his grip, she flips her crazy switch back on.
What is going on here?
This lady attacked me.
I attacked you?
She spit in my face, and she came at me because I have a USA flag on the back of my Jeep. It all started because she was posted up against that Jeep, and I said, "Hello, fellow Jeeper."
I was on my
People
car.
who have Jeeps.
My car's
What are you
fucking
doing?
super.
You're gonna get off of me?
Jesus Christ.
What's wrong, Karen? Holy shit. Karen, hey, don't touch him. I'm gonna call the police.
Dude, she's
Don't come near me. Don't come near me.
Karen totally lost it on this dude wearing a fake military uniform. She went all out, giving him a piece of her mind before storming off.
This is disgusting. Disgusting.
Ma'am, you're on camera. I would leave now before I
Yeah.
call the police.
Yeah.
I will call the police
Yeah.
if you don't leave. No, you are not permitted to grab my phone. You're not permitted to grab his hat.
Yeah.
I don't know where this behavior is coming from.
And
Let
guess
him
what?
be. Just let
Show
him
his
be.
uniform. Show his
Just let
uniform.
him be.
Show his uniform. You disgrace the U.S. You disgrace the USA. You put me on it. You put me on it. You put me on the freaking. Put me on. Put me on.
Hey, Williams,
Put me on.
can you give me Chief's number?
That's not a uniform. You piece of.
Chief Powers.
Crazy old Karen straight up harassed this lady and didn't think twice about putting her hands on her.
Yeah, come on, lady. Yeah, come on. Touch me, and that's assault. So come and touch me on camera. No, you can't, because I'm not doing anything. You're harassing.
Mr. Karen strolls in 30 minutes after closing time and demands the workers to make a sandwich for him.
Well, it's about, let's see, 30 minutes ago. I'm so sorry about that. Oh, no, well, no, see, we actually, started cleaning everything up, and we don't actually have any sandwiches on us right now. I'm so sorry.
Look, it's not that our past clothes. You're really not that clean over there.
No, sir, we're closed. Sir. No, sir, we're closed. I'm so sorry. You have to leave, please.
I don't want to leave. I'm hungry. I want some sandwich.
Okay, sir, the language is unnecessary, but you have to.
Don't
No,
tell me
sir,
how I should be speaking.
sir, you need
Okay,
to,
I
sir,
just
you,
wanted to
sir,
come in here.
sir,
There's no fucking reason.
sir, please,
No,
sir,
I
sir,
want a sandwich.
sir, no, I can't accept.
Yes, you
no,
can.
No, I
Yes,
can't.
you can.
I can't.
You're like.
This Karen in the neighborhood thought she could bully some worker, but she picked the wrong house. The owner wasn't having any of it and put her in her place for being racist. This guy caught Karen red-handed, stealing his mail. And the moment he snatches the mail back, she pulls a phony fall, acting like she's injured. The Oscars must be missing their star performer. Rainy weather didn't stop our dear volunteer Karen from passionately discussing parking issues with a lady. Rain or shine, Karen's got her priorities straight.
You work at the school?
I do the parking lot for Dr. Blackburn every day. I've done it for the last 4 years.
Oh, so you're a school, you're
A volunteer.
oh, you're a volunteer. And you got out your car in the rain to tell me that.
Yeah, they don't care what the weather is. They ask me to do the parking lot. I do the parking lot for 4 years.
Okay.
Even with a broke foot.
Yeah, all of that. Yeah. Okay. You have a good day.
If you don't park in a parking spot, I call the officer out.
Okay, we'll call the officer. So by the time he gets here, then I'll just move. So go ahead.
Why can't you just be nice and move?
Have a good day.
Here, this is why your kids don't listen.
Have a good day. Volunteers shouldn't cuss people. That wasn't nice at all.
This Karen worker at the restaurant totally loses it when the guy complains about his order being wrong and cold. She acts all offended, flips him the finger. Talk about customer service, huh?
Food that's ice cold, which is 2 chicken McNuggets cold with no dipping sauce, no napkins, no receipt.
Well, I went through the drive-thru and told you that my order was wrong. Okay, and I was missing the quarter pounder with cheese and no dipping sauce and no receipt. And you said if you didn't like it, I could go somewhere else. Is that the policy of McDonald's? Hi there. Can I get your name, please?
Angel, it's Angel. There you go.
What is this?
I can't sit here and argue with you. I have a mind.
Argue with me?
Yes, sir.
You are arguing with me? No, I'm having a conversation.
I need to get out of my mind or I can call the police.
Do you understand that you're being video recorded?
I don't care.
Obviously.
I don't care.
And that's what you're gonna do to corporate?
Karen refuses to wear a mask in the store. And when a guy films her ridiculous behavior, she gets offended and claims she doesn't give permission to be filmed. Hey, Karen, it's called public space, not your personal bubble.
But you're not asking my permission to record them, so you need to take that off of your phone.
Stay away from me, 6 feet at least.
You're 6 feet
Well, go ahead.
You don't
need to wear your
have my
mask.
permission
You have to
to
wear your
record
mask.
No, I don't. You don't
You
have my
have to wear your
permission.
mask, miss. Do you own
Where
H&M?
does it say that I need to wear my mask?
Right here, everywhere around. It
Where
says it on the
is there a
speakers.
law that says I
The
need
state
to
of
wear my
Maryland requires you to wear a mask. What is wrong with you? You don't care about people? You want people to die?
Excuse me, sir?
People are dying of
You think your
COVID.
mask is
Why are you so
protecting
selfish?
you? It has a 99.9%
Why are you so selfish?
survival rate. 99%
You know that you can get
survival
fired
rate.
for not wearing your mask, right?
99% survival
Do you have a
rate.
job or you like
I
taking
have a
care of?
99% survival rate.
Yeah,
Stick
because you
with me,
obviously
guys.
don't care about people.
You are not
Wear your
allowed to have my
mask, dog.
permission
Wear your
to
mask.
record me.
Well, I'm recording you.
No.
Sue me.
Okay? Just like
This lady totally caught this crazy old woman stealing her stuff in the park. Bad move, Granny, bad move.
Where's my bag?
I don't know, maybe. And I don't know.
It wasn't in no tree. It wasn't in no tree. It wasn't in no tree. Where's my bag?
Yeah, I see that.
You know where my bag is. Because Where's her bag? This plugged up right here.
I
got her on video. Nah. You put it in the trash? You just put it in the trash? Where are my charges? Where are my charges? Okay, I'm gonna call the police. Can you go to get her bag? Her bag. And my charges you had over here that you threw in the trash. All her stuff. That's why she hid behind that goddamn thing.
This crazy Karen accused this poor dude of tossing a beer can on the road. She's even threatening DNA testing to prove it.
I didn't do anything. That guy right there with the smirk on his face? Oh yeah, no, it is. And you know what? They're gonna take your DNA and the DNA off this can, and they're gonna find it. Because I watched you throw it, so don't lie to me.
I'm not.
You are, and I watched you.
Well,
And
if you say you watched me, then
I watched
you are
you.
lying.
Nope.
You can.
I
You want to
watched
smell my breath? Because I haven't eaten anything or
You
drinking
know
anything.
what?
So it's not just
Cops
smell
are gonna be
minty.
here
It's
any
not-
minute now.
I
Have a
haven't
seat.
done anything.
Have a seat. Check out the beer in your car and the youngsters in your car. Have a seat. Have a seat. I'll call them back.
I feel like
Have a
this.
seat.
I don't think I'm going to, because I
I
don't.
don't care what you think, because you're driving drunk.
I'm not driving drunk.
Okay.
Sweet pea, I promise you right
Don't
now.
tell me that.
Don't need to pull me over. There's no reason for you to be doing this right now.
There is. This
That is not mine.
threw out of your car.
Wasn't not me.
Yep, whatever. Tell me the truth.
I am.
Yep, who threw it?
I don't know. I wasn't watching. I was paying attention to the road like I'm supposed to, like a driver.
Okay, well, the police will be here any second. So
The police can be here, but they can also make sure that they can also breathalyze me, which they're gonna probably do.
I would be glad to take the red.
Good. No, you don't. You absolutely don't. And the police will be here. They have your license plate. They have your license plate. They will find you.
Congrats.
But I will make sure they know.
Let's just go home.
This lady at the drive-thru asked for a refund because her drink was awful. What did everyone do? Scatter like roaches and laugh in her face, refusing to give her a cent back.
Now they're all scattering. She's laughing. Still laughing.
Here, I got a gift card.
Okay, I just want to show you. This is, I'm videotaping this because it's disgusting. Literally street chocolate. Like that's, you can see it. It's disgusting. That's what I'm going to Like really, it's stuck at the bottom of the cup. You don't see that?
This guy calls out a teen worker at the drive-thru for cursing, and the worker straight up lies, saying he didn't do it. The guy asks his child in the car if the worker cursed, and the kid says yes.
Yeah, you just pulled up. They just literally just pulled up.
Right,
was your cousin at me? Were you cousin at me? You wasn't. Kids, was he cousin? Yeah. The kid's like?
Oh my God.
The kid's like, who's your manager?
My manager. I'm a manager.
You're your manager? How old are you?
I'm 18.
I can tell.
Yeah.
I can tell you.
Are you gonna get famous with this video?
I don't know, but you're gonna get fired. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, I am. Can you move over so I can take the door real quick?
Yeah, cousin me one more time, bro.
Oh, I'm not gonna cuss
Yeah,
you.
of course you.
I'm not.
Of course you.
I'm not cussing you.
If I wasn't with the kids, bro, I swear.
Karen went nuts in the store, screaming like a maniac and wrecking everything in sight.
Jesus bloody concept in them. And you're not getting the out of my way. Stop it. Bloody car! I get your car! Your mother spot! I'm not leaving the store! You better call for Ron County! You will get your car shut up! For Ron County, where I be? I'm waiting for you right now! I bet you I check out my shit. Where I be? Wayne Ivy, Sheriff County, Brevard County, Secret Service, UN. My name is Rosalind Marquette, UN Ambassador Marquette. Nobody give a f***.
Yeah, holy shit. Damn. Oh, yeah, it's on video. And this. Hey, it's 2021. I'm putting this on TikTok.
This girl was goofing around, smearing food on her friend, thinking it's all fun and games. But oh, how the tables turn. Her friend catches her and bam, smashes the remaining food right back on her face. Revenge served fresh.
She slapped the shit out of me.
I had nothing to do with that.
I can't breathe. Help. I guess I deserve this.
Mr. Karen snatches the guy's ID, decides it's fake, and goes full-on dictator, shouting him off the property.
God knows, man. Your dad would think you're just a dumbass. I guarantee it, because you're being a dumbass. Please. What part of that do you know? Bro, I asked you to get off the property. I need my ID. I don't care what you need. You don't care. You need to get clues. What you need. Don't touch me, bro. I didn't touch you. I asked you to leave. I'm not going to ask. Why do I have to keep asking? Because she has my ID that's real. It's a real ID, and you guys don't know how to check an ID. You don't. Don't tell me what. I didn't do it. Don't touch me then. I didn't touch you with okay. I didn't touch you. I haven't touched you yet. Stop, dude. But I'm asking you to get off the Stop. You have my ID. I need my ID back. Just get off the property. I need my ID back. The police when they get here, and they'll come over. I'll wait for the police. No, you're not gonna wait here. Dude, back off, bro.
And that's a wrap, folks. Thanks a bunch for tuning into the video. Catch you in the
Alrighty, guys, that's it for this live. I hope you can hear me. I hope everyone had an amazing Christmas day, and we have a new year coming up in a week. So I hope you guys have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for watching with me, and I'll see you later.